Welcome to Omegalil.
It's day 2 of the Omegalil, and we are sat here on Dota's Mount Olympus, ready to bring you 3 more best of 3s across the day. Plenty of Dota action coming your way, and I'm blessed to have Mr. T-Gov here. He is my advisor. He is the man who I can rely on. He comes with all the knowledge, while I'm sat here as the Omega host, delivering all of this from start to finish. But T-Gov, yesterday, right? It was a quick day. It was a lot of 2-0s, but it was more of just what we expected, right?
Yeah, it's, the first day of a very long qualifier with a lot of varying skilled teams. So we're going to see potentially an upset one day, but on paper, we're going to most likely see a couple of 2-0s. Like today, it's a lot closer. A lot of these CIS teams are a lot closer in skill, so it's going to be a much more competitive day today.
And the viewers at home do not have to worry about it just being us two, because we also have the illustrious BSJ with us. We had a fun day with him, and look at him. He's all magicked out. He's even got his outfit on today as well. BSJ, how are you feeling, my man?
Feeling good. Ready for another day of Dota. I am hoping for a bit closer games, but I'm also... I don't hate to see the teams that are supposed to win. I think there's a lot to learn from those type of games too. Yeah. There's enjoyment of being like, okay, they look like they're just the better team. Even if some of the team fights didn't go their way, overall they had the better game plan, and that aspect of these qualifiers is always very fascinating to me. And I think we're going to see something similar in this first series. I hope it's not as much of a blowout, but I think Team Unique is one of my favorites for this entire qualifier. So.
Yeah, you certainly touched on it yesterday as well. But let's take a look at what we saw yesterday. Let's have a look at all the results, just to make sure everyone who may have missed it is up to date on how things went, because it was just a simple day, right? It was 2-0s across the board, at least the ones that were done in the studio. Empire looked strong. It was a slight shakiness from them, right? It wasn't maybe as clear-cut as we would have wanted to start off with there. Hellraisers, they did make it look very easy against Voldemort, though we were more impressed with Voldy coming into that second match. Yeah,
they had a little bit of life to them. I think it was just the draft in the second game. That Naga pick just really gave them like some elements of maybe winning the game, but overall, it's just the discipline and how you fight with these type of heroes. Was their shortcoming, and yeah, unfortunately, did lose that second game.
And BSJ, you weren't here for the last series, right? 5 men. Did you manage to catch it? What did you make of them? Were you impressed?
Yeah, I got the first game. I got the same impression from the first 2 series. They didn't obviously look quite as organized, being that they're more of a stack and new, but I was hoping for exactly what I saw from them coming out in that first game, and I'm glad to see they were able to finish it cleanly 2-0. So moving forward, it's going to be about consistency with stacks like that. And that, to me, one series is great, but can they hold it throughout the qualifiers? We talked about it yesterday. Not only is it important for them to get through the qualifier, but if they don't look solid in this, they're not going to go anywhere in the Immortal Division, even if they do make it. So long road ahead for them, but good start.
And that's the key thing, right? We're really getting to learn about all the teams here, whether they will actually be able to hang if they do get that chance. It's only 2 teams that will go through to the Immortal Division, and then it's a real big difference between what they're playing right now.
Yeah, the caliber is going to go up by tenfold.
Yeah.
I think a nice thing though about the qualifier is, for example, 5 men, when they win, they've now got a 4-day break before they have to play that upper bracket match to secure that semi-final, see if they can go through. So they've now got, let's say, a rest day. They've got, 2-3 scrim days. They've got a really nice way to prepare for that just single best of 3. It's not like it's today they have to play again, right? So the format is pretty nice for these guys just to really make sure they can improve and learn from that first series.
You say a rest day, though. Would they really be taking a rest day when it's this important? Do you think they'd just be going really hardcore, just practice more scrim as much as possible?
Well, I can confirm, as the person helping them with this planning, they are taking 1 rest day.
BSJ, would you agree they should take a rest day, or do you think they should be grinding it out?
Yeah, I'm totally fine.
It's
Since
Sunday,
they've got
man.
So long between now and the next match. Yeah, it's you gotta have that work-life balance. The worst thing you can do is get in your own head during a Dota game, Dota series, and I think taking a step back, collecting yourself, perfectly fine, especially after a good series like yesterday. Reward yourself. It's fine.
Yeah, a thing that most pro teams are realizing now is you don't need to pump in 9 scrims, 3 best of 3s in a day, or 3 best of 2s or whatever, right? All you need to do is you play, let's say, 2 best of 2s. You get to play your pubs, you get time to talk. Like, you don't just need to play games as a team to improve. You need to be able to communicate with each other, do all the strategy planning and stuff. So having a rest day is also another very valuable thing as well.
Well, we're going to get into Evil Corp going up against Unique. Unique clearly the favorite team into this one. But Evil Corp, you were saying, right, that a couple of these players come from the Hon days. They're players we should certainly be looking at. Even Kyle actually played against these in his day.
Yeah, these lads have, like, when I first started playing Dota 6 or so years ago, these were the guys that I was always looking at in qualifiers going, oh, wow, these guys are doing pretty well. But then, like, they'd either have get really close to qualifying for the qualifiers, or they would just kind of fall flat at some point. But they've been doing it consistently for many years. Maybe in the last year they fell off a little bit, but they've always been a staple in open qualifiers for being that annoying team that will take a game off of a real team actually trying to make it to the tournament. And these lads are just like, well, sorry guys, but we're not going to make it. So yeah, it's interesting to see them actually, back in another qualifier once again. It's very reminiscent for me.
Do you have much hope from them, though?
Yeah. These lads, they excel in the environment of best of ones, and they're all like, they have lots of experience together. They're all like top 100, 500 EU players. Like, they're clearly skilled. The issue is they're not they're not great. They're not good. If they were, they would have made it somewhere in the last 5 years, right? And now it's the best of 3 format, GSL as well, where there's also that bounce back part. Like, this format is not built for them. Best of ones, open qualifiers, go for it. Anything more, skeptical.
Now, BSJ, we look at the other side of Unique, right, that you were very keen on as well. And we look back and see the core of this roster have been able to have some success, but maybe now this is their time to shine a bit more. I'm looking at 663 or BBZ, however you want to say his name. He hasn't had a lot of success for quite many years, but is this the potential?
Oh, I really like the squad. I got to see a lot of them back when I casted ESL, and I've obviously been watching them off and on since. They're a lot like Hell. I put them in about the same tier as Hellraisers.
Okay.
I'd say their upper potential is a little bit higher, and their bottom potential is a little bit lower too. So they're a bit all over the place when it comes to the performances I see them, but they are quite capable of taking games off of tier 1 teams, and I do believe they're consistent enough to just straight up roll teams that they're supposed to beat. And let me just tell you, T-Gov, I was listening to your I didn't know any of the guys on Evil Corporation.
Yep.
And I can identify way too well with the backstory of what you gave me on them in EU. Because, I did that in NA for 3 years. And if you do that in one region, you don't actually interact with anybody else who does it in another region. Some of you guys are obviously making the big lands, but it's an exhausting process to just go through that, take games off good teams, but never quite make it there. Mm-hmm. And so just seeing your look of dismay of
it's rough, man. The worst thing as well, these lads are basically, for UK Dota, right? We're a meme in itself. We're irrelevant. But a couple of our best players actually played with these lads in qualifiers. Tanner, right? Used to play on NIP last year. He played in the TI9 qualifiers with these guys. In the first qualifier, they lost 2-1 to Archean Esports. Then they lost 2-1 to Hippomaniacs, who then had a really strong run. Yep. And in the second qualifier, they lost to Gorg in a best of 1. So what can you do? But they were so close to doing stuff with UK lads as well. I don't know. This team, it's sentimental. They're kind of like a UK team just because of what they've done. But I don't give them much hope for this. Draft-wise, though, we have got picks. This is probably the important part. The first pick, Undying, is very much a meta opening right now. Mm-hmm. Very strong lane support. It's got that heal. It's just got the fact that it's annoying. It's hard to deal with Tombstone. And the most important thing, his ultimate got reworked. So it's back to damage amp on his right click. Once he presses ultimate, punches a man, bang, damage amp. It's actually insane. The issue here, though, the response from Unique, they've pretty much gone for a very strong 3-4 combo that will make the Undying have no laning presence. So potentially Evil Corp are going to have to shuffle this Undying into a different lane, but of course still being that position 5.
I will say right now that I have played this matchup, and I am shocked that they picked Faceless Void into Beastmaster. I think, Faceless Void got buffed a little bit in 7.27, but I don't think he was a bad hero prior, but he's unplayable, at least from my opinion. So when I go into this game, that's how I'm going to look at it, against zoo heroes.
Yeah.
Like, he doesn't want to deal with consistent push because obviously he suffers with a long cooldown ultimate. And he's also mainly single target damage unless he gets like Battle Fury or Ags, but usually the pace of the game's too fast for those items. So I just see this Faceless Void hero, and now you're dealing with this Beastmaster Luna, and now they're trying to match it. They're not even giving me time to talk.
This draft is so quick. I think in terms of draft order, it was Undying first pick, where they picked the Void blind, and then Unique were able to then respond with the Beastmaster. So it was less of a picking into it, but it's the fact, like, the principles...
I thought I saw it the other way.
No, that's fine. There's the principles that BSJ highlight, which is why this Void blindly being picked, like, if they were second pick and they were able to pick Void, cover it with, like, the bands of Zoo, sure. But the fact that they've blind picked Void, been Beastmastered, and then eventually now you have Luna as well, it's like all the answers you need to deal with this early Void pick, and you've dealt with the Undying pick, it's very scary. The answer that they have is, let's double down on what we have. Let's go for a Huskar, which we haven't really seen. I don't think we actually saw any games on it at OGA. I might be wrong there, but it's really not fresh to mind.
So what you're telling me really is Evil Corp here are sticking to their guns, doubling down on it all, and they're going to try and make this work, but Unique are currently winning the draft.
Oh yeah, for sure. Like, even Huskar, for example, a Huskar draft is one that you play out your lane and you want to be able to, like, make moves to an objective, or at least try and play off of like a small skirmish timing. And the issue that Unique have is they don't really, like, they can group up so quickly, pressure towers, and that group potential completely outdoes the Huskar, because Huskar can't fight up into the death ball. He wants to be the one being the aggressor, and he can't when he's having to react to tower defense.
I wholeheartedly believe Beastmaster is going to run rampant this game. I just... This hero last patch was incredibly obnoxious. Really, the only thing they nerfed about him was the items he buys, but the idea of, like, you have to get to the Beastmaster, because as long as the hero is allowed to just sit in the back, the summons do so much damage, and you're just dying to them. Like, and they slow you, too. The boards are like a 40% slow max level, so heroes like Huskar, he has, like, the AoE disarm, but they don't have any AoE. Like, none of their skills actually clear these summons. So I hope their last hero is something like an Underlord, something of that nature that's just meant to tank or clear these summons. Because as of now, I don't really see how they deal with it. The split push aspect there too, because their only stun as of now is Chronosphere, and that's 140-second cooldown. Like, 160.
Yeah, like, where's their wave clear? Like, they've literally got nothing to deal with this push that is coming out. Like, they've seen the Beastmaster, and they've gone, okay, we need to find a way to deal with, like, we need to find a way to take an early fight damage. And they've done that, but then they've completely forgot about the aspect of how we push out our lanes quick enough to be able to make any plays on the map. They're locked into these timings, like BSJ said, and they're also locked into the fact that the time it takes to push out lanes to make any moves is also going to be incredibly high. So unless they somehow find some miracle way to play a strong laning phase, which I already don't see because they're outdrafted in that capacity, then it's going to be pretty hard for them to cleanly move around the map.
So Unique's still in a really good position.
This pick has a lot of weight.
Yeah.
Yes. It's
is there an option to build, like, dig themselves a way out of this?
I'm trying to think of, like, what offlaner you have, right? Because BSJ, mate, thoughts?
So it clears waves, right?
Yeah.
There's some split pushing aspect. It's a little bit of a stun. Thing for me is it doesn't synergize with Void really at all, and you just die to Roar. So, like, if Roar plus Luna like clicking you, even if you're rolling, I think Pango's strongest suit is when he's able to roll into the fight and, like, you can't do anything to him for the next 6 to 8 seconds or whatever. So in this case, I don't think that's the case at all. And now they get a decent lane counter to Huskar. Usually you want, like, the ranged right clickers that are hard to Burning Spear. Wind Ranger's a perfect example of this.
Yeah, really good.
I don't want to be too skeptical or too biased here or whatever, but I think Team Unique's lineup this is going to be an ugly one based on how I understand the matchups and the core roles right now.
Yeah. My fear is this Pango pick, it's not really a strong laner. Again, on paper, like, their draft on paper, it has timings, it has moments, right? But it's getting there. And Pango doesn't play a strong lane. Void plays quite a passive lane as well. Sometimes you can argue otherwise. Huskar, now it's been countered as well with the Windrunner. Like, there's going to be no lane that I'm going to see them go, wow, they can actually make their mark here and then maybe shift the balance of like the map movements. So when they're playing static in all three lanes, potentially losing them, that's when you set up for, you know, a hard game. And then Unique, they have that push potential. Beastmaster, Luna, they've got the annoying spells to deal with the Pango already with the Bane Grip, the Beastmaster Roar. So even if they do have a good start to the game, their early kind of team fight is fully mitigated from level 6 on these heroes. So yeah, I think Unique, they've got the better draft, and yeah, it's going to be really rough. But if Evil Corp can win this game, then you've got to give them a lot of credit, because it's so scary from draft alone right now.
Do you think they kind of just like hindered themselves straight off that second pick, and then it was kind of them clutching at straws to try and make this work?
I think the first phase Void is fine if you can at least you have an approach to second phase, because it's like you pick the Void and then the response is Zoo, right? Or at least push. Let's not use the Zoo term; it's not really a thing anymore. But push. So then, if they had multiple ways to de-push, then I could argue, okay, it's a good idea, because they've baited out a play style and then they've answered it, but they've not answered the upcoming play style that they're going to deal with. So, yeah, a little bit.
All right, BSJ, I'm going to start with you. We still got a bit of time, so you can give it to me. I clearly think you're going to be going for Unique, but give me your reasons why, and if there's any chance here for the EC boys.
I just think Beastmaster, like, they addressed his roar aspect, and I'm going to go for Team Unique, no spoilers here, but the roar aspect of him is nice, but it's more about the consistent pressure that he always represents, and he's a hero that you either have to gank as 4, or you just let him take your buildings, because no single hero in the game, for the most part, can really survive getting roared when they're alone. So it creates a situation where you have, like yesterday we saw in the game with the Timbersaw plus Lifestealer cores, where they just have heroes they have to like 4-man gank. There's like too many of them, and you just don't have enough heroes in that stage in the game. But the thing is, Void is really powerful late game here. They don't have a save for Chrono, so if he's able to get like 3 or 4 items up, that's when they'll shine. But as T-Gov's already kind of mentioned, they didn't address the push really at all, so I can't envision them getting there. But if this game manages to go like 35, 40 minutes, at that point, I would favor the Dire draft here.
Well, let's see. I'm guessing you're going for Team Unique as well, right?
Yeah.
Cool. Okay, T-Gov's on 2 Unique. It's Team Unique all the way here. We've got Killer Pigeon and Pycat ready to deliver the action from this opening game. Boys, do you see any hope here for EC, or is it just Unique all the way?
Yeah, I feel there's a little bit of negative Nellyism going on here, okay? You give a little bit of credit to Evil 4. When I look at these 2 teams, Team Unique in the last 10 series, I was checking this up, they've only lost one series actually overall. So they are looking a bit rough in that regard. Whereas, I mean, come on, Pycat, how can you go against very, very, very discount evil geniuses?
I don't think you can, man. You just can't go against the discount evil geniuses. But I don't know. We'll see.
These guys once upon a time played with Hannah and come with the Arm Dragon out. I'm not going to try and justify this. This is definitely a team which has not been seen at all, hasn't had much, kind of accolades to their name, versus Unique that have been around for a long time now, right? These are the seasoned CIS players.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like a lot of these players have been around for a long time, but maybe they haven't had them, all that much success. I mean, maybe bar BZC with the Pugnaset, but
hey, he probably made some hard dollar from that. Okay.
Yeah, definitely.
I'm still trading those things to chocolate bars at this point. Well, we can understand where the panels come from, these two drafts, right? Like, when you see Luna, Beastmaster, straight away, you can understand why it would be the favorable draft out of the 2 sides.
Yeah. I think it's kind of like I feel like they both have kind of clear-cut ideas of what they want to do, right? It's like on the one side, it's like a really disruptive way of fighting with the Chronos and the just Huskar going in and Pango roly-poly, and some Oracle saves. And Unique kind of just want to push, They want to do kind of well in their lanes and just take a lot of buildings early on.
Yeah, that's the big difference, right? Like, one side, they have to kill to enable anything, while the other can just push or just dominate the fights.
Yeah.
By the way, Pycat, turns out you can hear me audio speaker.
Okay,
So I want to bump that down a little.
Yeah. Gotcha.
It's alright, guys. This is silly days.
Is that better? Is it working better?
think so.
All right,
Yeah.
just let me know how it goes.
A little bit now. We had a tweak to the gun.
Yeah.
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 So cool game. We had a few kills so far. They have all been in Evil Corp's favor, which, I mean, this is kind of what was highlighted, right? It's like they want to succeed here. They kind of have to come up with the start and start to at least dominate the lane. So it's definitely looking that way for EC.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of surprising. I think like normally you wouldn't think that like a Pango and Undying Lane would do that well against Bane Luna, but you know, you got the Orb of the Venom, and Luna's attack range is pretty garbage. So yeah, maybe some slight misplays. Who knows? Maybe some lucky shots.
Oh, okay. I may have messed up and had myself mute the whole time. We're not going to talk about that, though. We're not going to talk about that.
Alright.
It's okay. See, the tech issues were coming from me all along. All right, apologies for that, folks. You can actually hear me clearly now. We big brain. We actually got a little bit of a deny in the bot lane. So far, all in all, as we were highlighting, like Unique, there is an argument that they just have to hit creeps. They can afford to hemorrhage a death or two here and there, and it doesn't really matter, which is what is happening constantly across the map right now. Is there a concern that EC can like close the map out quick enough that Unique can't just be like, okay, we're still getting good CS?
Yeah, I mean the thing is, it's like I don't know if this mid lane is supposed to go this way. I don't have that much experience with this lane, but I feel like when they're supposed to do kind of well. Like maybe once you get the javelin, it kind of changes a little bit. Oscar might not be able to stand there, but I feel like if like the thing about EQ's draft is that they don't really need that much to kind of come online. Like the heroes are like they have Tombstone, and once Pango gets 6, it's gonna be really easy for them to fight, just like around Chrono and stuff. Whereas Unique, they kind of rely a bit more on items. So I think if they do, like, I mean, it's not crazy good in the lanes yet. I mean, they have some kills, but you see it's less than a 1k advantage in terms of gold. So
Yeah.
not really balling out.
And I guess the other, I was gonna say the other side to it maybe is like usually when we talk about Void, there's like big combos to go with the Chrono, right? Is that maybe a weakness for EC? Is that the Chrono is its own standalone thing?
No, I don't really think so. I mean, I think they have like, I feel like the idea behind the draft sort of is like there's this Husker with Oracle, right? And then Void and Pango, they're kind of like initially they're kind of just disruptive. Like eventually Void will get items. You know, if the game drags on, he's gonna be, you know, he's gonna be that hero that can do a lot of stuff on his own later on. But initially, I feel like they kind of just like they can fight. You know, like they don't necessarily need the Chrono all the time. They can fight around Pango and the fact that, you know, Oracle Husker is a strong combination, and the Undying is gonna have a lot of levels. So I think they should be okay, like fighting early on. I don't think they have to rely too much on this Chrono.
Okay. And I guess the other thing is like if they do catch aim like Chrono, it's more or less an assured kill, right? Like you've got one sort of pseudo save, which is the Bane. There's no other like hard save where you usually see things like Wyverns or Oracles like Evil Corp has.
Yeah, I mean, I think the sleep, it can definitely be okay. I mean, it kind of depends on the angles of the Chrono, right? You know, he can't always get in there, and I feel like it's gonna be a little bit messy for like. I think it's pretty hard to play Bane in this game. You know, there's so much stuff. There's so much. You know, there's like some Tombstone, some Angry Huskar, some Void, some Pango just rolling around. So it's not an easy Bane game, but you might be able to save a hero or two.
No, it's just a case of how many heroes you have to save in these fights, right? Like, all terms and purposes, when you think about like Unique's draft, the way it functions, as long as Luna is able to fight, you still feel confident. Because everything about the rest of their lineup is how do I set up kills for Plantamus?
Yeah, I feel like, I mean, what's really, you know, going well for Unique right now is this bottom lane, I would say. I mean, it's really tough, I think, playing Void Oracle into this. You know, there's so much, it's so easy for these Unique heroes to just clear the creeps and kind of just keep pushing, and that's why you see them doing so well. And, you know, Lina is just a strong hero. Like, it's really annoying for any core pretty much to play against this hero. And with that, I think this beast, I mean, he's looking to have a really early Necro book, and I think they should be able to take some pretty early towers with this. So I think, you know, right now I'd say both teams are kind of, you know, like just having some standard normal progress. And yeah.
Do you think that's the lane that if you're Evil Corp, you want to rotate to like the Pango when he gets 6, maybe just instantly goes towards bot, because that's predictably going to be where the push is going to come from, around the back of this Beastmaster, and Pango's your only wave clear.
Yeah, I mean, what most likely, I mean, this bottom tower looks like it's going to go down pretty soon. We'll see if there's a deny or not. But yeah, I mean, it's not impossible for Pango to rotate to bottom. It kind of depends on when the Beast pops his book, I feel like. I feel like they don't really want to give up too much damage on this tier 2. Yeah, we see how
the Britain go down. Yep, jumps around to BZZ, and Illusion, he makes the best of a bad situation. Makes some lemonade as he takes out the tier 1. Oh no, Oracle. All right, Jerry, you got the deny.
The deny matters a lot, I think. Like when you make the rotation, and if Lina manages to just hit the tower anyway and get it, then it's questionable whether or not it's worth it, but with the deny, that's definitely worth it.
Of course, there was a rotation towards the top lane that netted 2 kills for the side of Unique as they got rid of both the Omegalil and Undying. So, both mids having similar ideas on different sides of the map.
Yeah, I think, I mean, it's kind of favored still, I would say, for Evil Corp. Because, I mean, they get the deny on the tower, and it kind of like, this beast, he really wants to get these towers. He does have his Necro Book now, so once he gets 6, this Void, he kind of just has to leave this lane. Like, there's no way Void can just sit here and, I mean, if he gets ward, he's pretty much dead. Like, he doesn't see the Lina, he has no vision, he has this one ward down here. It's gonna expire in a minute, but he's gonna kind of have to get out of this lane. Probably rotate, maybe potentially mid. They could kind of collapse on this. They're already doing it right now, but...
Very into 19-teen. Snorpy a little bit off the mark there. They will go pretty deep. The shackle shot does come out. 19-teen still slowed down for the moment, but Belaja may have gone a little bit too deep. Light Strike Array comes out, and the Huskar gets instantly punished. They might find more. There's a setup for a Light Strike Array if they want to go for it. Snorpy will try and move away, and they just about miss him with the stun. So only be, well, maybe more than one casualty. Snorpy gets caught. Nice shackle shot by 19-teen, gets the kill, and they even rotate Flemmeister here. This Void doesn't really have any kind of purpose here other than maybe hit 1 or 2 creeps.
Yeah, I feel like ideally, like if this Void is closer here at this point, I didn't see exactly when he ported, but if he's there when this happens, like if they're bringing the Void there with a Chrono, it most likely ends up with a kill on the Windrunner, and then they can kind of collapse on the tower. But now they're not, like they bring in these 2 supports, and it's kind of hard to kill the Windrunner because he can just run away kind of fast. And yeah, definitely not an ideal way of doing this.
I was gonna say, you can see the moment of kind of desperation, right? When they didn't hit the swashbuckle and get the slow off, it felt like that was maybe the moment to cut your losses, but then they immediately just decide, well, I'm a Huskar, I can just dive anything, right?
Yeah, and I feel like it's definitely tough if you don't bring the Void in there, or, you know, like you have to be a little bit more clutch, right? You want to get the fortune in on the Windrunner when he Windruns, and it's kind of hard to pull off, I think. I think now, like, it's really tricky now for Evil Corp to kind of play right now, because Unique have taken over their jungle, the Beast is bottom, Beast is hitting this tier 2. It's like 3 damage, the Void just died.
And it's just look at this. They're going for 19-teen. They get the kill, but you mentioned already, Beast is bot. They just rotated 4 heroes for the Wind Ranger after the Void gets eliminated by the supports of Unique, and the pressure's already been mounted on this tier 2 bot. It's probably going to go down, actually.
Yeah, and I think like this Windrunner doesn't really mind that much. I feel like Lina should be able to. They should be able to hold this tower. I think it's very. Like they should definitely aim to hold this tower when they have this much. You can already see like the Lina is level 8, and Windrunner is about to spawn again, and he can kind of just power shot these creeps.
Yeah, and with this many heroes here, it's going to become enticing as they will TP over. Nightmare does connect with Undying. They'll be able to get him out of it for the moment. They don't want to commit too hard onto such a maybe low-value kill, especially when he's so beefy right now. Trying to get rid of the Tombstone. One more heal. Do it. Nightlight Strike Array and the Shackle Shot follow-up is good. The moving in Illusion gets low. Now the Chrono does go down. Huskar has to be saved by the False Promise. Stuck inside his own teammate's Chrono. Fanscore just trying to back away. Belaja very low, but will heal up by the end of it. BCZ in the meantime going to be chased down and killed off. And Huskar back ready on half HP. They bring down the Wind Ranger. Chase forward. Fanscore burns out to the dots. And it looks like they can turn around and finally get that tier 1 tower after a formidable fight coming out of Evil Corp.
Yeah, I mean, this is still kind of what is nice about this EC lineup is that, you know, like, even though they're kind of down so much gold, you can see, like, the way they can fight with their heroes, even though they don't have any items, it's... I feel like it's kind of on Unique, this. Like, I don't think they had to commit that much, and like you said, like, going on the Undying, it doesn't really make sense at all, right? he's just disruptive, and you know, so is the Pango, and then there's a Void Chrono. Like, they get this Oracle save off on the Huskar, and you kind of can't kill him at that point. He's gonna regen too much with Berserk Blood. And so I feel like they have to.
They were... Oh, go ahead.
They don't really need to commit there. I think they can just kind of stay back and just, you know, like, I feel like the push was pretty much done when they started committing on this Undying. They could just kill the creeps and then just sit there with a few heroes and watch this easy lineup just stay there while Luna was free farming top. So
that was the part I was going to highlight onto, right? Is it felt like they got kind of baited in that our Luna is always farming, so he can do whatever he wants. Which is kind of true to an extent. And now they're going to try and do what they want to the Huskar, but he's so goddamn tanky. Straight away, this stun just to try and deter him, but they do get him in the end. Lina has the damage. Illusion doing so much work in this game. It's Northby doing a lot of work to win range, and will bring down 19 as he gets brought to the ground. And there's Blindmoss. This time the Luna shows up, and look at the ferociousness coming out from Unique. It's the Glaives chase on for more targets. 4 are going to fall on the side of Evil Corp. The price of 2 for Unique. And that's what happens when the Luna shows up.
What the just happened?
Yeah, I mean, it was a really nice Luna stun there. And combination like with the Luna hitting and just the Moonblaze bouncing. And at the same time, they're also getting this tier 2 bottom. Beast is gonna have his Necro Book 3 now and like 200 gold. And Luna just got so much gold right there. It's pretty much completed, man, I think.
Yeah, this has always been the threat of Luna, right? This is why this hero has been so popular recently, is it just accelerates at a ridiculous rate, and because the aura especially gives you this ability, especially when you got things like Beastmaster in your team, to just start balling up much earlier than your opponents are capable of.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, Luna is like, I mean, you look at these heroes and you can think like, you know, like it's so much easier for this Luna to farm than anyone else, and she's also gonna have the Beast aura, and it's gonna be pretty spooky. But that's the thing about EC now, like. I feel like this is kind of what they should be doing, you know. They should be just going around as a unit and just taking these towers, like try to bait them into stupid fights like they did before. Just some awkward engagements, and it's gonna probably benefit them if they can get the Oracle save off.
Yeah, and they're trying to go for the big objective, but they have to be hesitant because Huskar keeps getting too low. They do see Illusion. I'll just try to go straight for him. He throws that Laguna because he knows he's done and dusted.
Yeah, the thing though is that like you see this Beast now, he's gonna have this Book 3 flying in, and I mean like if Pango's not careful right now, he could just get roared and die, and then this bottom tier 3 could take a lot of damage here.
Yeah, the Lunas are right. I think they're willing to take the trade, right? Like you can't interrupt the Roche now, but you might be able to get a tier 3 tower. And easily get a kill onto the Sangaleer. Try and make their way back. Yeah, I was about to say, Undying needs to cancel that TP this time.
Yeah, I'm fine.
That would have been an insta-death.
Yeah, I don't know about this. I think it's kind of tough for Evil Corp at this point, because unless Unique choose to fight them, I feel like it's very difficult for them to actually take fights, because it's so easy for Unique to, at this point, just push lanes. Like, they have Power Shot, they have Luna, they have Beast, and they have Lina. And they can just clear waves. And there's no real reason, like, now they have Aegis, but they don't have the best catch. They have a Chrono, you know, but if they waste it on one hero, then it's gonna be really hard for them after that. So...
It's that big nuclear deterrent, right? It's like this thing that waving in the face of Team Unique. Like, if you fight us, we'll Chrono you. But the moment you use it, it's like, okay, now you're just gonna get ran over.
Mm-hmm.
That's always the worry.
Yeah, and not even necessarily ran over. It's just they can just dodge fight, right? There's like they don't have much catch at all on Evil Corp. They need their early game to go slightly better so that they can get some items that allow them to catch, or that Unique are just less farm, so they can't push waves as fast.
It's true. I guess the other side to it as well is like when the Chrono's there, Unique struggle to initiate on the Oracle first, right? Because there is that Chrono threat. But as soon as that's down, like suddenly this Huskar Oracle combination is threatened because the Oracle is so much more vulnerable.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and they also have the Beast, like the vision from the Beastmaster, and which kind of makes it really spooky for both the Oracle and the Void to play at this point. It's really hard. You know, there's some Hawk scouting you, and there's some Beast with Necro Book, and he can. I mean, at this point, he can solo kill almost anyone, maybe except for the Huskar. So it's hard for them to just show on lanes. They need to stay grouped up.
And, you know, this is exactly what we're seeing. They might get killed on a ban score, sure, but he doesn't care. Because when you look at the rest of the map, like, if there was a heat signature for the last few minutes, like, there's constant Evil Corp blobs in one location. And then there's just Unique completely scattered across the map.
Yeah, you see Beast, he's just sitting bottom, he has Hawk, he has Necropook, he can kind of be ward and vision that's there. There's a ward that's about to die in 1 minute on the Mount Everest. And then you have the Lina just top, and Luna's just farming jungle, and Winter is also kind of just farming jungle or going wherever she needs to be. I think they need to have they kind of need to have the Huskar, I think, push out one lane, he kind of just has to push it out because it's not that easy to go for him at this point. Like he has Halberd, he has Aegis, and he kind of just needs to shove these lanes like really hard and just not be so afraid of dying or just getting gone on because they're not gonna kill him that fast. So he needs to be able to push out these lanes and potentially have Pango pushing out some lanes too, and then they smoke with some other heroes, and maybe they can get a kill on the Beast, and that way they can get the bottom lane pushed out. I think like the Lina.
Oh, I was just gonna say it's a tough part of them trying to push out as well, right? Because we have to remember this is a Pango support. Like this isn't your I'm gonna build a Maelstrom or a Vlad's and I'll quickly just get the waves done and dusted. Like
yeah, no, that's kind of the issue, and he also has this one point in shield crash, so he can't really clear waves that fast.
That kind of makes me wonder, like, is the Undying experiment feeling like it's working so far? I mean, he's got a mech, it's nice, he's not the easiest kill. He's kind of been successfully frontlining so far, more so than we usually see Undying succeed with in recent patches. But it hasn't amounted to much outside of that really good engagement around the tier 1 mid.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like the Undying, it's kind of fine. It's just, I feel like this Void, he's not really doing anything this game, He made this one chrono, which was pretty good, where they want to fight, but it's so hard for him to play because he can't show up on lanes alone. Like, they don't have any way, none of the heroes actually push lanes at all. Like, unless the Void has a Maelstrom or the Huskar has a Maelstrom or something.
Alright, Pango gone. Vanscore, I don't know why he decided he wanted to go for a nap himself. He's going to be chased onto the route, he's going to connect, and he'll try and stay invis, but they'll throw down a sentry and kill him off. 1-for-1 trade, and look who's just farming at the same time top. Everyone from the side of EC comes to that.
They force a bunch of ports, and the Luna he's just shoving lanes, and they kind of just fall back. They lose a Bane, they trade for a Pango. There's a bunch of ports, and this is also like the Aegis timer, right? They're doing this while having Aegis, and now they're just like this hitting neutrals like this. I think you can't really do that at this point. I think they need to be way more focused on actually getting lanes out. Like none of the heroes should really be allowed to jungle that much. I feel like they need to run around and run at the enemy and just like push waves and run at enemies. I feel like if they're hitting neutrals, then something is wrong.
Yeah, in fairness, like this is kind of a common thing we see with the first Aegis, right? Maybe you get a tower, possibly 2 out of it, but it's not too much more. The most critical moment is going to be the next Aegis, especially when you've got a Huskar focus lineup, which even with a Void in there, it feels like, everything, all the chips are in Huskar's kind of hands at this point with this lineup.
Yeah, I mean, potentially, right? Like, there's always this chance of taking this really good fight with the Huskar, you're just not dying, but I mean, with the way the goal is going, Kyle, it's like they're just getting split, right? They don't really have a good answer to this. The Beast is bottom with this book. There's a few heroes top. Yeah, they might get this tier 2 mid, but it's like they're not gaining momentum. They're not really gaining gold. They need to.
They might end up losing heroes in this deck. Like, look at Vanscore. He's setting up for a perfect opportunity here. They're TPing away, so he'll stop one of them. And it looks like they'll be able to fish for at least 1 kill. And they decide to take the easy one. Fiend Script goes out and Undying. And Storpy, just trying to save the life of his core, won't be able to do so. And all the while that happened, by the way, in the bot lane, that was a solo kill for the Beastmasters. BCZ's hitting onto the high ground.
Yeah, I mean, Vanscore's just being an asshole, right? He's just running around with his Shadow Amulet, just lurking in some positions, and then he just, he just has to sleep a guy, and then mission accomplished, right? And they're gonna get, they're gonna get a free back bottom, some buybacks.
He's just kind of sitting there trying to say, Chappie, this is how it's done, all right? This is how you do things. Because he could just,
this is the way
make a Shadow Cape right now.
Yeah.
I mean, it was impressive as well, because you kind of like see how that whole thing was breaking down, right? The tier 2 is being pushed on mid, and Vanscore was just sitting there the whole while. He understood that they were going to try and TV back. It's just a matter of what's the high value target you can find.
Yeah, I mean, he just had to sleep a guy, right? Like, he sleeps this Undying, and then, like, I feel like at that point, I think you just leave the Undying, like fuck it. He's gone, like,
Yeah.
Just get out.
Like maybe
go
hunt for the
bottom,
feed script
play
on
the
a
red.
better kill or something. Well, this is kind of worrying though, actually, now that you look at Evil Corp, right? Because the whole base is exposed at this stage. Roche is going to be up in a minute 20. I feel like if you let Unique take the next Roche on uncontested, the game is kind of closed at that point.
Yeah, I think already at this point, I mean, it's definitely really difficult because they need to position themselves, so that they can fight, right? They need to have the Oracle in the back and they need to engage, but it's so easy for Unique to play at this point, you know? They just have to split and there's such limited catch, you know? Like, there's no Yules on the Pango, there's no, like, Void doesn't have any kind of mobility items, you know? He's just, like, walking around, you know, through Hawks and through Vision. And so they kind of just need to play this, you know, like,
Go
you know,
Pycat,
cat and
what
mouse.
are you eating?
Just run around and eventually...
Is it as tasty as a Faceless Void kill? Nope, they can't quite get him. All right, he'll get away with it. Man, Vanskull really is being the most infuriating Bane to deal with that I've seen in a while, these positionings.
Yeah, but you see this Void's net worth, right? Like, this is... What is he supposed to do, you know? He at this point, he's below the Undying, you know? Like, he's some 6k net worth Void. There's this 14k Luna.
Undying? He's going to survive. They did use the false promise onto him, though, so Valaja might want to be careful about going in because the prime roll comes out. He instantly gets punished midway through the animation. No chance to pounce on top of a target. 2 dead. No false promise to work with. All right, you said he was doing nothing, and they agree. They don't see the Faceless Void's Chrono saving them from the rest of this game. They GG out. Unique, absolute storm, take game 1 over Evil Corp.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like Unique kind of just... After this lane stage, it was kind of whatever, then they kind of just play, you know, like mouse and rat, right? They're just dodging. They don't need to take fights. And I feel like EC maybe didn't focus on the right things to do.
Yeah, they started off strong, right? They got some early kills. It just felt like that started to wane off, and then Team Unique invested less resources. They played the split push game, and okay, panel, we get it. You were right. Sure, you can spend like 10 minutes talking about how amazing you are now. No? Don't toss? Okay. Well, fine. They're not ready yet. I wouldn't be surprised they're not ready, actually. Let's be fair, right? That game looked like it had 2 or 3 more minutes left in it. Maybe 1 more fight for EC. But you can kind of understand, like, teams have different approaches, right, Pycat? Like, some teams, they'll fight until the bitter last, and other teams are like, I don't want to get the morale down too hard. I'd rather reset, go next game, pretend that one didn't happen.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like, you know, like, it kind of depends, right? Like, I think this game is kind of like, they're just slowly getting out-farmed, and they don't really have an answer, or they don't see an answer, right? And because they don't see an answer, then they feel like there's nothing to do here, you know? They see their heroes, they're just getting out-farmed, out-leveled, and they don't know what to do. And so, you know, like, what's the point in them playing on this game? I think it's fine to just tap out, reset, maybe rethink your strategy or ideas, and go again.
We'll see if they can do that. Reset their mind, come back, change the draft a little bit. I think we've got some people here who can talk a bit more about that game for us.
Thank you very much, guys. Yes, KP, we were slightly delayed in getting ready for this one. About as delayed as your mic was at that point to start off with. But we got there in the end, you know. Quality control has to be taken care of. There was a bit of a lackluster quality, though, coming out of that EC camp.
Yeah, I think the main thing was they had to try and hit the game with a stride. They had to try and, you know, leave their mark in the laning phase, which already was an uphill struggle. You see how they made some changes. They put like the Undying in the offlane role, the Pango in position 4, just to try and give them some like, laning presence. But fundamentally, sure, you get some kills, but CS, they were down by like 10, 20 CS on their cores, leaving laning phase. Like, it's just so rough to play this type of game.
I don't think they gave themselves the tools at all to play Dota. I was trying to be as optimistic as I could for them coming out of when we were doing our analysis of the draft, but I think the most fundamental mistake I'll call in a draft is when you look at your lanes that are already set up, like you see the Beastmaster versus Void matchup, you're going to have your tower getting pushed super early. And Huskar is a hero that wants momentum. He doesn't want to be responding to other lanes that are getting pressured. And you pick this Huskar hero, and it's like you lose your tower super early on in the game in the safe lane, which allows the Beastmaster to rotate and mess with the other lanes too. And yeah, you see like some Chronos, but like I don't know. Like all these fights, you just feel so. Even if you win, then what? You know, maybe you'll get one tower off of it, but when there's no fight happening, when there's no Chronosphere, that long cooldown, the map is just so much easier to play for Team Unique's lineup. Luna's going to be hitting creeps, Beastmaster's pushing lanes, Wind Ranger's like rotating to the Beastmaster, and it just, you have this Undying offlane, which like you said, they mixed it up, but there's a reason why this hero isn't offlane. If you compare its teamfight presence to that of a hero like Beastmaster that stuns, you know, the stuns are what matter coming from the offlaner, and I was surprised they lasted this long, honestly. I thought the laning stage, they were looking pretty decent. They were at 4-0 in kills, but kills just don't matter sometimes. Like you said, they were down in CS every lane, and it just seemed like a ticking time bomb for this Luna Beastmaster to just shove high ground super early on.
Yeah, I think as well, like, even if they do leave laning phase and actually try and muster up a fight, right? Like we saw in the highlight where they chrono behind the tower, it's even after that fight, the time it takes for their heroes to even do structural damage, you're going to have, for example, like this Lena just being like chipping away, Beastmaster with axes. Like there's so many small ways that Unique can just go, all right, this is not a clean push for you, that eventually you do hit such an easy timing. Like when you see a draft and you see a timing, which is 15, 20 minutes, that's so easy to get to, because even if you take early pressure, you give away, let's say, 2 towers, you're still going to find the items. In this game, they didn't even have to give up that many towers to get to that timing, and then suddenly you're now at 5, and you're just going to win the game, because your ability to play as a 5 unit is just so much stronger in both draft and in execution.
Now, you both touched on that Undying being in the off lane. What are your thoughts on that?
It's like, it's meant to be a support. Like, let's not try and, you know, make up stuff out of nowhere just to try and sound cool, but it is a position 5, it is a support hero, and the only time in which it could potentially be ran in an offlane capacity is when the enemy team lacks any true like big team fight and they have no tombstone hitter, because then it would activate this like high level Undying with this tombstone, being able to run in the fight, having a like, you see, like it's already a very hard criteria to meet to enable it. Therefore, that is why it is simply just a 5.
Yeah, I think it would also, on top of what you already said, I think it would have to like stomp the enemy carry. It'd have to be some strength carry, like Sven or Lifesteal or something like that, where you just dominate the lane CS. But a ranged Agi carry, like that's not exactly the type of carry that you try to match up this offlane Undying against. Yeah. So with all that being said, I hope they go kind of drop back to the drawing board of just straightforward Dota, like from the side of Evil Corp. I think Team Unique punched all their boxes this time around, and I think they'll just bring back a nice fundamental draft in game 2, and it's on Evil Corp to mix it up, because I don't think Team Unique really did anything fancy here. I think they just played fundamentally good Dota, fundamentally good draft, and executed properly.
Yeah, and sometimes that's all you need when it comes to it. Now, an interesting part of this Team Unique lineup is they've got a mix of some more experienced players and the 2 young guns in there with it. Would you say this is kind of like the recipe for success going forward, to try and bring a team up now when you are relying on some of these older players and the experience they have?
I think it's always nice to see younger players coming into the scene, because you don't really see like these players do it. And even though we mentioned like other young players and coming in the scene, they have these 2 young guys, they have been on teams before, right? So it's not as if it's like this is their first appearance. It's just the fact that you're putting a lot of trust in, like, for example, the position 4 player, 17 years old, playing support. Like normally support role in Dota is like, you used to be a core player, or you're like the older kind of guy, and then you kind of get put down, right? Like, of course you have like Yapzor on those lands, but in terms of like these tier 2 scene, it's normally like the older guys who kind of relegate themselves.
Take a step back.
Yeah, exactly. So it is nice to see some of these young guns, the pub players, and they are getting into these teams and eventually pushing up into like higher tiers.
The 4 position is much more flashy, I would say, than the 5. I would almost say more and more experienced veterans are becoming 3 positions, if anything, because that's kind of like the shot calling game planner of the core roles, right? So if I had to choose, I think it's going to become more and more popular. I think maybe like a year or 2 ago, a lot of teams were doing that. And then I think a lot of people are realizing it's like, oh, wow, we can have this super flashy 4 position player. And then players like S4 are even captaining from the 3 position. So I think that type of thing is still being solved within these tier 2-esque type teams. And they're still figuring out, okay, what's the recipe for success? But I do think Team Unique has a lot of the components that it'll take to go to the next level. It's it's the same thing as Hellraisers, right? They have the fundamentals of drafting. They have all the things they got to like stomp these type of teams. Like, I don't think they're ever going to throw away a draft because it's just bad. They'll never make these fundamental mistakes that I felt like Evil Corp made in this first game. But it's like that X factor to go to the next level. Does Team Unique have it? These type of series, this is exactly what I expect from them, but doesn't really tell me anything new, you know?
Yeah, like a way that we described it when we were trying to qualify for TI last year and the Timberman joined the roster. It's like when you have a team that knows like the fundamentals of draft and stuff, you need to find like what is your highest point as a team and what is your lowest point. And you need to work out how to make that lowest point still be like as good as like the average of all the teams in the tournament, because it means you can still kind of convert a best of 3. It means you can still like eke through on a bad day. And like if we like looked at Chaos, for example, back in those days, our lows were we shouldn't even be a team. Like, why are we playing Dota, right? And then our highs were like,
I respect the honesty.
Why not? And our highs were like, God damn, we've been in these like TI teams in like best of ones. We're taking it to the third game, but like we can be at the tournament. But just Timberman like highlighting this and like we're working out. Okay, so now we know. Okay, what's our lows? You find out the moments and you can build up on the lows, bring it up. So for example, like Team Unique, as BSJ said, like their highs are really high and their lows are really low. So for tier 2, tier 3 teams, it's trying to basically bring that kind of top and bottom and draw it together so that your consistency and your average is good enough that you can actually exist within like the higher space of Dota 2 or tier 1 team, sorry.
And are we putting that kind of like the way they need to work that out on the captain, on Vanscore? Because he's obviously played for teams like Na'Vi before. He's been on Empire. He's been there, right? He's experienced some of those highs. Is it his job now to create that understanding? It's
very much a team effort. Okay. I think public opinion on teams is pretty diluted in the sense that they see captain and they think the captain is like the big brain or all does it all, right?
Yeah.
They see a coach and they think, oh wow, he's all the draft, you know, like Dota is very much a camaraderie of everyone chips in, right? Like a strategy could be brought up by the quiet guy, you know, the draft could be suddenly your recruit from your offlaner who doesn't do anything, right? Like it's all about the synergy of everyone working together. So the experienced guys might know how to approach the team ethic, but like the new guys might have that flair and the drafting capabilities that kind of teach the new guy, oh wait, we should actually reveal our carry early and hold our support because we get the laning matchup and stuff. So it's very much the fusion of everyone is what drives success.
Absolutely. Some of my biggest draft wins when I took some games off of better teams back in my day was off of some like random proposal from somebody that usually doesn't have something much to do with the draft. You know, they're not the guy clicking the buttons. They're not the guy establishing, you know, our first 2 picks or what have you. But I think with these type of teams, when you have these young players, the job of the captain is to instill confidence in the young player of their own understanding of Dota. You know, like have confidence to be like, I'm going to pick this 4 position hero and I'm going to own the laning stage, or I'm going to take over the team fights in the mid to late game. Like as long as they're able, like they always have the skill, right? These young guns, they always got the mechanics, the button pressing, and usually they have pretty good knowledge too. But a lot of that, surprisingly, in my experience in this level of play, is whether or not they can follow through on their own gut instinct to basically apply everything they know and trust themselves about Dota. So that's the job of the captain in my eyes. It's not necessarily that they're picking all the heroes or whatever, but it's making sure that their entire team is on that same page. And that's easier said than done.
Oh, yes.
Once again.
Yeah. It's just like trying to work with people you respect, right? Like when you're coming up into a new space, right? You see people and you're like, wow, this guy, I want to get to his level. And then you get to their level and now you're like, you only ever want to listen to what they say rather than bring yourself into that kind of that space. So that's exactly what these guys are doing. It's hoping to bring in all the elements together, work off your own knowledge, and then you push forward.
Now, one thing that's interesting for me, especially in Dota, is just looking at how some of these guys have been playing for so long and yet not reached that top level yet, and they're still grinding, they're still pushing throughout these tournaments. Do you think having some of those younger players might just help with a bit of that like motivation boost, be like, oh yeah, I'll get that hunger back again?
I think we're touching more on now the lack of tier 2 support and how, that's probably where we're going to go with this angle rather than that part, but I'm sure BSJ can also back that one up. But yeah, poor BZZ, man. Yeah. 2014 success, 2019.
That's what I'm saying. That's why I mentioned it when we were looking at it. I'm like, wow, you had success a long time ago. Like, I didn't have success back in my playing career, and obviously it's a CS, but like after a year, I was like, cool, yep, best I'm hitting retirement now, boys.
Yeah, it's a rough one for sure.
I don't know. I'm skeptical, but then you see people like Seb, man, I don't know. Like, I know that's an outlier and that's like a crazy exception sometimes, but I do believe that some of these guys that like would quote unquote used to have it, or like used to have success. There's a reason they used to be successful, and some of them are still quite capable of doing so. And sometimes it just finds the right teammates, the right mix of play styles, attitudes. And I think the young guns play an important part in that. It's just whether or not, everyone coaches a different way. Everyone believes in the game a different way. And it's all about those concepts just meshing together in one beautiful picture that is a successful team. And sometimes it just takes throwing some noodles at the wall and seeing if any of them stick. That's why a lot of these rosters shift around a lot, because these players have been around the bend, and sometimes they're just like, yeah, this ain't gonna work. We can't make it work with these 5 players. So Team Unique, as far as I'm concerned, has been a pretty consistent roster, and I hope to see some significant growth throughout the course of this league alone. I think this team, obviously we got to make it to the Immortal Division first, but this is another great opportunity for them. And we mentioned them, Hellraisers, all of them are in the same boat. This is you're going to get a lot of chances to take it to the next level, and this is one of them.
Just when BSJ said about noodles at the wall, I just instantly pictured like Dendy in a room covered with like 1,000 pack of noodles, just like, please, I want something, oh God.
He's just got a face of each player on the packet, right? He's like, this is my new player. This is the chance. Oh, I fell short again.
That's where my mind went to. Oh, it was so bad.
Interesting, I'm just looking here at the Unique team page. They don't have a coach at the moment. Is that something they need to add, right, if they want to take the second? Or is it not necessarily a guaranteed position they need to fill?
It really depends on the structure of their team, because again, from the outside, you can go, oh, they have Van score, therefore they're fine, right? But like, you don't really know, like, if they have someone who's got that strategic mind, the understanding of how to approach draft, how to play the map, then that coach slot, it could be useful, but it's not like mandatory. If they get to events and they have that kind of the land pressure and they're trying to compete against like these high level strategies, then that extra man can help. But early on, if you've already kind of ticked the box of you have good team philosophy, you have a good understanding of like how to approach the game from 1 or 2 experienced guys, that coach role is a little bit less value early on, especially in these teams that financially, right, they're not qualifying. It's like, it's hard to, do you want to have a coach, or do you want to, have one more month of the team being together, right? Like, you have to decide where you're going with it.
Yeah, sometimes a coach can be detrimental, honestly. If I think a coach is more about enhancing your identity as a team, and if you haven't really found that identity, then sometimes a coach can almost try to establish their own identity. It's like a weird spot to step in as a coach sometimes. So I've talked to players about that aspect especially, and you got to be careful. Like, if you find a good fit, somebody says, hey, maybe I'll watch some scrims and see if I'm a good mesh as a coach for you guys, then great. But you definitely don't want to feel pressured to get one for the sake of getting one. It can definitely backfire.
Cool. How you felt in your coaching days?
Nah, I felt good, man. Coaching was fun. It's like, coaching is also like a very, not unexplored, but it's still a very young thing, right? Yeah. So you can have the angle of,
there's no blueprint, I think, is the main thing when it comes to esports in general and coaching, right? There's no one that can go, oh, this is the way you should do it, especially as every person, every team's so different.
You have strategy, like, so in Dota, you have obviously like the teamwork, you have like the outside approach, you have drafting, in-game strategy, like there's so many aspects that
mental side as well, just outside the game.
So some coaches that we've seen in Dota, they rely like less on strategy but more on the team ethic. Some coaches are very much, only draft. Some are like only strategy because their drafting knowledge is like kind of whatever. Like, it's so hard to really pinpoint like a guy that does it all, right? For example, I guess like Seb is that kind of X factor, right? Like, he can, do it all. So that's why literally they're successful. But yeah, same again for the like other coaches coming in.
Now we're gonna get ready for the draft. Should we just we go popping up just right when we start here. Ooh. Evil Corp. What blunders do they need to avoid this time around? Right? Is it just they just need to play standard what they play, right? Not try and throw a curveball out there.
Okay, so far, like in terms of draft, there was a first pick Phoenix from Unique. Again, very very meta, nothing too crazy. And Evil Corp reacted with like I think one of the most generic counters in my eyes. Like if I ever speak to my mates, I'm like, you're playing against Phoenix. What we thinking? Silencer is kind of like up there in the ranks just because you can stop him from egging. If you put the last word on him as he dives, he comes back to you. It's a great mechanic. Love that one. But yes, they've built themselves a foundation to deal with. The fear is they can't go too down the rabbit hole of reacting, because then eventually in your draft you look at it and go, we've reacted to their picks, but again we still lack the fundamentals, tower damage or wave clear, and we can match up in a fight, but can we match up in the entire game?
I think it's a big contrast you can see already where last game Evil Corp picked first and then Team Unique was able to quote unquote like punish those picks. When your first pick, I think it's super important that your picks don't have to be perfect. They have to be heroes that if countered can still do their job, right? And this is an example where last game, I think Void can't really do his job against Beastmaster. Like you want to stay in lane past the first 5-10 minutes, you get booted out of lane because Beastmaster threatens to kill you. And in this case, yeah, it's like Phoenix, you get silenced. Maybe it's a bit of a combo breaker because Phoenix gets comboed with something else and Silencer counters that. But at the end of the day, you're still an egg. And as long as you're positioned properly, you'll probably get it off. And I like how they respond with Mag because he's a very natural, like every patch when you have a Phoenix, you want some BKB piercing or massive AoE protection of the egg. And in this case, RP. Usually Mags go like Echo Saber, Blink, BKB. So once he gets the BKB, even if the global goes off, you're still going to naturally have that combo. So I just look at this and say, the job of the first pick team is to get out of the first phase, not at a disadvantage in the draft. And I think Evil Corp has done a decent job picking here, but I like the way Team Unique has formulated already. Okay, our heroes, they have a strong team fight. They're still going to be able to do their job despite what you've picked. And I also think Mag is broken. I've experienced a lot of it so far in the EU pubs. I think I've played 15, 20 games here. Over 50% of them have had a Mag in them, and I'm pretty sure it's won almost every single game. So
yeah,
how many times do you
really
win
like this hero right now. Well, the Mag's on my team, so
okay.
on my team. Yeah, it's not the other team. It's pretty much been played mid. I don't know if they'll be playing it mid here, but that's what I've been primarily seeing it. And they do ban out all the Mag partners, the anti-mage, the Slark, and the Lifestealer, probably the 3 best laners against Sand King. Yeah, Juggernaut stands out to me, and that's kind of covered by Ursa here. Like, I think that was exactly what they were thinking.
Yeah.
So Void was banned out by themselves. What else is left? It's hard to picture.
Troll. Okay.
Yeah, they go Troll. Okay.
Yeah, and I look at these drafts, and it's like I just see Team Unique. It just fits, Like they have the team fight, wave clear, a bit of everything. And Evil Corp, even though sure they have an answer to a couple things, like let's say the team fight with the global, or they have the Sand King for the initiation, it's still it doesn't look as strong on paper. Like they have like that skirmish ability, but they still lack like wave clear, tower defense. Like literally their tower defense right now is literally just Sand King, for example, with Sandstorm. You have one Dust or a well-placed Sentry, and now that's gone as well. So I think Evil Corp, their drafting is just too one-dimensional in the need to, we're going to do one thing in the game and we're going to try and do it really well in draft, but how we get to that stage, we don't know. But if we get there, we can be strong. That's how I feel they're drafting right now.
Okay.
I agree with that. I'd say more concerning for me, you talk about their tower defense. I would say their tower push. You're against the Mag. I think the best way to deal with Mag is to like shut off the area of farm, because as long as he's cleaving and his carry's cleaving, all those creeps are dying, right? So you have to stop them from being able to have that much area to farm. And right now, their best tower hitter is a Mirana, which is probably a 4-position Mirana building like mana boots and stuff. So that's the problem for their lineup coming from my perspective. I think Team Unique just has to round off like a nice aura builder here. I think that's really all they're missing. Evil Corp has to have like a tempo setting, lane pushing. I don't want to say, it doesn't necessarily have to be a lane pusher. It has to be like a Death Prophet type hero. It has to be something that is going to present a consistent threat, or at least a very powerful threat off a long cooldown, like with Death Prophet, saying, okay, we can't just be hitting creeps all game on Team Unique. We're going to have to respond to a move that Evil Corp's doing. Right now, they're pretty much just threatening kills, right? They've got the Sand King Mirana combo, they've got the Ursa, and because the supports on Team Unique are so good at clearing waves, the cores are like defended by that. Like they're protected because they don't have to reveal themselves on lanes and everything. So I don't think this like kill threat is going to be good enough to shut down what Team Unique are trying to pull off right now.
Yeah, I think like the lack of control from Evil Corp as well is kind of scary for like if Unique just go for, let's say, like a Quap or just any active mid that can make moves. Like when you have Jakira and Phoenix, you don't really rotate around the map. You kind of exist. You might TP react to an engagement, but you're not like setting up an aggressive play. So if they just pick any mid hero that can just push out the mid lane and then pivot to an aggressive move, time it with like the 10-minute catapult wave, start applying that pressure, taking away early towers, because again, Evil Corp don't have tower defense, and it will be really scary to play this game. Like I think. Like,
isn't this just Minnow?
Okay, they go.
Oh, Kunkka. Ooh.
So the opposite. I guess Kunkka can also still technically make these rotations. It's not as like clean as the others, but it just doubles down on the fact that if you ever want to fight us, we're going to have boat buff, egg, RP, this troll who is unkillable with a BKB because you don't have any like piercing stuns, and overall again their draft just looks so clean. It's very scary for Evil Corp. And now you have to go, okay, what mid hero can we pick up against this Kunkka that's going to be able to do so well and then start, setting the tempo of the game like BSJ said.
What's the best option for him here?
They need tower, like you want to argue like tower push, right? And tankiness. So you want to go, okay, maybe a DP. And then you're like, okay, how about like a Pugna to deal with a troll and the fact they have no real like good lockdown for him? Okay, but now it's just a Kunkka in lane. It's just going to like whitewash him. So it's honestly really hard to see a single hero that can just like fix everything.
Too many boxes to
They
tick.
could go the lane snowball with Monkey King, maybe.
Is that a hero?
That's
Like,
another route. Not really.
Yeah.
No, that's what I mean. I'm like trying to give another potential approach to this problem. I'm in the same puzzled face that you got here, Tiga.
maybe there's like you could go argue like a Timbersaw or something, just slap him mid. He's going to annoy the lane at least. And then you just play super aggressive, but then you still never go high ground. You still it's such an awkward situation, I think, but it might give you a 10-minute window just to try and just snowball super hard. Okay, there you go for the co-op themselves. It's nice, sure, it's a hero, but I still think they
It's an improvement, but they're still not going to get it, is what you're about to say.
I still like when you just look at the heroes on paper, right? Like team fight, wave clear, and all like the fundamentals. Unique pretty much tick most of them, and then Evil Corp tick like half of them. And when you only tick half and you can't really like do early like fights, right? Like Urza, he needs items. Sand King needs that blink dagger. So if he's shut down in lane, what's he gonna do? A troll Jakiro are very potent and strong laning. So if they have that detection and don't allow the Sand King to exist, then they're gonna start like losing out on these side lanes, and suddenly you're relying all of the pressure to come from a co-op. It's just a very scary game. But they can if they skirmish and snowball hard enough. But it's like 10%, if that they can do that in this game.
I'm gonna quote Kyle, and if you guys ever try to tell him that I did this, I'm gonna delete the VOD.
Yeah.
I look at these lineups and I say, how many team fights does each team have to win the game? And I feel like for Team Unique, it's like one or two. They're gonna get a Roche, Troll's gonna push down a lane, etc. It's like with the other squad, with Evil Corp, they just have no tower clear, like tower push. Once they win, I feel like they have to win 5 or 10 team fights to end this game. And you're against Mag, Phoenix, like that's enough. Mag, Phoenix, Kunkka to boot. So I just think that's a tall ask, and 10% may be generous.
You spoke about like the whole thing with EC that they do have some experience in this fight. They should technically be in an okay position with this, not completely out of it. But it seems both times they've been flawed.
Well, I think for them, again, they're a roster that they're a stack that they form to play qualifiers, and then they go, oh, okay, we didn't qualify. We'll probably make another stack for the next time, right? So it's like them being here, it's not a surprise because like the team is built around playing qualifiers to see what can happen, right?
Okay.
It's just when they actually have to showcase, okay, what's their image? What do they bring in?
They don't
then
know
they
themselves.
get picked apart. Exactly. That's why you've never seen them really win a best of 3 in the last like year or something, right? They just don't have that image to really push through, and I think we're seeing it here. That's simply it. Oh, got some
I have
picks.
nothing to add there.
Yeah. That's how it goes.
It's feeling like it's going to be a 2-0 again to start the day off with then, but
Unfortunately, might be the case. But, they got the fighting lads. They got the way to, run across the map. Hopefully, there's a way in which they can blow up some towers. If there's a new item gets introduced into the game that does tower damage, then they might be good if there's a patch within the next 5
Meteor
minutes.
Hammer.
Oh my god.
We're gonna see like Meteor Hammer, Sand King.
Done.
I'm ready.
On the okay, how many do you think you can buy in a team before it becomes like 2 meme? I think like 2's maximum.
Yeah, I think since you have a stun that sets up the Meteor Hammer, maybe 3 because you could chain them. But at that
That's
point,
true.
you're definitely. It looks like you're trying too hard.
But then like
So
if
that might cross the line.
But if you hit the 5-man burrow and then perfectly chain the 5 meteors, then you can just hit the best ravage of your life.
They probably would. I don't know if 2 Meteor Hammers would be enough to guarantee the 5-man wipe, but 3 would definitely. So at that point, if we do believe their chances are that far fetched, then maybe that's
That is
Maybe
true.
that's the path to victory.
Well, let's hope it's not the path to victory. Let's see who's going to take us through this potential path to victory, though it all seems to be once again in Unique's favor. We've got KP and PyCat ready to bring you all the action once again. Boys, take it away.
I mean, you guys definitely spent a lot more time coming up with theories on how they can win this one. And they do say that the definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over again. And it's starting to sound like Evil Corporation, they're at least playing the qualifiers. I guess you could say that, Pacat, right? We see them time and time again. But is this right from the panel? Is this just another one of those situations where it kind of feels like the first game, right? Where Evil Corp have decided to take the hard route of me fight, me kill, me do something. Whereas Unique's like, dude, I'm just going to chill and farm.
Yeah, I definitely feel like it's like when I would say like teams, you know, like not the top tier teams, but like this level kind of, I think it's definitely way easier. Like it's to be preferred to play this kind of, you know, they have this one big troll and all he has to do is kind of just hit creeps. And it's kind of up to EC, like they need to run around a lot and make kills happen and kind of play the map really well. And like I could definitely see like, you know, like I could see like a team like OG or Secret or something. Like I could see them play a lineup like this, like the Dire one, and you know, like they could probably do it well. You know, like they can kind of run across the map and just go for kills. But I feel like it requires a lot more execution. So I think in that sense, definitely Unique is, you know, they have the easier path to victory here.
Yeah, it's the margin of error, right?
Yeah.
Like, you know, this type of draft, you slip up twice, and it's that feeling that Huskar has as a hero in his own environment, right? Like, I mess up once or twice, like in that last game, what do I do now? Whereas Unique, oh, damn, we lost the fight. It's okay, just split the map. You know, Mac, you go farm top, I'll farm bot, can push the waves, we'll come back in 10 minutes.
Yeah, I was kind of hoping they would go for like something like, I don't necessarily know if Razor was the answer, but something along those lines. I don't know how OD does against Kunkka mid, but it's just like, then you have some kind of easy way to just play the game. You know, like you have some Razor against Troll, it's like, it becomes difficult for him to just play the game. You know, like they have this one carry and he gets a little bit fucked by this one big hero. Now they rely a lot on this, you know, like fancy execution from a Quap, and, you know, they need to weave in and out of fights a lot. Which is kind of tough to do.
Yeah, and then when you like look at the way they initiate, it's kind of, we have to go and instantly kill someone. You can't hang around for a long time in these fights because Ursa's the only one who can sustain. And then you're talking about being up against the egg. You've got the RP. You've got the boat run buff. Like there's so much for the side of Unique to just long last or outlast rather E-Corp in these fights.
Yeah, and the thing, I mean, like, look at this bottom lane right now. Like, what is happening is they're just bullying the Sanking and bottom out of the lane. Like, they're not touching creeps right now, you know. And this lane is a very strong lane. Troll THD. It's like one of the stronger lanes you can have, I think. Like at least at this stage. So I think it's gonna be pretty rough down here.
Yeah, I mean, even though they keep hitting the arrows of Snorpy, it's more like okay, maybe we trade effectively now. It doesn't ever feel like they're outdoing the Jakiro. This is what has made this hero so frustratingly effective for quite a while now. There's not many heroes that trade better than him.
Yeah, and you don't have to be a rocket scientist to play this hero either. You know, I use dual breath on you. I eat a tank or I hit you. You're probably gonna trade poorly. You know,
I feel like I heard that it sounded like there's some kind of disdain in that statement from you. Have you had annoying experiences with Jakiro a lot recently?
I mean, I feel like it's just, you know, it's like playing against this hero. It's like, you know, like, you know, this guy, he's sitting there, he's using dual breath. You know, he thinks he's good, you know. He's using Q and he's attacking you and he thinks he's good, you know, and you just can't help but feel like, you know, come on. Don't be that guy.
Well, I guess it's like, you know, 2019 it was kind of Ogre, 2020 it's Jakiro, right? It's just this hero is like, well, I'm not gonna win the trade, so I guess I'll try because there's nothing else to do on the lane.
There's no finesse.
I hate you for picking it.
There's no finesse to this hero, you know. Like maybe
You're
later
right.
on you can have some cool ice path combos with some, you know, whatever. But at this point it's just, you know, there's nothing to it. You know, it's like playing Spirit Breaker or Wraith King or something. It's just.
You're clearly a man of fine taste. I'm sure you play Void Spirit 5, Gyrocopter 5, all these, like, you know, Not these easy 2-button heroes. Like you play.
I play anti-mage 4 and 5 with Orb of Venom. And
Of course.
Yeah.
Yes.
You know, that's where it's at.
I mean, that's any hero, right?
You
build
land the
move, you're
perfect
an
blink
effective
behind the
4 or
guy.
5.
You body block him. You know, like that's where it's at.
That's true.
Yeah.
I mean, it just makes sense, you know. Uv turns any any hero into a 4/5.
Yep. Just trying to put some cool, fresh ideas out there for the people watching.
Hey, you know what? Like, ingenuity and innovation begins in stupidity. All right.
Yes.
I use that statement every time people question mark why I'm playing that hero as a support.
Nice.
Whichever hero it is.
Foolproof.
All right, looks like the pause is done. We're back on the way. So far, Kunkka looking pretty nice in the mid lane. Quap already falling behind noticeably.
Yeah, all the lanes are looking like they're going quite well for Team Unique at the moment.
Oh, especially top. I mean, even if Dum die, you're kind of okay with this because they've burnt through all of Ursa's big regen. Like no salve, they've got 3 tangos left. It's probably gonna eat all those just healing up once.
Yeah, they've got two salves coming in right now. This Phoenix is looking a little bit sad right now.
I don't think has he got let's see. Yeah, he's got the salve and the tango on the way, but he needs to be careful for like the next 30 seconds.
This mid lane is
silencer is just that frustrating.
This mid lane is kind of a concern, I'd say at this point. It's like,
that's one way of putting it. Are you not just screaming internally if you see a Queen of Pain doing this roughly on like the first few waves?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like, he can maybe salvage this, like maybe when he gets level 5. Like you see Unique 19. Is he dead?
He's got very fast, but
okay, he's fine.
Yeah,
he's fine.
It's okay. It's efficiency.
And now he gets the bottle too, right? So, yeah.
And now you're in a situation where you come back to a lane where the Queen of Pain has no mana, so you're not even worried about.
Yeah, and he's so far off the bottle too, right? That's kind of the issue. He's like 300 gold away, needs a bunch of last hits, and the Kunkka's just gonna start bullying him a bit now.
Sounds like does go down the top lane. Illusion continued to live life on the edge, and it paid off, and he'll even salve up straight away afterwards. Yeah, you talked about heroes not taking finesse. I mean, in a way, right, that Silencer has more finesse than Jakiro because you have to convince yourself it's not worth potentially dying to try and get those +2 ins.
Right. I mean, I would definitely say there's more finesse to Silencer, right? You can kind of, like right-click walk with the glaives and... Oh. HD going down bottom.
Speaking of the non-finesse hero,
yeah,
does go down.
I mean,
yeah, I guess the difference is like a Jakiro can just kind of stand there, whereas a Silencer... He's strong once he starts like wailing on you with glaives, but the moment you turn around on him, he's that type of hero, right? He's like he can't tank anything.
Yeah, he can't. He's kind of dainty, right? He's staying behind. He's not the big 5 who goes in front of his core, right? He's the guy in the back, just hitting you, annoying you. And I can respect that. That's fine. He can get smarter as the game goes on. It's commendable.
Respectable.
Oh,
Meister at least getting some respectable gold here. And Sanking, yeah, he does go down after missing the stun. The haste allows Miranda to get away. But in the top lane, Illusion is banging Cheoli. This time, though, can he get it? It looks like he can't. Nice drive back. We'll keep the Phoenix alive. And all of a sudden, there's going to be Sansa, who's going to be a little bit reluctant to hang around the lane.
Yeah, and we see the Kunkka, he's doubling the Quap in the CS right now.
Definitely just going to feel the pain a little. It's also a case of, because of the way you're being forced to burn through all your bottle charges on this Queen of Pain, as soon as Kunkka hits 6, is almost immediately going to be kill potential.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like Quap should just be topped off. Like, he shouldn't really be dying, but it's definitely annoying for him to play. Like, the regen coming out of the bottle it's not really enough versus Tidebringer, especially at the higher levels.
Yeah, it feels like if you don't have the advantage by, like we were mentioning, level 3 or 4 in this lane, you're going to fall behind because that's when Tidebringer is spammed like every few seconds, 2 times away probably. And I guess the other side of that is you're then stuck hitting creeps while Kunkka's off in the jungle supplementing farm. And Flemmeister, looks like BZZ is going to supplement his farm with a kill onto the Ursa.
Yeah. Not looking too happy up there.
If you're looking at EC, right, because I think it'd be fair to say things going a bit rough, like Unique, they have more kills, they're farming better. What's the lane you pivot to? What's the lane, like, say, the 10-minute mark that you're looking to invest into if you're Evil Core? to try and get something out of the map?
So like I feel like they have a few different options. Like potentially they could take some stupid fight up top and have the bottom just port up there and maybe set up a kill on the mag with some arrow or something. And then he can kind of just run through the map and do what he wants. The issue is like the screen is actually getting doubled right now. But he's rotating towards bottom, and I feel like this is fine at this point because like he kind of has to do something else. The issue is for him that the mid tower is gonna get hit now.
Yeah, well, we'll commit anyway. Sonic Wave straight away. Fanscore try to save the day. The stun from Omi will be off the mark again. And Fanscore at least get away. But that's not usually the way the POS 1, POS 5 dynamic works. You're meant to die. Troll's meant to live.
Yeah. But the Quap did, I mean, he rotates, right? And he uses his ult. He kind of has to leave this mid tower. Like, we might see Mirana go down now.
Yeah.
Okay,
Ooh, 19 teen, he messed up there.
Yeah.
And yeah, he does arrow. That's what he was waiting for. He just wanted that catapult gone. But the tower should still fall. There's enough creeps here.
Yeah, and so he rotates bottom, he gets a kill on the troll, but at the end of the day, he's gonna lose his tower. And
oopsie.
He's gonna be able to get out.
19 team's just gonna chill out and leave.
Yeah. And now, like, the net worth disparity is... Kunga is up almost 1k. 7 minutes. Wow.
And that's the case, like, you're looking and going, okay, if you're Evil Core and you know you're behind net worth, you need to fight, you're going to go and say, okay, what's the big ultimates we can play around the next, like, 2-3 minutes, right? And I don't know about you, there's not many that are going to necessarily enable kills. Like, you know, Global Stance is great for stopping the enemy. Moonlight Shadow maybe gets you in position. Enrage is really defensive. Is it just this Sand King that you're going to try and use for kills?
Yeah, I think they just need levels on PC. They just need to get levels on the heroes, and then once they get levels, I think their idea should just be to run at Unique and fight like all the time, because Unique, they still like they rely on some of the bigger cooldowns. You know, like they want to fight around the Phoenix Egg, which definitely is killable with these heroes. You know, like it's kind of hard for them to take team fights into Silencer, and they kind of just want to keep fighting. You know, like just maybe they feed against some of the ults and then they just keep fighting because they don't have any really long cooldowns except for the Silencer, and like you don't necessarily need that to be able to fight. So I think
what I'm hearing is strategically feed kills to get big ultimates out, and then when they're big and plump, you get the gold out.
Yeah, I mean pretty much just run at the enemy until until you start winning fights.
Right now, Unique are the ones running straight towards Flemmeister. He tries to get away. They did commit the RP, and that's a lot of heroes rotating up here, but they make it worthwhile by pushing in on this tier 1.
Yeah, and like now the issue is that, you know, like the Kunga earlier on, he had this illusion rune and he's clearing the wave mid really fast, and you know he's able to take this tower, whereas the Quap, we're gonna see a missed boat torrent, but the Quap can't really do this.
It's a farming boat.
He's not.
Yeah, it feels like what we were highlighting earlier, that the Quap has to be ahead to really feel like she can confidently make plays in this game.
Yeah.
Whereas behind, maybe they can do it with this rotation of +2. They know there's no boat now, so 19 team nowhere near as tanky as he normally would be, and they're already pinging out where they know he's going to be.
I mean,
through. I mean, they took his gold, and now they'll take his life. It's just going to take a while because he's a tanky boy. They even get the core as well because that's the way Sonic Wave works for some reason that we'll never know truly from Ice Frog.
It's not a bad idea. The old kills curse, you know.
You're a Quap spammer, aren't you?
I mean, I might have, you know,
I might dabbled
with Quap once or twice.
That is hidden suggestive talk for I play it more than I want to admit.
I think we're seeing like in this game, it's kind of similar to the last game. Like Unique just have these heroes that they're pretty good at just clearing waves. Like at least EC now have the Sand King. They have some heroes that are able to kind of push waves, but it's still the same thing. They're kind of just spreading out their heroes and just trying to hit some creeps and just chill. You know, like wait for the game to go a little bit later and then just take it from there.
Yeah, that was kind of like the drafts really do feel similar to the last game in that regard. And I guess the difference here is, do we feel like Evil Core are doing more this game around than they were last at the 10-minute mark? Because, you know, they at least haven't surrendered all their tier 1. Okay, I'm reaching at that point. They've lost the primary 2 tier 1 towers. It does look pretty rough.
I mean, it's definitely not an ideal position to be in. And it's like the sad thing for them is that, you know, the Sanking, once he gets his blink, maybe they can start like playing the game a bit more proper, because they don't really have good reach right now. Without the Sanking blink, it's kind of hard for them to initiate. Like, you can see this Phoenix, he just has to sit there. Like, it's one level 8 Phoenix against 3 heroes on the bottom lane, and they actually can't take his tower. He just sits with Fire Spirits, and the push is pretty much done.
Well, they did just pick up the blink, and they're going to use the Moonlight Shadow to immediately move out. They did just see BZZ under the ward, but he's already moving away. Like, he's done his part here.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, they resort to smokes. They know they're not going to be able to connect otherwise. It's just, like, where is your target here? It just feels like Unique are playing this so well in terms of positioning. And I'll play even better as they find a kill on a Queen of Pain, dangling alone in the bot lane. And I think they did... Yeah, actually, I think they spotted out the Moonlight Shadow initially. Like, you see that deep ward, right?
They did.
That Unique
They
have.
did. Yeah, and I was gonna say I like what Vansker's doing. He's just sitting there in the jungle, and he has this ward for himself, so he kind of sees when they're coming towards him. And should he die, then yeah, okay, yeah, you killed the THD, you know, good job. And if not, then he just runs away, and he goes back and he keeps shoving some lanes, and just he's in there, you know, he's a nuisance.
They at least get some vengeance on the Kunkka at the end. I guess you can understand why he feels confident about Shern there, right? After they get them kill on Queen of Pain. Plus the fact you just need someone in that lane at that stage.
Yeah, I mean, they just revealed the Sanking Blink. It's kind of how they managed to kill the Kunkka. And I think now they should be able to start playing the game a bit more properly. Like, they need to be able to jump in behind towers. Like, they can't, like, you know, like this THD or Phoenix, they should not be allowed to sit behind these towers and just, like, throw out a spell. Like, when that happens, they have to instantly die. And the issue, like, then should be that if Unique start, like, if they want to decide to just start pouring in and take fights, then they have Global, right? Like, there should be a threat. Now Global is down, but that should be the idea, right? Like, they should not be allowed, like, these solo heroes should not be allowed to defend these towers. Like, it can't happen for Evil Corp, so...
It then becomes a matter of now that that global silence you mentioned is gone for 70 more seconds. Unique now might be the ones to make a smoke play, possibly get a cheeky pick off, because they do see the Sand King top. They ping him out. And the dust does connect. He'll look to move away. No! Droppy! He dodged it out. He moves away. They're going to commit the Macropie and the Ice Path. They move in. Plantos even use their own ultimate to ensure the kill. They'll need more out of this to make it worthwhile, though. They'll chase on to Cheoli, and Plantos can't actually get to it. He has to back away. You do get the kill, but it's a bit more messy than you would have hoped coming out from Unique there. Him on the jungle. Snorpy will just Moonlight Shadow and look to move away, but Illusion is staying on top of him, has the dust, and will burn him down, so they do find those secondary kill.
Yeah, I mean, the shitty thing for them is that the Sand King is the one who has to make plays. Like, when he's showing up on top lane, like, it's very easy for Unique to just, they go to the Sand King, right? And they, you know, like, if the Sand King is not off map, it becomes so much easier for Unique to play. Then they can just do what they were doing before Sand King had Blink. Because he's no longer a threat.
Meister. He doesn't have the overpower. This egg, he's just been baited in. The Phoenix is going to live, but the Ursa might not be so lucky because he already used the Enrage.
Yeah, and up top we saw the...
Oh, no.
I was watching top where the Silencer manages to get the deny against the enemy heroes and goes down, which is... It's fine.
Well, yeah, they'll get Plantomos. So not too bad of an exchange, although... If you're that Ursa, that's one of those situations where you're a little bit till you lost to a level 1 egg as an Ursa of all heroes.
Yeah. Yeah, the level 1 overpowers. Just not enough.
All in all, though, just getting that troll is very valuable because just through the comparison, Flenmeister is the most poor core in the game, whereas Plantomos is chilling right at the top of the net worth chart.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like I've seen this movie before. Flenmeister being the poorest core in the game. I feel like I've seen that before sometime.
You know, Sand King, they tried to go onto him.
Yeah, Arrow was just off the mark.
Yeah, Vanscore won't be able to get away, though, because Sand King does have that stun. All in all, like, both sides walking away a little bit less satisfied than they'd hoped. One side not getting the Sand King killed, the other one missing out on what you would have maybe hoped would have been an easy kill into BZZ. That does kind of show the threat of the Sand King, right? Like, he was dishing out as much damage as both the Magnus and the Jakiro, and this is like a Sand King that doesn't have Veil, for example.
Yeah.
the just happened?
Question, I guess in my mind, then the question becomes: should you really just be making these plays with 19 Teen? Because it feels like he's the one out of all the members of Unique that has the best kill potential right now, right?
I think he can kind of just, he kind of just runs around the map. He hits some neutral camps, he clears some waves, and there's always the threat of him, showing up and Xing you, and you're pretty much dead. This could be a nice kill on the troll here if they get it. It's like 2 ships in the night.
I mean, it's tough. Even if you see him, right? Like, this is a 2k HP troll with a battle trance as well. You don't know who's behind him is the other risk you always run.
No, of course not, but you do have the global, so it's hard for them to kind of make a counterplay.
I don't think they saw Unique smoke. They were just out of range of that ward that Evil Corp had deep. But they do back up anyway, which means that this should be an uncontested rush.
Yeah, and now they just smoked on the ward.
And Unique are fast with this as well. This is not taking long. Van Score, yep.
I mean,
The suicidal 5. He's like, I will stand
this might
guard.
actually work. We'll see.
The moon in. There it is. Straight through. Arrow connects. Stuns them all together. Sonic Wave as well. But they're healed up so much. They're still alive right now. Looking to turn around, but they'll jump in. They'll bring down Jakiro and Magnus as well. The egg is going to be thrown out the boat. The turnaround. Evil Core. It looks so close and yet so far as Unique are the ones who come out ahead, even getting their hands on the Aegis, which goes into the hands of Kunkka.
Yep. I mean, that's... They pretty much get like everything they want, right? Like they get the Sanking, he manages to get Epi plus stun. They get the global. I think there was an arrow flying in. I think it might have hit the THD instead of the Phoenix. They still don't manage to kill.
I think the big thing here is like you can see how close it was, right? Like I think you have to give credit to BZZ's build because he went for that mech, right? That mech is crucial.
Definitely.
And then on the other side, I look at EC. I'm like, imagine if his team had a Veil.
Yeah, it's just Sanking a Veil instead of bots. But he feels like he has to be everywhere, and he kind of does have to be everywhere at this point. But yeah, they're just a little low on
damage.
damage.
Pain feels like she needs the Yules because of the Kunkka as well, right? So it's like you're forced into these items, but you can clearly see how like it's deviating your ability to close these fights now.
Yeah, I mean, it's just I think this Ursa, he's just he's just not a hero. He does not have any impact in this game at all whatsoever.
Hey, he's almost got that Battle Fury, and then he'll definitely show creeps who's the boss.
That's true. That's true. It's a good point. But that's why you have the mag, like you get the mag on your team, then you don't need the Battle Fury.
That's true, but it's the mini in power, compared to how it used to be.
Yeah, it's true. That's true.
People don't like it as much anymore. I think we're past the days of mag 4 and 5, and it's probably for the better.
Yeah, mag 4 and 5, that's just... I mean, like, mag 4, okay, sure, but mag 5, come on.
Sometimes I feel like Omin has appropriately named himself, as he's gonna definitely get owned here.
I'll give you a... I'll give you a 2 out of 10 on that one.
Hey, dude, when you just see someone's name, it's like, they know. Like, there's a CIS player called So Bad. It's like, he knows. Yeah,
and like how when this Phoenix player picks up an illusion rune, it's just yes.
See, they're trying to catch you out. Like Mastery as well, very subtly trying to tell you he's clearly a master.
Yeah, I mean I still do the no one joke every time.
There you go. Global silence. Arrow connects. Movement in. This is looking a lot cleaner as they get rid of the troll. But can they get more? The X is going to go down. The ice buff as well. The Fury. Oh my gosh, huge! Jump in from Mag, on point, BZZ, proves why he makes the big money, not just out of the Pugna sets. As they obliterate Evil Core, they move in for more. They'll find the kill onto the Queen of Pain and be able to back away. 19 teen, okay, pre-celebrating here a little bit, buddy. I don't think you're meant to randomly X your own teammates.
Yeah, but at this point, like, X a teammate, throw him under the bus, get out.
She's like, yeah, you've used all your spells. You've done a good egg. You've done your part. We don't need anything else out of you. You just stay here and cover my escape.
You don't want the guy, like he's 7-0 and 8. You don't want his confidence to get, like way out of line.
Oh yeah, because the big head guy is like, man, I don't need to be on this team anymore.
Yeah, exactly.
Team. I should be the.
He gets coached by Navi,
like
or something, or whatever. Can't have that happen.
I feel like this. I'm surprised you're not going for the like. Is this the justification you used to make when you like, for example, sing? I remember those days. You troll each other in your games. Is that always the argument? It's like, nah, dude. I'm here. As
you gotta keep them grounded. You can't let.
Exactly. Like you ain't won 5 TIs, okay?
you gotta keep people grounded. You know, can't let them one foot on the earth. You know, that's all you need.
And if you Evil Corp, the other one's in the grave right now. As we're up to a 15k net worth lead and Unique, they're probably just gonna go back in. They've got that Aegis to work with. You gotta be feeling so confident, even if 19 is trying to kill you as this bird right now. You're not afraid to go wherever you need to.
On the plus side, though, what you mentioned earlier, Ursa does have Battle Fury now, and watch this boy slay some creeps. Right there.
Look at that juicy gold. Look at that. He's the richest on his team now.
Yes. Got him.
Only his team though, because they're giving a lot of building gold over to Unique. Does this feel like when you're in your pub game, your carry just wants better GPM at the end of the game?
Yeah, I mean, pretty much. It's like, you know, like, what is this Battle Fury really gonna accomplish? You know, he's not gonna be able to fight with it, but it's there.
Man, he had the Magnus, you know.
If only.
Dust. Oh, Snorpy. I'm not sure if he realized at the end that he was dusted. They're going to go in anyway. There it is. They get rid of the Phoenix straight away. The Global Silence has now been expended. They need to actually get out, and they need to get out quick. The buyback comes out for Phoenix, and Snorpy, he's out of leap charge. Just one coming up, cooldown, but the Torrent, beautifully played. The RP follow-up as well. BZZ on point in the base again. The turnaround attempt with the Epicenter is not going to be good enough. There's a BKBs get activated with the Balance Trance as well. They'll run them through, and the Enrage on the Phlegmeister controls him up well enough. Yes, he gets one kill, but gives his life. Belaja able to move away, but it doesn't matter. They know the damage is done. It's going to be a GG, and with that, a 2-0 in the favor of Unique.
Yeah, and this game was actually it's like 30 seconds shorter than the last one, I think. I feel like they were
close.
It was very close, like the timing.
I mean, this one at least, you know, I felt like Unique had to destroy a bit more of the base, whereas, and actually no, like I was about to say, maybe Ursa done a little bit more, but I think that would be a lie, right? This kind of felt like the Void all over again.
I mean, I think the Void, he might have actually been part of more kills. But at least we saw this one, you know, like pretty nifty Roche fight where Unique were just a little bit too far ahead.
That's true. Well, I guess that'll be the main thing that we can go across in the panel. But hopefully they've got more for us as we'll throw it back to them.
Well, we wanted more games, we wanted more time seeing the games go down, but wasn't meant to be for this time. Unique looking strong throughout, looking like they're never really going to be tested in this way.
Yeah, I think we can just see if you don't watch the game and you just have the mini-map open, right? Just the way in which Unique just move around, taking that early top tower, moving into mid, controlling the enemy jungle, forcing them the lads into that kind of tri-camp area. It just takes away all this potential net worth that you can obtain. And at that point, when you're so built around getting to a later timing, then it's so hard to play. So I think, yeah, just Unique, just on another level of understanding how to choke out an opponent that doesn't always have like the strongest playbook.
Yeah, what it felt like for me was that, oddly enough, a lot of the weight of what Evil Corp needed to do in the game was on this Sand King. Because you talked about how he's their only AD push, and he was putting himself in front of towers a lot. But in Dota, you know, usually it's one side of the map is you making aggressive moves, like you saw with Unique, and the other side of the map is you countering the aggressive moves, maybe de-pushing, like trying to deter their aggression, whatever. And it felt like Sand King was their only playmaker, but he was also responsible for defending. So it kind of just felt like Evil Corp's moves were very telegraphed. It felt like they weren't able to get enough done because the Sand King can't do it all. He had to go first item blink, and he's defending towers. So it just felt like they were never able to get like advantageous numbers when it came to an engagement. And you see in this case, if both teams push all their buttons, like RP, boat plus egg is going to win every single time because that team fight is just insane. Like there's just no ifs, ands, or buts about it. If it's a straight up 5v5, those heroes don't lose.
Yeah, like in both of these highlights, you see the first one, it's okay, it's starting good. Sonic Wave, you got the Burrow Strike, and then it's like, oh, okay, RP and Egg. The second highlight, exact same situation comes in. Sand King goes in, you're like, ooh, RP and Egg. Like, okay. Like, it props to them for trying keeping up the fight, you know, actually trying to take it to him. But fundamentally, when you're built around, like, Sand King has to stop the push, try and, like, push elsewhere, taking the initiation, start all the fight. Like, they basically lacked one hero's damage. Could have been the deciding factor between winning at Roshan and, you know, having a comeback, but they just lacked it.
They were trying to make a non-Swiss Army knife become the Swiss Army knife. In this
Yeah, Sand King can't do that, man.
Yeah, see, not going to happen, not going to work out for him. But one thing we can say right for EC is that This is a team, like I said, it's a stag. It's a team that's trying to get through qualifiers. They're most likely looking at the Divine League anyway. They're looking at trying to flourish in that side of things.
Yeah, I think it's good for these guys for, I don't know what their mentality is coming into these tournaments. Like, are they just a chill stack, you know, having fun, they're high MMR, what do you want to do on the weekend? You want to play in a qualifier? Sure. I don't know what their kind of expectation is in these tournaments, but the fact that they finally, after all these years of doing this type of stack gaming, they're going to be able to potentially, as long as they don't come bottom 2, they get to join a league, actually earn some money, and this could be what they needed as this kind of mishmash stack to kind of push higher. But again, it's just good to see them eventually kind of maybe earn some money now from Dota.
I'm always rooting for these teams. You know, like it does hit home with me, as we kind of talked prior to the start of the series. But you can just it's funny because you see these drafts being constructed, and I've made plenty of drafting mistakes in my day. And even if I go play in a tournament, I'm sure I'd make plenty. But you just look at the game plan, and you're like, God, the one team just has such a better game plan, and it's like, yeah, they're in the same league. Yeah, they can make a splash here, but it just feels like there's such a clear, distinct gap between teams like Team Unique and Evil Corp. So I'm happy for them to make some money. Obviously, that's great. But when it comes to future prospects, I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but yeah, they got a long way to go.
No, let's be very clear here. It is if there's a set of ladders or something they got to climb right now, they're here.
Second step.
No, what? No, come on. It's fifth, sixth step.
Okay.
There's a long journey ahead, but they get to start the journey because of the
How many steps on
Omegalil.
this ladder?
I mean, there are way too many. Dota is a complex game. Unlike CS, when you have to pick up a gun and go shoot, this is actually, you got to think about some stuff. There's a draft as well. It's kind of crazy.
Acting like you don't have to think in CS. I see how this is to you guys. Yeah, we'll see you. We'll see you on the
got the long
server.
robes on, man. You don't have the muscle showing. I'm not too scared now.
Okay. So you just need to be seen. I'll show you later. Don't worry. I'll take the robe off. You're my advisor, remember. You have to.
That's true. Oh, sorry, almighty.
There we go. Know your place, know your position. But one thing we kept coming back to, right, is the teams that we wanted to see doing well. This, to me, at least feels like the first performance from a team across both games that delivered to the level we 100% expected.
Yeah, they entered the game, solid draft, solid execution, and they pretty much gave their opponent no room to make a mistake. To punish a mistake, sorry. And even at that Roshan, you can maybe argue, oh, maybe they're going to have this comeback. But if you look at the setup for that Roshan, Jakiro, he walks up to the high ground area, blocking the smoke jump. If Sand instantly jumped from the high ground there, could have been a new thing. But the fact that they had the execution of that moment there, it meant that throwing was not even in the book. The Phoenix positioning, Jakiro blocking the smoke, everyone else inside the pit, they're just ticking a lot of boxes right now to beat these lower level teams, which you expect, again, these lads, they probably deserve to be up there.
Yeah, positioning, teamfight execution, that's the kind of stuff that usually when it comes to playing the map, all the things I've kind of mentioned, these aren't mistakes that the top level teams tend to make. If you want to be a top level team, that stuff happens. You're just going to do that by default. So it is the extra mile of teamfight execution, coordination on that front, everyone doing their jobs. Yeah, there's going to be communication, but a lot of the stuff that you just mentioned, that's just each individual knowing, okay, my team, these two guys are hitting Roche. Phoenix is going to sit behind ready to counter initiate. Somebody has to pop the smoke, and Jakiro realizing out of all the heroes on his team, he's the best one to do it. So that's a really important aspect of making it as a tier 1 team. And this is kind of just a warm up for them, right? Usually when you're this far ahead or you have a better draft, it's going to be easier to execute to that level, but you still have to make sure you're playing clean, as you said. So it is a good indicator for them. I expected nothing less from Team Unique. So, hey, but to be fair, there are plenty of times in tournaments where teams disappoint. So,
yes.
To say we expected this, it's still nice to see it happen for them.
Sigh of relief comes in there for sure. Now, BSJ, you are done for the day. Lucky you. We're bringing Liz in after this. Thank you very much for your time on this one. We're moving on to our second best of 3. It's going to be Saiga Legacy taking on Khan after the break. Don't miss it.
Omegalil. Omegalil.
It's time for Cyber Legacy to take on Khan here in our second game of the day for the Omega League. T-Gov, my advisor, is here from start to finish. We're enjoying our Dota Mount Olympus, but there's one man that we have not had come into play just yet. It is the Lizard God himself. He's recently been able to come up. He's a new god in the world. Big Liz, how you doing, brother? It's been a while.
Doing great, my man. I'm enjoying my suit. I'm living the dream.
Oh, my man.
Oh, he's done it so well. Look at that, true god fashion. I love
What
the
can
effort.
I say? How are you guys? The studio looks amazing, by the way.
Oh, yeah,
All is
dude.
well.
No, I'm just missing now, right? I feel really like I'm supposed to be the Omega God and I'm not getting anyone feed me grapes. Mr. Advisor, come on.
No, I'm like, I just saw Lizard eat some grapes, and like I just reached behind, Lizard to see some, some more grapes, but these are fake.
They're
so
fake. Oh.
I can't even,
Oh.
have some nourishment.
I see some fruit around you, man. You can get that. Just this.
Is
Oh,
that
okay.
also fake?
Eat a lemon.
No, it's 100% real. They change them every day because, we have lemon iced tea in the day, and then we just buy new lemons. We're never throwing away anything.
Not wasteful. Not wasteful. I like it. The draft's already kicking off here, but for these two teams, right, Cyber Legacy, we've seen them. A few changes have come in, but they're still a more than capable team. But how much of a chance do we really think they've got here, right? Is it an easy game again, or do you expect this to be a lot more competitive?
Well, Cyber Legacy is basically the remnants of all of like Na'Vi, VP, like these big stacks. Like they've all graced these good CIS teams before, and now they come together as like another. Okay, we need a new CIS team. Okay, let's put them together and play in Cyber Legacy. So I think they have probably the same expectation Europe has on like 5 men, where you see these lads, they're all like DPC level players, and you expect them just to mesh and instantly do well. Will they? We don't know. We'll see. Actually, no, we'll see about an hour, mate, when after the game.
Yeah, Khan is also riddled with people that have been very experienced in some teams, right? And riddled with some pop stars that have been around for a really long time. Like when I see this Black Archangel, it instantly just reminds me of his 100 games of Rubik versus me. Like literally every game he would pick him up. When I see this Gilgir guy, I just think of a Wisp. Like that's the only thing he would play.
Gilgir God, by the way.
Yeah, Wisp and Phoenix Spammer, like 2 heroes. And then again, you have Cheshire Cat, you have Pikachu and Naive, who have been around for pretty much, Pikachu and Naive maybe not as long as Cheshire Cat, but they have experience. So this is the mix that we're always kind of looking for. You have the new blood, the less experienced but very hungry players mixed with your Cheshire Cats, with your Sioma the Slayers and whatnot.
And I've got to mention one thing for you guys as well, is that Zitrax isn't playing in this game. We're going to have Pikachu playing instead. So how much of a change that really matters? Zitrax was on loan in the first place anyway, but still a last-minute swap around needed for this game.
In terms of play, I expect them to push Naive into the carry role, and then Pikachu will then take over the mid lane, because he's always been a mid laner, like his twin brother, Iceberg, always a mid laner. They're both just mid laners, right? So I'm expecting that to be a little shift. How much it affects them straight out the gate, I don't really know. I think it's just looking at the teams. You basically have Cyber Legacy, basically tier, like in CS region, they're like the 1.5 tier kind of players, and then you got Khan, which are like the tier 2 CIS players. So it's very much a very close battle on can they eventually turn around, and they very much can. In terms of draft, Khan, with the second pick, they're able to do a very classic thing, which is pick up that boss core. They've got the Anti-Mage, and now they're just going to cover it with 3 bans, take away most likely some tempo heroes, and be able to get to that point in the game where Anti-Mage can just truly pop off.
That should be your Naive hero as well, right?
For sure.
Even when Zitrax was in the team, I would still give Naive the true carry potential, the true position 1 core that carries you in the end, because he's that sort of a player. Pikachu, like T. Governor stated before, really is your playmaker. So, yeah, I don't see a big difference. But talking about boss heroes, yeah, okay, you can first pick your Anti-Mage, whatever. What about this Doom? Isn't he a boss right now? Like in the patch, he seems incredibly strong.
Yeah, I think that just the versatility of him, if he goes off lane, he can just, he's always going to be pretty rich with Devour. Laning wise though, he can be punished still. Like we've seen how some teams have had to like flex him to a support role just because the counter picks have come in so strong and that you won't have a lane. But overall, he's just such a very dominant hero right now. And I think with the patch being a drum based patch as well, this item being pretty bonkers, Doom naturally likes to go phase drum into then Blink, Shivas, BKB, Auras, like whatever he wants. So it makes his stock even higher. The fact that these items that he wants to buy are even like higher value.
Yeah, you can see Khan as well. They're recognizing how much of a value that Doom can bring in the early to mid game, right? And when you're playing something like an anti-mage, you don't really want to be fighting that early on. So you're kind of banning out these other heroes that can complement Doom in that early game aggression. They got the Phoenix out, they got the Ursa out, they got the PA out. All these three heroes, okay, Phoenix aside, your Ursa and PA, they come online much, much faster than an anti-mage, and they make his life a living hell. Even an Ursa, at this stage, how he's built, even with the recent nerfs, he can even out-farm him if he goes for that Battle Fury and has a good game, has a good start at least.
Yeah, I'm looking to see Khan just pick up mostly like a default 5 here, for example, like a Bane, or just anyone that can potentially win the lane. Undying, obviously, banned out, again, very patch-driven. Can't really let that through most times, unless you, obviously, have a massive amount of team fight, or you just counter-pick it.
Especially when you have a strength offlaner such as Doom. If Doom is the offlane, right, then you kind of have to ban out the Undying as well, because he just solos any dual lane if you have a strength offlane.
Yeah. Buy Orb of Venom on the Undying, and it's just like, GG, don't even play that lane. Don't even go near it.
Yeah, we're back to it, man. We're back to some of these heroes, and like in the first series as well, I have to say, I did see Flensmeister back, right?
Yeah.
I haven't seen that dude. Like,
See?
the last time I played competitively, I think he already stopped like 1 or 2 years before me, and he's back. Like maybe it's time.
No, Lizard, don't do it.
All right, okay,
Don't
Lizard,
do it.
all right, so just don't forget, man, like all these DPC things and like Omega League, there's like this second division, you know? There's like that little cash grab you can get, you know what I'm saying? Like, you just slide on your way in there, get a cheeky little 1k bonus, like, well, pretty good.
T-Gav's working for some teams, you know, might slide you in a spot.
Yeah, sure, why not?
Sounds good, man. I'm tempted for real. Especially when Lich is back into the meta. They're easy. I can spam some shield, AFK behind the tower and pretend I'm useful. Like, it's amazing.
You have to,
It's crazy how Dota really has some heroes that you can be AFK on and you're still useful for your team, right? Like Lich before when he could sacrifice the creeps, Jakiro now when you're just basically dual breathing and macro pyring creep waves. Yeah.
We need to see a tier list of the heroes that you can literally be AFK but have just good communication on. Like Abaddon, for example. He doesn't have to do anything in the game. He just exists. Luckily, he's not in the patch, so we're good. You know, he's literally irrelevant. Oh, there's the... Oh, that's a good... Yeah, that was a good hero. That was... like, when you see bans against anti-mage, it's like heroes are activated by like 1 or 2 items, and that can just like take over a certain timing. So, for example, you have Ursa who just floods the map. You can never really farm. You're always dying. The Terrorblade, for example, he gets like Manta +1, and he's already pushing down your early towers. He's potentially sieging high ground with the right lineup. And now Khan are pretty much in the position of, we need to find a way to defend our towers with our offlane pick. Someone who can just sit in front. So I'm thinking like an Underlord or a Centaur. They can buy that Crimson, mitigate that early push, and then buy just enough time that then this anti-mage comes online and you can start playing out your draft in its entirety.
I like the Underlord idea a lot. That sounds pretty solid. You would have a lot of minus damage between the Rubik and the Underlord on the lane. There's a lot of nuke potential versus the TB. But yeah, he is a problem. What do you think? If the problem that I see also for Khan is they have this Kunkka, and naturally when you have a Kunkka versus the TB, you can itemize versus him, right? Like you have some ways of playing. Like even the Radiance build is good. Like Radiance Agonist is amazing versus TB. But the thing is, do you have space for that when you're trying to make enough of that same thing for the anti-mage? Yeah. The answer is no.
Yeah, as you were saying it, I was like, oh, if he says Radiant Sags, I'm like, oh no, there's an anti-mage. I've seen so many times, like in my pubs with the lads, where we have like a greedy carry and my Kunkka player, and my Kunkka's got like quick buy Radiant, Ags, Shivas, and I'm like, we ain't getting this much gold, man. Like, we need to find something better to do. So we're gonna, hopefully if they can't need to find a way to itemize Kunkka for early aggression, but they should never feel the pressure to have to find kills and really like own the map. They're basically about controlling their map as long as possible to then get this quick Battle Fury time from Anti-Mage, and then he just runs away with the game. So this is why I want to see a static offlaner that doesn't feel the need to have to go fight. Like, that Sand King in the previous game. He buys a blink, he has to make moves. You know, if you just pick up your Centaur, your Underlord type hero, all you have to do is exist. And then eventually you meet a much later timing, and now you're good to go.
I like the ban of Cyber Legacy as well. It's your Enigma. It's your hero that stays AFK, farms away, gets a Blink Dagger or something. Doesn't even have to get the Blink Dagger instantly, right? As long as he's constantly farming, he's getting there, and eventually he becomes too big of a deal to deal with. But besides Underlords, man, for Khan, what else are you thinking? Like, one hero that I love on offlane that's been banned for Khan is Phoenix. Like, versus TB, it's even on position 3, even after all these nerfs, I love it. Not really the best with them. One good thing for Khan that I see, though, as well, is their safe lane should be pretty solid versus the Doom. You do have this anti-mage plus Witch Doctor, but the problem is still, will you be able to use the Maledict versus a hero that has so much built-in regen as Doom? That can also be very problematic for them. There's quite a lot of ups and downs so far in these two drafts. And I actually have to say that so far for me, Cyber Legacy do have a slight advantage, slight edge.
Yeah, I think if Cyber Legacy just pick one more hero to help with the early aggression, so a Quap that can go Orchid or a Shadow Fiend, again, it's Pikachu, it's a CS region, like any hero that can allow the aggression to go towards Khan, then I think they're going to be in a good spot. In terms of the laning, like Lizard was mentioning, I think the top lane, it could actually be pretty hard for the Anti-Mage Witch Doctor, just because you have this Windrunner. If you have a Blightstone or just anything chipping on the side.
Slardar.
Oh, yeah, sure. Now that's a pretty scary lane. Like Slardar as an offlaner, you pick him when you see weak melee carries that can't really do much. So for example, like Juggernaut's one, where level 1 he's pretty weak. He's stronger level 3, 4, like when he gets more Blade Fury. And same for Anti-Mage, like he can never really lane the entire time. And now you've got the Windrunner as well, the chip. It's going to be a rough lane, and if the Slardar gets an early blink, then the map control could be very scary.
But wait, are we saying this Doom will be position 4 or Windrunner will be position 4? Oh, what are we thinking here?
Well, we've seen Doom mid, for example, in some games, you know? So there's flexibility, I think, between Windrunner and Doom just to pivot between either right now.
Probably Doom is a bit better because you're versus a Kunkka, right? An X-Market spot can mess up with Ranger a little bit. And who debuted? Mid one, right? Mid one is the first one that started playing Doom mid in the Pushka League. We were covering that game. That was a lot of fun. But recently they have been playing Doom mid as well, some other teams. I'm not sure. I would love this Wind Ranger plus Slardar on the offlane together because there's so much potential to lock these heroes down and take them off the map. Like Anti-Mage, he can burn Slardar's mana, but you have these multiple bashes to work with. And then again, you could have a Shackle Shot to come into play as well. I like the lanes from Cyber Legacy and I love their draft. They're not really dependent on their cooldowns, even though they have some big ones, not as much as Khan and their Panda, let's say.
Yeah, I feel like Khan for now, they've reacted with the brew because they against a single core lineup in terms of like a physical damage-esque type thing. The brew can always put the TB into Cyclone, right? You can kill his illusions with the Purge, but it's still the issue of where's your quick and cheap wave clear? How are you defending a tower without having to commit brew split, without having to bring your Kunkka as well? There's so many. The only way you defend is by bringing so many numbers. I feel that you might just get run down with a very early timing. And if Cyber Legacy, they get one item on all cores and just decide to sweep across the map and go, it's going to be pretty hard for the lads to play around their brew timing, the split timing, sorry.
Give me a name, Zico. Who are you siding with? Which way are you going with this one?
Cyber Legacy. Mate, my brain fried for a second. I literally called Khan lads because I forgot they were called Khan.
That's what I wondered. You're which one are the lads?
The Khan, mate. Khan. Yeah. I think Cyber Legacy got this. And it is a mid-Doom. So because of that alone, I am a big fan of Cyber Legacy draft. And I think, they're going to...
I'm just looking real quick at Lizard here, right? You said about you had half your chest out. Lizard is fully just showing off the muscles right now. He's you got panicked just about a little bit of showing off. You just want to show off.
Yeah, but Lizard's got muscles though. All right,
but he's the god, mate. You're just the advisor. Remember, you're not being fed as well. Just the
advisor. Well, I'm going to advise you that this game's about to start. Cyber Legacy's got the better draft, I believe. Lizard's probably agreeing with me, and
you agree, Lizard? Are you going with Cyber Legacy?
I'm gonna say Khan do have their strengths as well. Like the Panda versus
Cheap.
the Terrorblade can be pretty good. But I agree with T-Gov because that close-up, I wasn't agreeing with him, but once they put him in that close-up, that face and the way he says it, like you just have to agree. You just have to believe what he's saying.
Kyle is definitely
Cyber
having a nightmare right now. So you both going for Cyber Legacy. Let's find out what KP and Pexu are saying as we've got them on the mic to take us through this next game.
Panel. It's not quite Pexu. Pycat's back again.
Oh,
they
changed it again.
Different Scandinavian.
Yeah,
We decided to keep him around.
Yeah.
But I'm not gonna lie, boys. I actually hope that this one isn't as one-sided as the first series, because if it continues like this all day, I'm pretty sure by the end of the day, with the way Lizard was just talking, him, Pycat, and BSJ are gonna go form a stack and join the qualifier. I don't know if that would be better or worse. It would definitely worsen the broadcast talent list.
Yeah. I don't know how well we'd do. A bunch of old timers.
Oof. Have you played much for Liz? Have you experienced him in your pub games?
Maybe like 5-6 years ago. I mean.
Yeah. I mean, you could tell him easily back then, right? He was the guy with the harmonica yelling Divide.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like I've played against the Meepo, or something like that once or twice.
Yeah, that's how most people have described him to me. You ban out Meepo.
Yeah,
you win.
And then he's not that scary anymore.
There we go. Got him. Oof. See, I'm gonna get messages in a moment from him. He's like, "Hey, I used to be number 1 on the leaderboards."
Sure.
Well, we got a game, dude.
Yeah.
Oh, and this one, what do you think? Like, looking at the player caliber, right? Like, maybe you haven't said much to these two teams recently. This looks closer, right?
Yeah, I mean, the level of these two teams is definitely higher, I would say, than the other ones. Like, these are some good players. But I do have to kind of agree with the analysis of some of the panel members there. I think Khan, or the lads, as they were called. I think they kind of need to win the game 4-1-5. Like, the anti-mage is not really he's not gonna do that much for like a really long time. And I think one of the spooky things is that, like, this anti-mage, almost no matter when it is in this game, if he blinks in, there's always gonna be this chance of him just dying. There's like one Doom, one Slaughter Stun amp into Terrorblade hitting, Sinister Gaze. Like, there's so many ways for him to die. So I think they need to do well in their in the mid lane and in the off lane. And like, if the Brew has a good game, and the Kunkka has a good game, I think they could, they could roll with it and just buy enough space for the anti-mage to get strong, maybe get an Aegis and some items, and they could take it. But I would definitely favor the boys on Radiant here.
Yeah, it's understandable, because really I feel like what we're secretly saying ourselves is something along the lines of, all right, anti-mage needs to be able to farm. Everyone else in Khan needs to buy Heaven's Halberd, so TB can't attack in the fight, and then AM can win the fights. Yeah,
and you're also up against Kuma and Terrorblade, right? How how can you go up against that and just they're shaking right now on the dire side?
I mean, there's kind of some harrowing memories in your voice right there. Like, you've experienced this as well. It's like, oh god, he built a Dagon on Terrorblade and he still beat me.
I mean, if you ask 33 Neta, he's the biggest Kuman advocate out there. He can talk about Kuman for days.
It's understandable, dude. Like, I mean, Kuman, I think it was when he got picked up by, I think it was Team Empire, they signed him to a big contract. And back then, like, it was equivalent of GPK in CIS. Like, that was the level of how many teams wanted him and how many people were talking about him, like 2018, 2019. Yeah. And then he got locked into those long contracts. I think at first he got locked into Empire, then of course he went on the VP roster, but he very quickly got relegated to stand-in.
Yeah.
So we get to see the boy in action again on what is, considered one of the better carries, I want to say, in the current meta. Like, it does feel like TB's time to shine has finally arrived again.
Yeah, probably. It's also like the classic matchup. Like, this is like the anti-mage versus Terrorblade. This is like the
lore matchup, right?
It's like it's like the two carry players there. Like, like, you ask a carry, like, what hero do you want to play? It's like, it's Terrorblade or anti-mage, right? And now we get both. So it's an interesting matchup.
See, I think you asked me that a few years ago. I would always say like Jug and Chaos Knight were like the two that came to a lot of people's minds, right? Like the El Clasicos.
Huh?
No?
What?
Sorry, I watched like 2014, 2015 Dota. I'm thinking like load up.
When was CK like the favored carry? When
Alliance.
I mean,
long time
like,
ago.
That's
Like,
a while back.
How far ago is Classic to you? Okay, that's what matters.
I mean, Classic is just, it's just like the epic battle, right? It's like these two really hard carries. And it's just, carries enjoy playing these heroes, I feel like.
Yeah, because they just...
It's like me versus the world, You're just the
That's true.
big boss.
Like on the one hand, Anti-Mage's like, well, I'm literally just going to hit creeps for 20 minutes. And then TV's like, hey, you forced me out of my lane at level 1? Oh, there's a jungle over there.
Short blink by Naive. I mean, and we see this, I've seen this matchup a few times. The Anti-Mage versus Slardar it's not one of the most fun ones you can play.
No, it
can get a bit
rough
dicey.
one. Because let's be honest, Blizzy doesn't really care if you burn all his mana. He can still just pummel into you. And at that point, you don't trade effectively because you're not burning mana alongside health.
They do have the heal here. They kind of like recognize that there's no real point in like trying to go on the Slardar. Like they just want to sustain through the lane and just hit creeps. That's all Anti-Mage want to do. So there's no point in going for like Maledict and trying to kill people. It doesn't favor the Anti-Mage at all.
And then when we look at the mid lane, if this turns into kind of status quo, let's farm, it has to favor the Doom, right? The Devour with just as much an even ability to farm creep camps with the Scorched Earth and the creeps he can pick up. It's not really ideal to just be stuck farming if you're Pikachu.
I haven't really seen the Doom. I've seen it a few times now, the Doom mid, but I mean, I would imagine Doom will probably out farm, whereas Kunkka, he gets more potential to, make a lot of plays, or like it's easier. You can definitely make some plays with the Scorched Earth maxed out, but Kunkka, I would say, has on average, an easier time making plays. This is really
one's an
annoying
enabler, one kind of wants to be enabled in this role, I'd say, because like usually you think of Doom in the free, it's like he's going to make space, he's going to rotate and press R. But when you're playing like a POS 2, or like in the old days when I think Envy would do a lot of POS 1 Doom, it was like, guys, I just want to eat creeps, go to Midas, farm.
Yeah. I mean, this ice armor though, like, what's the deal with this? It's 5 armor, and there's a slow.
It's pretty ridiculous.
Attack slow 25, move slow 25. Like, what's that about? Huh?
When was the last time they nerfed that? It's been a long time, right?
They've nerfed it a few times, right? It
used to be A,
before?
I think.
Yeah.
Which was just insane. But let's be totally honest, it's kind of still insane.
It's still pretty insane, I would say.
Yeah. I mean, because you remember when there was the whole Doom 3-4 just being spammed everywhere, and the argument was like, well, if you find a crit wolf, you just win the lane. And those kind of issues still exist because I think you can still eat crit wolf creeps at the same level. You can still get the Frost Mage very early, and you can still get first blood from the top lane, as that poor little Witch Doctor is just trying to distract them so Naive can hit creeps.
Yeah, it's actually working. I think Anti-Mage is doing like better than I would expect him to do up here. He's just free farming pretty much. You don't really care if your Witch Doctor dies like that.
No,
it's not that important.
Same goes for the Lich. It's just space for the TB to hit creeps as well.
Yeah.
Albeit the difference being, if Kuman was pressured, he could go to the jungle immediately, whereas AM's not a hero that wants to resort to that.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely easier to jungle with Terrorblade than with Anti-Mage. But Anti-Mage is having a better time than Terrorblade at the moment, so...
Most definitely. Like, I'm always reminded of, I think the best example I can ever recall, like the TB doesn't care, we'll just go hit creeps in jungle at level 2. I think it was like a Team Secret game where he got complete dumpstered, died like 4 times in the lane, and then he just went to the jungle, and 15 minutes later came back and destroyed everyone. Like, oh, that's TB!
Yeah, those concepts of Dota, it's like, come on, You shouldn't be able to go jungle at level 2, right? You need level 5. It's fair. Level 2,
I mean, some heroes are 4, right? Like, I've seen Lycans where they're like, just accept, okay. And Lycan's another example where if it's similar to TB, where it's like, okay, now I can just give this lane to my support, really, and I can just take jungle, and then maybe we get like a 4th core situation.
I mean, the old Lycan of like TI2, that like would jungle faster from level 1 than any solo lane. That was.
Hey, I mean, recently that's been proven not on the same level, but you can still do the jungle start. I remember a few weeks ago, I think Nigma, they pulled out a Lycan Pos 5, and Kuro was just farming like a boss.
Still
So don't mention it too much, although it'll just start appearing in your pub games again at every level.
Yeah.
Is that the most painful experience? Like, it's always nice to see kind of innovation, like, man, look at this new hero that someone's running the 4 or the 2. But you know what's going to happen. The real problem is in your pub games immediately after everyone sees, like, Yaps or play Sniper, Pos 4, for example.
Yeah, people tend to need some more time to figure out how to actually execute these things. We're gonna see a trade here.
Meantime, the support again executed. Oh, Gilga trying to walk it off. One more tap will bring him down, though. This is kind of the story of the bot lane, right? Yeah. Like they know they can't kill Kuman. They just want to kill whatever's near him.
No, I feel like Cyber Legacy are definitely happy with this. It's like the Lich dies, it's whatever. He doesn't care. He can come back with some regen, and then Rubik was level 5 at the time when he died, and it's just more gold and levels for Terrorblade.
It's true. I guess the thing compared to like the traditional matchup between these two carries, the game goes on. At least if you burn all of Kuma's mana, you don't have to worry about the Sunders. But it is really concerning that, like, as this game goes on, who is going to address the TV unless your anti-mage gets a substantial lead in terms of net worth.
They're gonna get a kill
and
here.
TV, yep, nice Sunder. Allows them to get the kill on Cheshire Cat pretty easily.
Yeah, both mids just rotating, and one team gets a kill on the core and one on the support, so favoring Cyber Legacy here a little bit.
Oh. That's going to be painful. That was AM's regen to come out. That was the Ring of Health. Just got sniped out by Doom.
Yeah.
Which is, I mean, rough at this situation, right? Because once Slaughter has 6, when Wind Ranger comes back, you could see a world in which they can, like, just force him out of the lane based on attrition, now that he doesn't have that additional regen.
I think at this point, you kind of don't really want to sit in the lane as anti-mage. Like, you get amped up, and then, you get shackled once, you get a stun, you get bashed, like... It's gonna be, like, if you don't die, you're gonna lose, 60-70% of your HP, and it's just not worth it.
Speaking of dying, he's keeping consistent. I don't know about you, but, like, historically, I kind of feel like I hold a grudge against Lich because of the old Lich that just used to sacrifice creeps. Right. I always kind of feel good inside when a Lich dies.
Right. So kind of like me and the THD.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Like we're just learning loads of things here, right? Like last game it was our disdain for Jakiro pickers. Now it's our secret kind of fetish about watching liches die.
Right. I mean, just honestly, like there are not many heroes in Dota that you don't really like enjoy watching them die, right? It's like you've had these games where this hero is just pissing you off and they die and you.
There's got to be one that like you're always happy to see succeed. Like one hero who almost always does so badly that you're kind of happy when it finally works.
Which hero would
on
that
average? Be? I don't know. I'm wondering if you got one. Like I'm trying to think, but there's got to be one. Because obviously you have heroes where they've been busted in the past so much. Like screw that hero. Like I don't think anyone enjoys watching an Arc Warden succeed. We might see a Doom succeed though. Cheshire Cat's going to be chased down. He should at least be able to pick up the bounty rune, but he should die from this. The Shackle Shot will ensure it, and we'll call that a kill secure from Bignum.
Easy. Money in the bank.
Cha-ching.
He did get the Doom, though, on the Rubik, so potential for some plays here. I see sending out a smoke, maybe. Yep. Sending out a smoke on the Rubik, and we're going to see some rotation. Maybe towards the mid lane, maybe towards top. Let's see.
I think that you're probably looking at Magical, right? Because TB, he's going to be embedded deep in that jungle. It's a bit hard to get to.
Yeah, he's definitely hard to catch.
Yeah. Whereas with the Doom, it's pretty valuable because otherwise he's got the drums, he's got the Scorched Earth, he'll just run it off.
Yeah, it looks like they kind of know. I think that ward that they have near the Ancients might have spotted it. And so, yeah, they're going to get a Lich kill.
Slayer is very upset right now. There were no creeps in the camp, otherwise that Chain Frost would have most likely got a kill.
Yeah, I mean, this is not what you want, right? You're smoking with 3 heroes and like a 4th hero is in there and you're getting a Lich kill.
It's not too bad when you convert it in this tower though. Like this is the highest priority tower to
If
get.
they get
Now
the tower,
you can access
then
the
it's
jungle.
yeah, it's definitely fine. And it's also like now the anti-mage he's just farming bottom. They might actually be able to hold this top tower. They're
They've
leaving this
actually-
mid tower.
Yeah, they've gone top because they want to deal with Blizzy. And the boat
Right.
coming in, it seems an inevitable death for the Slardar. Just how much time can you waste though? He's going to cut tree and try and move away, but Pikachu,
Nice.
he went too late for the Tiebringer.
gonna be
Blizzy,
fine
no,
here.
nope, he's got no TP, but he can just sliver away.
Yeah, he probably
If
regrets
they
not
follow
doing
the
it right now.
tree line, well, they might see him when he tries to escape. If he tries to escape, 'cause he's got this ward covered, right? They have to know he's still here. Because I think they can. Yeah, I'm pretty sure the torrent cancelled the TP, so they should know he's there, and they're gonna walk away at the wrong moment. Looks like he'll escape. Calls a cucumber, does get away with it. Meanwhile, bot lane is just repelling the anti-mage.
But
He's
is he
trying
gonna
to
get
some
out?
spread push going.
Let's see.
I mean, technically he got out. Now he's just
One
now
Tidebringer.
Pikachu's just going in.
One more. Come on. Oh,
Pikachu
turned the wrong way.
He's just teasing him at this point. It's like that moment when Pikachu does the Tiebringer. He's like, well, I know he's there now, but I don't know how we catch him. An easy catch, however, would be Archangel. Witch Doctor, he tanks the gank, but his anti-mage probably wouldn't have needed to. And in the mid lane, they do find the big kill. They get on Nakuman. There it is.
Yeah.
They throw out the Doom, they get the kill, and that is the most high valuable target they can find on the map right now.
Yeah, definitely.
In terms of importance.
Yeah, and the thing is, I mean, it doesn't really matter that much. Like getting the gold and getting the kill is not. It's just the Terrorblade won't be farming in this time, and the anti-mage can catch up a little bit.
Yeah, that's something like sometimes we kind of television on, right? It's like, man, that kill was worth X gold. It's like, well, that's kind of the bonus. The fact is you just removed the primary carry from the farming sphere for X time. And now they might remove the other one. Magical gets caught out, and that's way too much damage. They should be able to bring him down. They'll pop him straight away, and with the split, they can just go onto the tower. They'll pummel away a little bit. They know that Slayer is here. They're
Yeah, they should know.
taking out the device.
They should just be going in there.
Slayer right now is like, oh no, no, no. Oh no, no. He doesn't even bother. He knows the Chain Frost won't achieve anything.
Yeah, he doesn't want to get it thrown back in his face with the counter spell. He just feels stupid.
Yeah.
This is pretty much gonna be Battle Fury done after this wave.
Timing wise, it's looking pretty decent. And the AM, he credit to him, he's kept up. Even the Kunkka as well. Like, this is the more surprising one, is the fact that Pikachu's kept up with Magical, which is a hero that, remember, he does essentially have a built-in Midas.
Yeah, no, Pikachu's doing really well for himself, both him and Naive.
So the question is, do you feel like Cyber Legacy maybe need to ramp it up a bit? Do you think AM's getting a bit too much space here so far?
I think he's getting more space than they kind of anticipated or than they were hoping for, but I still think that Cyber Legacy they have so many tools.
And they're using them.
And killing.
Big kill on a Pikachu should open up a push to this tier 1 tower as well, because Kuman did use the Metamorphosis.
Yeah.
And that's key to them having success in this game, because just like they had done to them when their Terrorblade died in the tier 2, it opens up that jungle. That means that Naive can't really farm as freely as he previously was. Question is whether they want to fight this on the side of Khan, because they do have the split available. They got a DD on the Brewmaster. There you go. Straight away, Blizzy jumps in, the stun's going to come out. They do get split off, and Kuma looks to retreat. Does the stun to work with, doesn't want to throw it out. And the ward is not actually interrupted. Black Archangel is able to get the kill into Blizzy. They chase him forward. They are stunning up Kuman. I think they're just trying to keep him away from the engagement, but it looks like Magical's able to retreat. Maybe now they can reconversion, look for a kill on to the Terrorblade. They need to be quick. Sunder's going to come out, just cat down to half HP. Shackle shot on the mark. The bounce around the Chain Frost, the boat coming through as well. Terrorblade brought low, will be able to be brought down here. Black Archangel does die. There's a double kill for Slayer with that Chain Frost bouncing around. And in the end, it's a free exchange. The difference being that the anti-mage is still alive, but the TB is in the grave.
Yeah, I think you're pretty happy about this if you're Khan. You saved your mid tower, the Terrorblade dies again, the anti-mage is just gonna keep farming. Definitely not a bad trade.
It's that case once again. You're not there farming. Sure, you had the lead, but now you can see that Naive's going to move forward. And let's be honest here, between these two heroes, like inherently anti-mage is always going to have a bit of an edge in terms of farm rate.
Yeah, I mean, he definitely has an edge in mobility, and at this point, he can farm faster for sure. But at the same time, they do have this Terrorblade damage with the Slardar, so it's gonna be very easy for Cyber Legacy to take Roche. And it's also like, unless the anti-mage gets way out of control, it's always gonna be relatively easy to kill him.
Yeah, I guess the other thing to highlight is between these two offlaners, which one is more cooldown reliant is very obvious. It's going to be the Brewmaster. But let's like say, if you switched it up and said the POS 2 compared to the POS 3, like Doom is a big cooldown spell, sure. But how pivotal is it to success in a fight compared to the Brewmaster split at this point in the game? Like, it's definitely more painful when you don't have that ability available in these mid-game skirmishes.
Yeah, they're way more reliant on the Brew split than I would say that they are on a Doom. The Doom is just like, it's a nice tool. If you see the anti-mage alone, like I'm guessing maybe he gets eventually like a Blink or a Shadow Blade or something. He can just kind of find the anti-mage if he gets the sensor creep. Makes it really easy to kill the anti-mage. He's alone.
For now, they're looking to kill Pikachu. They smoked up and they'll move straight in. He gets caught out. They don't even care about the courier. I'll let that go by, and Kunkka, he's definitely dead as he has been doomed up. They'll hunt for more, though, because that courier does reveal that there's more people in the neighborhood. They ping out, they find Gilga. Gilga may just go smash.
Yeah, I mean, the anti-mage it looks like he's queuing up SMY, which is kind of odd to me. But, he's playing, and I'm just sitting here talking, so what do I know?
It's okay. You go back and play, Pycat. You show him why Manta's still better. I think it's... I've seen this a few times in the high-level pubs from the anti-mages. I'm going to assume, it's because in this game, especially like Doom, right? Like if you get Satanic eventually, status resistance build, maybe you find Titan Sliver, suddenly like being doomed isn't painful.
Yeah, I still feel like you don't really want to get doomed, though. That's the thing. But maybe there's...
That is usually the optimal way to play the game.
Maybe there's something to it. We'll just have to wait and see.
I feel like we're going to be back here 15 minutes later. We're just watching him die to Doom, shrugging our shoulders.
Yeah, maybe.
Let's see if it pays off, though. In the meantime, there's going to be smoke coming out. 3 members of Khan rotating towards the top. Makes sense to try and just remove Blizzy from the map whenever you can, because he really is the divine initiation for Cyber Legacy.
Yeah, I'm kind of uncertain as to what his plan up here is. Like, he's all alone. They're kind of just lingering in their own jungle.
Yeah. I'm guessing he saw the Rubik. He's like, oh man, if Rubik shows on the wave, I can just kill him, right?
Yeah, I don't know about that one, Chief. I mean, maybe.
It's about to be a good idea because Kunkka's not there. But yeah, you can see it's actually, like, he's just reluctant because there's nobody showing on the map at all.
Cool.
Okay. I don't know. I feel like he should be hunting, not just sitting top waiting for something, maybe. But maybe the idea is, okay, TB's chill farming, Doom's farming. There's nothing to do right now. Let's just wait for them to get a new item.
Yeah, I mean, they just got the Blink now into Doom. I'm guessing he's going to get the sensor creep. He can kind of solo kill the anti-mage. Maybe, I mean, that could be an idea that you can outrun the Doom potentially with the SNY. And just, the duration and whatnot.
I mean, maybe. I'm curious to see if there's going to be... What's going to be next? Okay, so he's getting the Talisman. Is he about to make a... Is he going to make a Heaven's Halberd?
I don't know, man.
Like
but I'm intrigued, You have my attention.
I'm working my chin and curiosity at this. Like, I did mention it at the start, right? I was like, the other guys get Heaven's Halberd because there's a TB. I wasn't expecting the anti-mage to queue up the Heaven's Halberd, though.
All right.
Brewmaster does get caught out.
Yeah, this should be pretty easy Roche, unless the Brew has buyback, which he does not. They could try to delay it maybe with some Kunkka torrents and whatnot, but I feel like this should be a fairly straightforward Roche.
Yeah, I mean, they have vision because the Witch Doctor is Courier, but there's not really anything that they can do here.
Right.
Or is there? Just run Archangel and see if you can click the ground quick enough. So there you go. Roche in the hands of Cyber Legacy. Don't worry, Anti-Mage completed his Heaven's Halberd.
Okay, now, yeah, he's going for the Halberd Immensa combo. Okay, yeah, I feel like I've seen a few times, I think.
Yeah, I guess it's better than just going for the Manta. If you don't want to farm, right, like get the Heaven's Halberd first, back to the Manta afterwards.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, this is seems reasonable. Like I feel like people have kind of just figured out that Heaven's Halberd is just such a good item.
Yes, it's pretty busted.
It's very cost efficient, and what it does is just it's a very useful item. Pretty much throughout all stages of the game.
Especially at this kind of stage of the meta, you know, when you think about like what have been the primary carries recently, things like Luna, the Terrorblade as well. These heroes get hit harder by a Heaven's Halberd than, you know, previous patches.
Yeah.
Primary carries.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely nice against the Terrorblade. Since he has to, I mean, usually he's fighting in range form, so.
Mm-hmm. And when you couple with the fact they've already got one on Kunkka, I wouldn't be surprised if after the Vlads we see the Brewmaster potentially pick up one as well. At that point, you know, yeah, you've got all this physical damage being amplified by Blizzy, but then you just have your primary right clicker disabled for the entire fight. Between disables, they try to move in on the Gilga. 2 heroes blinking so far, and they decide that Gilga is not worth saving.
Peace, Gilga. See ya.
Like, you can see the moment they're like, oh, well, maybe we can turn this. And then you see another blink in, then another blink in. You're like, I'm just going to go heat creeps, guys. Good luck with that, Gilga.
Yeah, they're just going to give up this tier 2. They're going to see if they're actually going to... They should be threatening high ground here so that they can't have to go back. They're going to have meta soon.
Ultimately, like, Cyber Legacy want to open up a second wave lane, right? So, like, you go take the tier 2 mid, and then that kind of meta high ground threat is significant for Khan.
Yeah, I feel like I wouldn't mind of seeing them, like, you know, like they just need to go to this high ground and start hitting it. You know, like now they didn't actually force any ports up there. The Rubik TB back eventually, but they could have dealt some damage and then kind of just shifted towards mid and start pushing there because they're gonna have meta now, and they still have the Aegis.
I guess that's something we sometimes see with those type of things, you know, Dragon Eye with Terrorblade. Like, if there's not... Usually most people try and kill then objective, right? Whereas if you try and go in for the objective first, it just feels like you're vulnerable. And if you don't find an immediate kill, all of a sudden you've just tipped your hand.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, you don't necessarily have to, like, go for the full push, right? All you really want to do is just force a few heroes back there so that you know that they ported, so you can kind of play the map in an easier way.
If this works, this would be cheeky. Kuman is alone on the bot lane. There is a lot of Khan heroes in the neighborhood. And yeah, they're just going to force it out willy-nilly. And therefore doing a lot of work. The BKB from Kuman. And he's moving forward, looking for a fight opportunity. Goes on a Black Archangel, but nope. Sunder gets wasted, and there's a TP out successfully by the Witch Doctor. They know Pikachu's around here. He's going to go for the TP away, and Blizzy, he's not going to try for the blind blink stun. I mean, you're happy if you come with that. You have to be.
To some extent, I feel I think they might be losing 2 towers here, though. They're gonna lose the 1, that's for sure. I don't really see any reason for them to not keep going. Is there a smoke for Cyber Legacy here?
No, but they're not gonna double back in.
They're gonna contain, like, you know, they're gonna keep these 2 lanes pushed. You see, they're cutting the mid wave, and then they're gonna push bottom. The TB can do it alone, and he's just gonna keep going, and they can potentially set up top, take the fight there. Have Terrorblade keep. He's kind of reluctant to hitting this bottom because he doesn't have BKB, and so he doesn't want to, like, his teammates ditched him, so he doesn't want to die there twice.
That's what I was wondering, is like, if their mindset from Khan is like, okay, like, Kuman will not push at all because now he has no BKB, he has no Sunder, and then he's reluctant to Metamorphosis on the first life. But it looks like Kuman, he's pretty confident. BKB's ready again, and you can already see there's 2 heroes from Radiant on the high ground, so they just control this area completely.
Yeah, and this is nice. Now, like, they got Khan to leave the top lane, so they're not taking this tier 1 tower, and they shifted back towards bottom, getting the tier 2, and they have kind of a decent position. They're gonna lose the mid wave right now, but with the next wave, they could potentially swing in towards the tier 2 mid.
Is this one of those games where if you're in it right now and you're not the anti-mage, use his teammate going, when is my AM going to be online exactly? And is the game going to already be over by then?
Yeah, and that's kind of the... I feel like that's like the spooky thing. Like, you know, like this anti-mage, yeah, he's really high level and all, but it feels like almost no matter when it is in this game, like the anti-mage is always going to be kind of vulnerable. because of this amp and because of Doom and just the raw damage from Terrorblade.
Yeah, it feels like unless you just activate anime mode and go Super Saiyan with counterspell timing, dude, they don't care. And they have so many AoE stuns that you can't go, well, I have counterspell against their target. A spooky situation nonetheless. You already see that it's group cutting to the maximum to just try and like stem any sort of tower hemorrhaging, considering they don't really have anything left but their base now beside a Khan. So it's going to be a catch here. Black Dark Angel has been spotted out. They will hunt him down. The cask will bounce around a little bit, but there's still going to be any sort of initiation coming out from Khan. I'll let that one go.
So Terrorblade, the Aegis did expire. So I'm thinking most likely Khan are waiting for either the next Roche or Abyssal on Anti-Mage to try to find something. But the thing is, Cyber Legacy, they're kind of just, you know, they're sticking together. Like, it's really hard for this Anti-Mage to jump in and kill heroes. This Glimmer Cape on Lich is annoying. It's hard to kill the Windrunner. You can just press Windrun. And it's not that easy for them to find.
Double blink stun AoE, right? So, like, even if you initiate on a target, the counter initiation is so strong for Legacy. Speaking of that initiation, Blizzy goes in first. Straight away, Chainfrost's going to bounce out. Split's going to be used as well. Blizzy being protected by the Glimmer Cape for the moment will be brought down, though. Now, TB has been disarmed, but Kuman will look to just melt through the Brute and his pieces, but it looks like he's able to get Storm out. So, the problem is they didn't kill the Earth Panda. Yep. Which means you're in a bit of trouble, but they mistimed the power shot. So Cheshire Cat does get out in one piece. That is the Metamorphosis used. So if you're Cyber Legacy, you're looking for an objective right now. And they might find a big kill here. Kunkka gets hit by the Shackle Shot. They throw out the Doom as well. And that is going to be goodbye to the Admiral as he's going to be brought down. That should be high ground access for Cyber Legacy with 2 members of Khan being dead.
Yeah, they're going to have it's like 10-15 seconds on this TB meta. They're going to get the tower. Potentially, they might try to go for the Rex. Yeah.
I think they have just enough time. Yeah, the Kunkka is gone for so long. The Split's gone for 75 seconds. Like, in reality, even in melee form, what are you really scared of here?
Yeah, you have the BKB still, and it's just a free Rex.
And naive shenanigans are going to be interrupted as well, as Blizzy did go back early. Just good timing on that as well. Like, Cyber Legacy, they don't reveal that Blizzy is trying to deal with the AM too early. Obviously, that would just tip the hand of Khan to go at the base. The problem here is, like, now look at Kuman. He's almost got the butterfly complete. You got the MKB as well. It's weird when you look at AM and his net worth is more or less TBs. But when you look at their items and what they're doing in the game, you can't help but feel he's far, far behind, right?
Yeah, and it's not just about the anti-mage, right? Like, it's not the I mean, the anti-mage TB matchup in a vacuum is, you know, like, okay, whatever. But it's kind of the fact that the anti-mage just, he can't go in, right? The way the fights have to work is that, like, the Brew has to jump in and get split off. The Kunkka has to be able to cast the spells, and, like, so many things need to go right for Khan for these fights to actually work out. Not to say that they can't, because, I mean, the Brew, he can clear the TB illusions, but the TB with just the BKB and, you know, MKB Butterfly, S and Y, he's gonna deal a lot of damage to any target that's amped. So it's like a very, very straightforward and easy way to fight.
Yeah, it's not just like the initiation, the fight. Like you mentioned, the survivability of multiple heroes they have. Like you compare that to Khan, their initiation, it's slower, I want to say, and like the impact is less instant, right? It's not like you've got this Slardar and this Doom jumping in. You've got like X, and that'll set up onto a kill, but if they have BKB, for example, it's not going to work that way. They're going to try right now on a magical. Go straight in. Doom brought down to half HP already. Not going to use the BKB. We'll throw it out now. Able to limp away. The Split was thrown out. The Witch Doctor's already dead. Doom is going to live. In the meantime, Anti-Mage is going to be brought down. The big target found is Khan out of full retreat. And Pikachu's BKB has ran out. Nice. Sinister Gaze coming out from Slayer. And the slow from the Chain Frost is enough to ensure that Pikachu will join his boss one in the grave. The 2 biggest targets found. And Khan running home with their tail between their legs with whatever's left of their army.
Yeah, I feel like that's kind of like the idea even from the get-go, right? Like this anti-mage, he's farmed, you know, like he farmed 20k gold, and it's one stun, right? It's one stun, and then it's, you know, it's so easy. There's one amp, there's some random shackle shot, doesn't even have to latch, just a random bash, some slaughter stun, and he's dead. You know, it takes like a second or two for him to die, and they didn't even have to use Doom, so.
yeah, it really does come down to ease of execution and like, you know, where's your saving grace in these fights? Like, where is your easy reset? I think that's like the biggest takeaway. Like we mentioned initiation just before that fight. Like they don't really have an insta reset. Like Bo is nice, but it has to get there in time. And as you said, it takes him like 2 to 3 seconds to kill AM.
Yeah, and I feel like the kind of like the difference in like I like this Lich hero in this game as opposed to the 2 supports of the Dire lineup. They have a Witch Doctor and a Rubik, and there's no real save or kind of any backup whatsoever. If we saw the Lich as a 5 on the con side and a Witch Doctor, like if you switch these 2 heroes, I feel like this game would be way closer, because then the Anti-Mage all of a sudden would be able to kind of blink in, or even just the Brew or the Kunkka just go into fights, get the Frost Armor and just fight. But the way it is now, that's, you know, it's not possible. Like the Rubik, yeah, he can steal this, but it's not very reliable.
Yeah, and it's not like instantly one spell being stolen by a Gilgar is going to change everything. It's not like you got your Black Hole or your Naga Siren Song. Something that like just gives you that hard reset or the hard control in the fight.
Yeah, and Kuman, we see him here. He's just he gets a bottle and he's just gonna bottle this double damage. He has Aegis. He's gonna meta in 15 seconds. They're just gonna go top and go for the final side. And I feel like there's very little Khan can do about this. They need to hope for like some crazy initiation where they manage to kill a bunch of heroes before they pop their BKBs.
All right, so either a miracle in-game or a miracle with DDoSing. I think these are the two
never know,
options
right?
that line up for me.
Like a blackout or something.
Just Cyber Legacy all of a sudden, right?
Nice. 2 out of 10 on the last one, 3 out of 10 on this one.
I'm improving, coach.
Yep.
Oh, Kuman's damage has substantially improved. And they're split on the side. They're desperately trying to cut the back line. The problem is, like, TV, like, you don't care. If you're Cyber Legacy right now, it doesn't matter. You don't have to directly fight. Naive is trying to run for the high hills. Will be slowed down. Magical has got the blink. You could go in for the Doom if you want to. Instead, they just get rid of Kunkka, and they'll be able to close out the game.
Yikes.
GG, Cyber Legacy, game 1. TV unstoppable. And in this classic matchup, is Kuman coming out ahead.
It's the Kuman Terrorblade. You just...
Spooky Terrorblade.
Can't beat it.
Is that your professional analysis? Just don't give it to Kuman.
Can't give TV to Kuman. Not like this.
Well,
not like this.
I mean, where did it really like all go wrong? If you had to choose like one critical moment, quickly.
I feel like they could have played like I feel like they could have made rotations a lot better, but I do feel like this game is really difficult for them to actually win. Like they need to snowball a lot faster with their 4 heroes, because you see the Anti-Mage, no matter his net worth, he's not gonna be a massive factor in this game. He's always gonna be susceptible to dying really quickly.
Well, guys, we're off to a bit of a brutal start in game 1 of the series. We'll have to hope that Khan can switch it up. We'll throw it across to you. Please show me the blessing. Like, show me the good side that Khan had in this game. Hope.
Well, it wasn't all doom and gloom for Khan. They had that window of opportunity, right? But it was more like maybe down to Cyber Legacy's execution.
Yeah, I think when you look at the start of the game, you like look at the anti-mage lane. He's got like 29 CS, like the Slardar 18, which showed that the Slardar was opting to be a little bit more aggressive, try and zone. And the Witch Doctor kind of drew a little bit of aggro away. So at the start of the game, you're like, oh, anti-mage has actually kind of survived the laning phase, and we're looking to be in a good spot to play our game. But then the question around at 25 minutes is, what items can anti-mage actually buy that allows him to like propel himself into the game? And then you look at like Terrorblade, Slardar, Windrunner, all these heroes, they're just buying all these damage items to kill him, that anti-mage needs like 30, 40, 50k net worth or something to even have a game at this point, because it's just once done and he's always going to die in this game.
Man, they had a pretty decent start though, right? The lanes, it could have went so much worse considering Doom finds the perfect starting creep. He finds the Ogre. Like, how lucky is that? He instantly on the medium camp, he finds the Ogre, gets that armor for himself, and Kunkka suddenly from being able to kind of dominate that lane after he gets 2 bracers is forced to make these rotations across the map. He goes top, doesn't really do a whole lot, and I really think it doesn't come down completely to the draft. It comes down to the way Cyber Legacy played in the mid game, because you could see that on the other hand, Panda, every time he had split, they made a move, and the move was good. They were taking control of the map. Then suddenly, Cyber Legacy, every single smoke they did, they found a good target. Every single time they used the smoke, they would find a Kunkka or someone like that and take a tower off.
Yeah, I think couldn't agree anymore. Actually, like in Cyber Legacy, they showed after laning phase when like you'd expect them to do a little bit better. Their mid push, where like the Terrorblade's pushing from like the southern side of mid tower, the Slardr's like blinking onto another guy, then getting like killed by the Witch Doctor. Like it looked very sloppy on that one engagement, and then you're like, oh okay, maybe actually Khan can do this. And then it turned around, and as we hear some Khan horns. So they're really trippy, man.
I did the same as you. I looked at you and went, what the hell?
What was that? Like literally just getting in a taxi real quick. No, but yeah, it's just...
that's not me. That's outside of your studio, guys.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
That's Khan being sent home. It's fine. No, but like just the way in which Khan defended the early objectives, punishing the mistakes made from Cyber Legacy, it was very good. It's just the issue is, once you get to that 1 or 2 items from Legacy, it's like, it's so hard to play into it, right? You have Blink Windrunner, Blink Slardar, this TB who can always pop the anti-mage. Like, at what point are you seeing this anti-mage actually play out a game? Their game plan is make good movements, play off the brew, but then suddenly a pick-off on the brew, a pick-off on the Kunkka. Like, you look at the, I think, 20-minute mark, brew dies mid, he's dead for 30 seconds. What does that mean? Roshan's now dead, because he died in the mid lane next to Roshan. You have a Slardar, you have a Terrorblade. 30 seconds is such a great window of time to do Roshan with these heroes. And as soon as you have this first Aegis, it completely mitigates like 10k net worth on Animage, because it's even harder to like get any impact. So I think just good start from Khan, but just a little bit of discipline errors and just positioning, which led to key pickoffs, meant the game went from maybe having a good close game to just feeling like it just instantly swept away from them.
I would just continue on the fact that they took that first rush. I think that was the biggest thing. The way they took it as well. They got not really the biggest pick-off ever. I think it was Rubik that they killed, right? But then they go into the rush pit because they already used the meta. No, it was Panda that they killed. You were right.
Thank you.
They didn't even use the Doom for that. They killed the Panda mid lane and straight into the pit. They go there. The thing is, all up to that point, there's a chance for Khan to play out the game properly, because they had the solid plan. You could see every single team fight, what they would do is they would ignore everyone on Cyber Legacy and just go for the TB. And the problem that Cyber Legacy did have in the early stages of the game is, even though they're beefy and tanky, they don't dish out any kind of damage. Besides your Lich's ultimate, you had no damage on that team. So you could pretty much ignore everyone else and go for the TB. But the moment that TB gets a BKB or an Aegis, that strategy becomes impossible. And I think that's where they're shattered, because you could not see a single move coming from Cyber Legacy after that Aegis has been picked up.
How do we think on Pikachu, right? Obviously, he has to jump in. He's coming in and gets given where he wants to play, right? But were you impressed with how he was able to just slot in, or does it not really make a difference to what Khan will be able to do here?
I think this is one of those games where he's new to the team, and they're kind of playing on the back foot in terms of their game plan is about surviving and then coming online. Like, there are moments in which you can make aggressive plays as 4, but if you ever like run into 5, then of course numbers advantage is going to be an issue. So I think overall it was a pretty good shot, but like just the small pickoffs, like the Brew dying once gave Roshan, Kunkka dying in the bot jungle, and then Rubik dying subsequently after, like, they're mistakes that you can't make in these type of games. So just overall team discipline, not just looking at Pikachu. Yeah, it's not too great.
It's just a difficult lineup, just a difficult draft to execute properly. I really think it comes down to that. They had some like great moments in which Rubik steals the Doom, and then suddenly they can control the pace of the game afterwards. But that only comes once or twice in a game such as this one. You're not going to get a really big spell every single time. And if you don't, you kind of feel that you don't really have the firepower to take any fights. For me, it all comes back down to that Aegis, because Terrorblade was still a minute or 2 away from the BKB. And if he's still a minute or 2 away from the BKB, you can make some plays. But it comes down to Cheshire Cat to not die on that mid lane, so that you have that hero that's constantly in the fights. He didn't have a buyback there. And that's also a problem when you're playing versus a Slardar, right? It's not like any single team is going to kill off the Panda and then take Rush in 20 seconds. No, they only do it because they have the Slardar Terrorblade combination too. It's just a rough game for Khan. I think they can they can maybe take one game of the series. We'll see in the next one, right?
You say one game of the series. Does that mean you got no hope from
At
Liv
least,
taking
yeah.
the series?
No, I do. I do. I don't think this team was crushed. I don't think that this team was outplayed on the lanes and after the lanes. I don't think that this team had no idea how to play the game, or not, or that they aren't on the same level like Cyber Legacy. I just believe that the cards that they've been dealt in this game and some pickoffs that Cyber Legacy masterfully have done just destroyed them.
Yeah, like you got to give it to Naive. Like he's an anti-mage player, but if you look at the highlights of those early fights, like he's just farming near. He's like maybe joining the fight, kind of getting at the very end. Like he's getting the scraps he needed. So I think like that kind of game plan of they're playing for protect one, but the one that's being protected is still looking at his team. He's not being like ignorant towards like the big picture. And it's like that philosophy, if you have a little bit of a closer draft, could be the deciding factor between just turning a big team fight and now the game's completely different, right? So I think, yeah, they showed good signs, just fundamentally they just didn't have anything to really bring to the table within 20 to 30 minutes and they lost the game in the window.
You confident they can avoid making those mistakes though?
Maybe. Don't know. Like,
I just wanted to go on about that anti-mage. That's also because of his item build, right? The halberd.
Yeah.
How many did we see in this game? I believe 3. And halberd is one of the things why that anti-mage can actually join every single fight. He buys it before Manta. And you feel a little bit more secure when you're joining these team fights. If you have, let's say, Battle Fury Yasha and that halberd, because you have extra stats resistance, extra HP, obviously, so it becomes a little bit easier. Halberd, by the way, what do you think about that, T-Gav? I think the item is, even after the nerf, the 5% nerf, it's still great.
It's because it can be disassembled, right, into then a butterfly later on. So you have like that scale potential of like increasing your evasion later on. And early on, it's like stat resistance, disarm, plus passive evasion. So overall, item is pretty darn good, mate. Pair that with a cheeky drum on someone else and off you go. You can take all these early fights.
All right. I'm going to buy some drums and halberds for every hero that I play.
Dude.
If someone flames me, I'll send them to your stream.
Please do. Thank you for the little shout there. No, I think the...
what is it? Twitch TV T Governor?
There we go. Yeah, free coaching, lads, if you want to... No, I'm joking. All right, anyway, more importantly, let's look at the drums, I think. I think the move speed actually stacks fully. So if you pop double drum, I might just be pulling this out of nowhere, by the way, but I think if you pop 2 drums at the same time, I think it just stacks, just completely. So you can go zoom, zoom in all fights.
He's just plugged your Twitch channel, right? You're not giving advice and you said you're not sure. It's not exactly a good plug for yourself, mate.
Maybe I don't want the plug to be successful. Maybe I want to...
You're sabotaging everyone.
Exactly.
So that's what you're doing to Misery.
He's one of those streamers that wants to keep his 20 viewers, have the community, just have the friends and family watching.
Yeah.
Come on, man.
Oh, come on, Lizard. I just like my boys, they come in, we learn together, we do our thing. Do drums stack twice? Please, someone answer me that right now. I can't access a Dota lobby right now. Just quickly jump in. 2 separate heroes, 2 separate drums. Boom, boom. What's the move speed? Hit move a number. Thank you.
You're really hoping
with
for them
drums or
drums active.
With drums or not, that Doom had 600 movement speed. He popped Scorched Earth and drums, and in the mid game when he was like level 11 or 12, he had 600 movement speed. That was fun to watch.
Yeah, the fact that you can also get both talents as well. Like you can now, it used to be you pivot and you have to go, am I going move speed or am I going damage? And now it's like you can go for like move speed and then you go for your damage after. You're like, hey, it's just kind of good. Like you just got to run around and do everything with Scorched Earth. It's very nice.
So in general, right, before we get into the next draft, this draft we saw you guys were both massively with Cyber Legacy on it. But do you think that there was too many mistakes on their end for you guys to feel comfortable that they're in a good spot to take this cleanly?
But when you say mistakes, I think it's less on. It was the smaller errors that could have maybe hindered their timings, right? So for example, at laning phase, you expect it to go better. It doesn't go. You look at mid lane push, it's a little bit sloppy, they get punished for it, but then they still kind of awkwardly turn it around with a delayed fight Lich ultimate, right? So there were small moments of having errors, but they weren't stupidly fundamental mistakes that completely ruined the game for them, and they still turned it around and won the game. Against better teams, those errors would just lead to a win, right? So they do need to clean up the edges of their gameplay, but for the level of tournament they're in right now, I think they're playing well enough just to get to the kind of the deciding point of the tournament for sure. The qualifiers, sorry.
How do you fancy their chances though?
Lizard, you wanna hit that one first?
I mean, like you said it right now, and I'll reiterate. I don't think that this team is like under the level of Cyber Legacy. I think Khan is completely fine. They can take even this series, at least from what we've seen in this game and in their past performances. Maybe not in the current stack, but as players, these are all experienced players from the. They have a couple of pubbers, but even these pubbers have been around for a long enough time to understand that these two teams are pretty much on the same level. They had some problems in this game. Maybe the Anti-Mage isn't really the best, not hero, I'm going to say strategy to pull out when you're playing versus a team that's on the same level. Like maybe when you're a fresh stack, when you're kind of new, you should play something that's a little bit easier to execute, because AM games can be a little bit rough. Like you have to create a lot of spaces to make that work.
Yeah, you pretty much. Oh, you got a text, by the way. Just so you're aware.
He's got all the noises today, right?
That's great.
Sirens, mobile phone going off as well. You can tell Liz is
Police coming to his
home
house.
comfort, yeah.
That's the
fed
text. Like,
grapes.
open up. We're here. Yeah, the feds are here. Oh, sort yourself out, Lizard.
So I got a text vibration like that tells me to stop knocking on my table, but my phone is on my table, so
Oh,
So that's what the bagging was as well, just him tapping away. I
Yeah.
thought it was him just hitting the keyboard.
Right, so the person who's got the grapes for him, he's just like the double tap on the desk means grapes come in.
But wait, excuse me, but I saw people writing the same in the first game. I'm gonna, I don't know. It isn't me.
Just hands up, yeah.
Stand there, can't be
Hands
caught
up.
out.
There you go.
Thank you, Lizard.
He's waiting for when the feds actually do come in, that he's already in position. No one's going to arrest him.
Good old Lizard. Yeah, game 2, mate. It's pretty chill. Like, it's out of all the games we've had so far, this is one series where I'm confident that game 2, it's like there should be actual bounce back and like an actual change of like narrative for these best of threes. Because so far it's been like whoever, like the team that's won game 1 is already the expected team, and then like they've carried that momentum through to game 2. So it's refreshing to see a matchup that could easily, actually turn it around. So
And this is what we've wanted, right? We've been waiting and waiting sat there going, yep, okay, easy game so far, 2-0 the whole way through, but we want to see a challenge go up.
Yeah. Gilga's a fan favorite, ever since that time he pubbed with Bulldog, everyone loves him.
You know what as well, like you have these CIS players that really know each other well, and when I don't know, Naive is playing versus Crystallize or a carry such as this one, or Pikachu is playing versus Magical, there's some angst there, and these players really want to win against each other. It's not just about the tournament. It's a little bit personal as well here. So if you're gonna see a bounce back anywhere, it can be here.
Also Magical. He plays a lot of pubs, and the UK, we got a mid laner who fluctuates between top 100, top 400, and he always calls this guy out. He always flames him in all chat because the UK guy seems to beat Magical, because how drafting works, Banks, is you pick at the same time for like last pick type of thing. So it's kind of like, surprise, this is our mid lane, and normally it's mid lane. So our UK mid laner, he'll play like Timbersaw, Pugna, like these weirder heroes, and then Magical will always go for like TA, which in the big Dota world is like, if you pick it at last, like you have no backbone, you're just trying to win and to get your MMR. So Magical's already on a bad footing for MMR. And then my boy picks his heroes and always beats him. So Magical always likes to, type in all chat some angry stuff, but his profile's private, so no one ever sees it. But I'm aware of Magical's anger towards the UK. So I kind of want Magical to lose.
So you want to, about to say, you're telling me you want to see him go down.
I kind of want to see him like fail, because he's mean to our UK guys.
But who isn't mean towards you UK
Everyone,
guys?
we're trash, Lizard. All right, let's be real, buddy.
Yeah, everyone is mean to you. Even if you were good at Dota, we would still be mean to you. So
yeah, that's true. The UK is just a terrible place. Feels bad, man.
Tigo, go clean it up, mate. You come on.
Don't worry, one day, man. We're kind of looking at Tanner.
You're coaching.
No. We'll give Tanner, the rights, because when we fail, I can say Tanner was our idol, and then oh, sorry, Tanner, buddy, you didn't do it. It's fine, no worries.
But then it comes to you.
Do we need to be good at Dota though? Let's be real, right? Like, we're good at console games. Like, we're good at CS sometimes.
No.
No?
No.
Kind of. Do we not have one?
Mate,
Yeah, we don't.
Back maybe we're talking 10, 15 years ago. Yes.
That's what we need,
not now.
though. We got the history, man. We don't need
We've got a
present.
good Valorant team.
So moving on, we got a good draft. Nice.
See, that's how much we're clutching.
Yeah, we're clutching, man. The UK is absolutely. Whew.
You just need to go lead a team for us.
Right. Okay. Yeah. That's
Coach
good.
T-Gov, right?
Mm-hmm.
Smash your way through. Get into
Okay.
one of these close qualifiers.
Right. Sure.
Possible. You've got the brains. I
Okay,
believe in my advice.
Thank you, Banks. I love this little big up segment. So Lizard's on my stream.
Yep.
You's
I've
on
done
the
your
coaching.
see?
All right. My God, I didn't pay them anything for this.
For me, the biggest thing is like I plug his stream in, and then he talks trash about himself or whatever. Now we plug him as some player.
I'm just scared, Lizard. All right, I'm scared of the plug, man. You know what I mean?
I can't hear a bit of confidence in his voice. You know, as you're talking.
I'm just scared. Like you're giving me a good plug, and I'm like, no, please. I don't want to let people down, so I'll stay humble.
You're letting us down by not taking the praise.
All right, fine.
You're self-destructing.
The UK will do it one day, all right? See, okay, hold on, let me sit up. One day, the UK will be great, but probably not anytime soon. But one day, we shall rise up.
Could you put together at least 3 players in one team from the UK and then back them up with some others to help out and be a legit team?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
We could do that. Like,
we can do a 5.
Now, like, we had a national tournament, right? And we had like top 200, me, and then 2 like Lebanese and German. We had Coop on our team and Rajix, the guy who plays at Baltimore. We had a decent team. We won that. So there are players, but it's EU, man. EU is like intense.
I know we're only a small island, but I'll take pride in at least 3 players. We should have a look at this draft.
Yeah, we got a
save
nice
you
little
from
draft.
trying to make this work.
Thank you so much.
We've had enough heat put on you for one time, T-Gov.
Thank you. Yeah, so there was a first pick Undying, and then the reaction to that was Mirana. So you've now got like a soft way to deal with Tombstone. Whenever you see it placed, Mirana can like leap towards it, have the bonus attack speed, quickly eat it down. So that's a pretty nice way. And Furion as well, another just a good laner against Undying. You have the Blightstone build. You send the trees at him. Undying can never really connect, and that decay value just isn't really there. So Cyber Legacy pretty much already answering the Undying in the first 2 picks.
If he's laning versus these 2, he's not going to have a game. Most likely what's going to happen is he will lane versus one of them, as Furion will be your 5 or carry. It can be on offlane, but I doubt that he'll be laned with Mirana. If that happens and they lane versus Undying, something went wrong for Khan, because they need to figure out a way to make the hero work in the laning stage. If you don't make it work in the laning stage, why are you picking Undying, right? Even with the recent buffs, the Flash Golem and stuff, yeah, it's nice, but you need to do well in the laning stage. Khan, they do have their burst, right? With the Tiny versus the Mirana and versus the Nature's Prophet can be neat if you go get that blink early on. You can just blow them up early on in the game and be that constant threat. So that's kind of nice.
Yeah, it's a hero Gilga likes to play. I think like Gilga's hero pool is like Enigma, Rubik, Tiny, and then after that you kind of move into like a grey area. So it's potentially just a comfort pick for him. And I know Gilga as a player, during Hellraisers, he had a little bit of knock of confidence during that time when I spoke to him about how he was doing, and he, like me, when you try to put a plug on me, it's about like the doubt on, you might think you might know you're good, but then actually being able to push that kind of self-belief into like the game, right? So after that first game, he might be having the same like kind of knock of confidence and want to push back into still comfort hero. So this would maybe the Tiny. And just in terms of draft speak, it's just very nice. You like when you have Undying, you need to layer stuns throughout your draft, because it can get a little bit dicey when you go we first picked an Undying and now suddenly have only move slows, for example, and no team fight. Like, why have we done this to ourselves? So Tiny's a nice little soft addition to that.
How many times did you have that confidence problem, by the way, Tika? Like when you were coaching or something? Was it a constant thing, or was it like once in a while? How did you deal with that?
You mean personally? Oh, is this like a therapy session now?
Yeah, because you're not allowed to not have confidence as a coach. You have to when you talk,
so
be confident with it.
It's a post-coaching thing. When you're lost within the big wide world and don't really know, where you belong. That's kind of where it is now. So, for example, and also the perception. You don't want to be overconfident, and you want to try and stay humble to yourself. So that's kind of like a middle ground. Trying to be humble but not arrogant, and also just not an idiot. So Somewhere along those lines.
I'd never call you an idiot.
Thank you.
So what you're saying is you're just trying to be normal, right? A normal human.
Yeah, exactly.
He's just trying to coast, basically.
Like,
he's not
issue-
not actually that confident in his talent, Lizard. He's going to coast rather than succeed to the levels he could do.
Yeah, like that's it. On camera, I would like to be just a normal person. You know, in my own work.
Mate, we can't say you're going to be a normal person after we were talking about selling your feet pictures yesterday.
My man, see, plugging that one too, boy.
What?
Oh yeah, Liz, you
All
were
right,
there
Lizard, do you not have
yesterday.
the? All right, okay, quickly. Right, so Lizard, when studios we have sandals, right, and you can't wear socks because socks and sandals ain't a thing.
Not
So
happening.
you got to have your feet
Yeah.
in the studio. So yeah, just a lot of screen time on these bad boys. Got to make sure you angle it away. But luckily, Khan. Oh,
Wait, what
great!
am I going to do with my OnlyFans?
Your OnlyFans. Well, quickly plug it, mate. Go.
Yeah.
Oh, they're
I'm gonna
wearing
have to do
sandals and socks on the Russian stream. Did someone tell them that's just not allowed?
That's like lack of method acting.
I guess YXO he can do it because he's an old man like me, so like we're dads. This is kind of grandpa style, but everyone else is not allowed.
You're from England, mate. You know, like how to identify a chav, right? They're sliders and socks, right? So, do you want to have the chav perception or these beautiful?
Raise
Greek
him up a
look.
bit. Raise him up a bit.
Yeah, no, we're good.
He doesn't want to show him off.
No, thank you.
Lizard's gone for bare skin on the shoulder, and we're sticking with the bare feet.
So Khan going for an early pick Darkseer, and with the Tiny. So they have the combo, but I'm just a little bit scared that they just lack a lot of early damage. Like they've got Tombstone slow. They have this like cute burst, but right now like they need something else to bring into their draft.
It's that word again. You said cute again. Oh, it's that cute. Whenever you say cute about any of these teams, it's bad for them.
No,
T-Gov.
that's what
You're
I mean.
literally cursing them.
Of course, that's like how I'm using the word. It's like it's on. Okay, I'll
Just
reiterate.
say how it is.
I'll
This
reiterate.
is trash.
No, it's like, to be clear, when I say cute, I mean like when you look at a team like OG, they have elements of a draft that have like strong timings and pairings to play aggressive, and then it comes together because of like always having it be on the same page. It's like this lineup, if they play super aggressive, they have that ability to sweep across the map. It is a very cute play style, but as soon as you make one mistake, it's fundamentally broken and you lack a lot of like kind of basic mechanics you need in a draft, i.e. wave clear, tower defense, you know? So, cute.
That kind of helps you out with everything, right? You have the Batrider, Tiny as well. I wouldn't say that he's the worst wave clearer. Same goes for Darkseer once he gets a couple of levels, right?
Yeah.
Your Iron Shell, you pop it on a creep. If you have a dominated creep
Yeah.
as well, you can do that and just shut out lanes. But I would agree with the cute assessment because this Darkseer +1 combo on the side of Khan can be ridiculously strong, but it can also fail heavily. They did ban out some heroes that are pretty good versus the Darkseer. They banned out the Antimate, right? The Spectre is out too.
Yeah, just
Now the Ursa.
strong. The other thing as well with Darks is they have the tiny pairing, but it normally gives up a free lane for the carry, right? So like for example, Anti-Mage, complete free lane. There is potential Darkseer can kill him with the level 6, the wall throwing in Anti-Mage, but realistically, you just give free farm to that carry. And again, with the Batrider pick, it does enable quite heavily the draft because we saw how with Team Nigma, with the mid Batrider, it really does wreak havoc post laning phase completely across the map. And Tree, Furion, and like these heroes do not want to play against Batrider, so they are aligning themselves for a really strong, all-out aggressive. We can sweep across the map, force you to farm like one quarter. But I need to see them have a win condition here right now. I need to see a hero and go, okay, that's how they're going to win the game with this aggression.
That's what they definitely need, right? Because when you look at these 4 heroes, they are pretty much your space creators. Sometimes in some games, you can go for Tiny right-click build, right? Your carry Tiny. It's not that weird. We have seen it in the past weeks too, but they do truly need that big win condition. But the rest of these heroes, they're very flexible as well. When you look at Khan, like this Darkseer, same like the Doom in the first game, can be played on offlane, can be played mid. Both of these heroes are played by both Cheshire Cat and Pikachu. Cheshire Cat played a lot of Darkseer, played a lot of Batrider. Wouldn't be surprised if you picked either, right? The Batrider on the offlane is great. And with the PL and Slark bans, that should probably give it away, right? The Bat plus the Tiny or the Darkseer.
Like they could also just
Actually,
go for
not
like
sure.
a casual Void, for example. Oh, Morphling. Okay, there's the win condition. Right, nice.
That's it, right?
Yeah. Okay, that's fine. So yeah, Morphling, there's going to be so much chaos in this game that the Morphling will be able to just pretty much farm up whatever he needs. He can fare very well against the Furion. I think the only question you have is how are you defending your, like, the 10-minute push into the Morphling? You might need to bring, like, the right hero into the lane just to prevent it. But overall, it's going to be a pretty decent Morphling game just for the, like, play behind aggression and just be pretty darn scary.
What do you think Cyber Legacy needs to just round this off for them?
Well, they don't really have much lockdown, so you can't really answer that all in one pick. So I'd maybe argue, like, just... I don't know, actually. Give me a moment to think. Lizard, mate, take it away. Let me think for a second. Thanks, mate.
One thing that I'm gonna say is when Khan banned out that Slark, I thought that it's mostly because of the Bet Rider, right? Because he's one of the better heroes. But if you consider the Dark Series on the offlane and Bet is safe lane, then that Slark ban makes a lot of sense as Morphling is your next pick, right? And what you counter this Morphling with right now, it's gonna be strong. It's gonna be hard because all your big cores or all your big position ones that are strong against him are out. Your Slark is out. Your PL that can kind of work is out. Venomancer that brings that reduction to HP is also HP region is also out. You AM, what do you go for? Void.
Okay.
Ricky. Okay. All right.
So in terms of
it's aggressive.
Yeah, so in terms of the Ricky
aggressive,
pick,
right?
you're going to be able to, like, surprise the Morphling. If you get the smoke cloud before it attribute shifts, then of course you're going to be pretty squishy and you can die. My fear is simply they're so locked into doing, like, they actually don't really do any damage early on. Like, you've got Furion ult, you've got maybe Void Spirit with level 6 as well, but other than that, it's pretty lackluster. And then you look at Khan, all they need is, like, Tombstone, like Avalanche Toss on Tiny, any levels on Batrider, right? So I think the early fights are going to be very much Khan favored. It's just a question, are they going to bring the right amount of numbers to the fight so that after the fight, they can still move in towards the tower? Because if the game is pretty stagnant, then I kind of like how Cyber Legacy has some answers. But yeah, I think overall, I think Khan might have this game.
Ooh, yeah. Okay, so we could be looking at the tie-up we expect. Lizard, what are you thinking?
Yeah, I'll agree completely and say that this is the true test of everything that I've been talking about in the first game, in which I said that they're kind of the teams that are on the same level. Khan should take this game because there's so many things lacking for Cyber Legacy. Cyber Legacy, Void Spirit and Ricky, they need to just blow out of control early on. If they don't, the game is going to be extremely difficult and they'll have to rely on this Treant and Furion constantly healing towers, creep skipping, and even later on Ricky isn't this massive win condition with the recent changes in the patch. So I would have to go with Khan here. This is the true test for them.
So you've both gone with Khan. Do you think there is a way though? Do you see Cyber Legacy having that tenure, having that ability to be able to actually take the win still?
Yeah, they definitely do. Like, if they do have these heroes that make the game difficult to play, they don't necessarily have the damage early on, but they can scale to it. You can get that tags or some damage items on Void Spirit, and Treant plus Furion combo is an age-old combo that's really difficult to take objectives against. You have Treant constantly healing your towers up, creep skipping, perhaps a Meteor Hammer or whatever, just nature's guys and go behind the creeps, behind enemy lines and creep skip. Same goes with Furion. So it won't be that easy for Khan to take these objectives, and if they don't take it on time, then there's a chance for Ricky to just, pick you off a couple of times and take the game.
Yeah, I think I just want to see Khan make the moves and not have to react to, like, the Furion push. So if you're already sending your Tiny, for example, to deal with the Furion, you're moving the aggression away from the Ricky. He's suddenly getting to his item timing. So I really want to see post-laning phase, let's say minute 8, I want to see Khan start moving around, force the Furion to TP away from objectives, and then, yeah, I think the game should potentially be in a good spot for them.
Well, let's see if we're finally going to get 3 games from the series. That's what we want to see. We're going to go with our commentators. It's Pycat and KP to bring us through all of this game.
Thank you, lads. And I like that. That was more of a can-do attitude coming up from you guys. So maybe we do finally get a 3-game series. By the way, T, I checked. Drums active doesn't stack. I do want a refund for that free coaching session you were offering, which you can get across at his Twitch channel. All right, that's enough of the plugs. We're into the game. Man,
you're getting better with
plugging him. I've got Pycat here. I'm getting better with what? The puns? Is that what we're going? Am I 4 out of 10
That's a
now?
4 out of 10, yeah, right there.
Damn. I'm not sure if you're actually fairly rating these or if you're just learning to count right now.
Nah, man. I mean, it's getting better. I feel like it is.
I mean,
and
like,
I also
alright,
think
we're
this
good.
game should be better than the previous ones we've seen.
That
I'd say
definitely
there's
was
a-
the kind of feeling the panel had, right? Because I think it'd be fair to say in game one they were really heavily in the Cyber Legacy fanboy chair, right?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like that game was, definitely really difficult for the anti-mage to be able to carry that.
I'm kind of leaning back into the that was the saddest death I've seen on the runes in so long.
Yeah.
Oh god. All right, good start for
arrow.
Cyber Legacy there. The saddest death I've seen on a Dark Seer all year for sure.
Yes, it's up there. This bottom lane,
But I
though,
guess you kind of expect that though.
I mean, like the bottom lane, I feel like the Dark Series should be pretty happy down here. Riki has pretty good base region, so he shouldn't be like the saddest guy in the world. And they are doing some damage here, straight up. But I don't think Trian can fight this like this.
No, this is a please leave me alone. These are my trees. Don't deforest this area as well. Because, of course, they already done a good job of cutting down the left side here, so Trent can't be too pesky here.
Yeah. Yeah, like the laning stage here is gonna be... It's gonna be fairly interesting. I'm not sure how the mid matchup goes. He did get the first blood on the Void Spirit, so he's gonna have, some slight edge with that. But should just be two dudes farming.
That kind of hero, like the Voice Spirit is that type of hero that can escalate very quickly as well, right? Like, there's a reason, it's kind of one of those go-to for a lot of people in their pub games, especially out in the mid. Is you get an easy start, it's that type of hero that kind of just propels himself across the map and takes control of the game.
Yeah, definitely. He can definitely do very well with a good start. Up top, we're gonna see. Looks like they're gonna go for maybe some pulls here. I'm not sure. Morph shouldn't be too happy up here, I think, if the Prophet plays this correct. I mean, it's two long-range heroes against the Morph, and he shouldn't be able to just free farm, but we'll see.
It's that Undying factor, which is going to be limited a bit now for a while because he's more or less out of mana, doesn't have any regen items, just a Wind Lace and a Salve coming out. So
yeah, and it's
this
also
might be where they start.
Two range heroes and also the Treants, so
yes.
But so far, so good for Naive.
And of course, Riki in the bot lane. There's no real surprise this hero is farming so well. I mean, the regen, the armor on this hero, there isn't really a way that you can force him off the lane.
Yeah, and he also has, he starts with 66 base damage. Now he's up to 69, and it's a good hero. Like, it's not a bad hero against this Dark Seer because of your innate base region.
I think Gilgud just baited himself. Oh, no, that was close. Okay, that was the big thumpers. Gilgud just about won that duel from Slayer. I think Leech Seed ran out like the worst time. If he had like one more tick, maybe.
Yeah.
A little bit cheeky kill him. And then Gilgud would just deny himself the tier 2.
Yeah, I'm curious here. The Bad Radar went for the 2-0-1 build. I think he potentially had the kill on the Void Spirit if he had the Flame Break. He does have a lot of one-shoters. So.
Yeah, and also you're kind of worried about the Dissimulate, right? Like, in this type of lane, the Void Spirit has to take an early point to Dissimulate, so he can kind of dodge out a lot of that damage.
Yeah, nah, for sure.
An easy shot.
But is it me, or does it feel like if this ends up kind of chill passive, they reach 6 at the same time, this should be magical with the advantage out of this lane, though? So you have a lot more kill threat with 6, right?
Yeah, I think it's gonna be fairly easy for him to make like a lot of plays. There's like some spirit remnants into arrows, and he can kind of rotate to a lot of lanes. The Morph shouldn't really be dying unless the Riki rotates. Like, I feel like you would need the Riki to be able to kill this Morph. But he could probably rotate towards the bottom lane.
Rune won't be picked up. Actually, it does in the end. Invis on the Gilgud, but Pikachu wishes he's the one who was in possession of it, as they'll chase him down and get the bigger kill. Slayer? Looks like he'll actually go down as Gilgud wins another one. That's 2-0 between these two. The bigger kill definitely achieved, and that should start to propel Magical, right? Like, CS-wise, he's got good denies. That's now a second kill after he got the first blood. Bit worrying.
Yeah, you're definitely not happy if you can't. That trade.
And you were mentioning about like That's true. I was gonna say you mentioned about like the potential setup for Void Spirit. It's also the fact like there's always this Nature's Prophet factor, which they are actually doing a good job of shutting out the lane right now. But as it goes on, there is that concern in the other 2 lanes how easily he can show up, teleport.
Ooh, the
suddenly
arrow.
You're outnumbered. Oh, whoa. Okay. Bignum won't be greedy. He won't try and kill Black Archangel as well, but good trade coming out from Rana. We'll secure both the top runes as well.
The prize is mine.
We haven't really checked out much on the bot lane the last 2-3 minutes. It's just not a very interesting lane, right? I don't expect kills to happen here between the 2 cores.
No, it's not an interesting lane at all. Darkseer, it doesn't damage with Iron Shell, Vicky just regions back up.
Pretty much. I mean, like, usually Darkseer is that hero. The lane doesn't look that interesting once he has to, because he's not going to die. Probably isn't going to kill anyone else unless you get, like, an Earth Spirit.
Yeah.
As you said, Ricky, just possibly the most frustratingly tanky core at the start of the game these days. For good reason, though. Like, this hero, we've seen it really fall off hard quite quickly after it gets this diffuser, right? Like, that's his big power spike, and then it kind of feels like it needs to be fed a crap ton more kills, which will be fed one now, as Gilga can't escape.
Yeah, rotation bottom by the Mirana.
And Pikachu gets found out in the mid as Magical did get level 6. Oh, and a convenient arcane rune spawns.
I feel like that's a way bigger issue than the tiny dying in the bottom lane. Like the Void Spirit is 3-0. He's got almost a full level. It's gotta be a full level after this wave on the Bad Rider.
I think that moment earlier where I said about escalation, we're very clearly seeing that now, right? Like, we start with the first blood, then it was joint effort to get the kill, now it's solo kills. And this is not a slow hero to move across the map at all. As in the bot lane, well, we said it was the boring lane, but that was between the cores. When the cores are attack and supports, it can be a lot easier as Tiny does get brought down.
Yeah, and Cyber Legacy are doing really well in the early game here.
I guess then your concern is like, who's the playmaker? Who's the pivotal point here? I guess like the obvious one is Batrider, but he's having a bit of a rough time of it. Maybe Tiny. We've seen how effective this hero has been recently. It's always been that kind of classic me go gank, me kill ugh type hero.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's gonna be maybe a combination of the two. If Batrider can just, maybe go back into the jungle or something, he has this 1 stack on a small camp, and he just needs some levels. Doesn't need much. He can eventually, when the Darkseer gets some levels too, he's gonna be able to play around with the Iron Shell and the Surge on the Batrider. And
yeah,
that
I
should
mean,
be
they have
tough
good ways
to deal with.
to initiate, right? Because it's not just the Darkseer. You've also got like toss potential to get someone in to lasso. So it's like, it's not a game where Pikachu's going to be, I really need to blink really fast. Like, he has options.
No, definitely not. Definitely not. Let's see if they are going to be able to. They're smoked up here.
Go Nakuman.
Yeah.
Jump right on top of him. Lasso's going to come out. They'll drag him in. He can blink away if they're not careful, though. Toss up will get the kill, however.
That's good execution.
Slayer. Pikachu. The damage coming out from the Nature's Prophet. No, they cannot. They're diving this, but it's going to be a mistake. Cheshire Cat needs to escape. It's blocked in by the trees. Tries to surge away, but there's a movement through from Magical, and they pop the kill. Now, I've got a big one on Magical, so he can hunt for more if he wants to. They'll find a kill on the Slayer. Gilga's a bit tanky, but they will try for it nonetheless. They disseminate forward, staying on top of him. And that should be enough damage to take him out with the Urn. One more tap would be nice. It looks like Black Angel has saved his life. See some more skirmishing coming out. Of course, Batrider definitely benefiting from being left alone on that mid lane in the midst of all this as well.
Yeah, and Morphing also just happy in the top lane, just hitting some creeps.
And that's kind of the thing to highlight here, right? Is this is, in a lot of ways, this is more or less the same overarching strategy as game 1 for Khan, right? Is everyone just make space. Naive will lead us to a better tomorrow.
Yeah, that's kind of like, what they're hoping for.
Most team strategies.
I'm not entirely sold though. Like I do feel like they have ways with this Riki. I mean, okay, so once the morph gets BKB, then he should be really happy. But there is some risk that if Cyber Legacy keep getting further ahead in this early game, the morph, they might get run over before the morph gets strong enough to actually fight back.
Yeah, that's definitely the worry. Is they're going to lose more heroes, but looks like Cheshire Cat gets caught out. That was the use of the overgrowth. Find a cheeky Ironwood tree, perfect for a team that has a Treant Protector. And then there's the last two in the top lane. Arrow will protect Blizzy for the moment. He'll try for the TP away. But it's not going to work. He won't make it out in time. It was close, but no cigar. And I guess like the other thing to kind of highlight from what you're saying, right, is maybe the difference to kind of look at in this game is more importantly, Khan just need to survive that kind of awkward mid game. Because in last game, it wasn't enough to just like survive because you're, TB versus AM. In this game, it's a Riki versus Morphling, and we've seen like Rikis tend to kind of power off at the second, third item a lot of the time.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. Like the thing of the last game was that this Anti-Mage versus Terrorblade and Slarlar, it's always a scary matchup, no matter how many items you have. Whereas this, with the Morph, you can definitely scale a lot better. They do have the one carry though, so it can get a little bit dicey, like fighting against a strong Void Spirit, Prophet, and Riki, but Morph is a hero that can pull something like that off.
Definitely. I think a big kind of onus is on Blizzy as the game goes on as well, right? Like, you expect this Nature's Prophet. You'll reach a point where he will probably become your real carry because of the nature of, like, Riki as a hero powering off, as we said, whereas Nature's Prophet is the reason we see this hero so much. It's just lull me, right-click heroes, win fight.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like they have, like, it's kind of a, like, tri-core setup, much more so than the, like, Darkseer and Batrider definitely don't scale the same way that Prophet and Void Spirit do.
Definitely, which is why you can already see Khan starting to make a little bit of aggression to the bot lane. We'll be able to open it up, getting rid of that tier 1 tower. But it's a trade in the end, of course, because Cyber Legacy investing less did take the top tier 1. And I guess the other thing to look at here is, as this game goes on, like, Orchid timing, it's not looking too bad for Blizzy. Like, he's getting pretty close at this stage, and it should sync up, or come just after, rather, Kuman's Diffuser Blade, which is when Cyber Legacy, you expect them to really go for it. Like, if it wasn't clear that they've been kind of doing that for the first 10 minutes, that's when all of a sudden Riki can try and find solo kills whenever they're away from Darkseer.
Yeah, I mean, basically, when Riki gets his Diffusal, the map becomes pretty scary for the Morph. He kind of needs people to sit with him, or he needs, some vision or something, because it's very easy for him to die. If he doesn't have that Manta yet, it can be very spooky.
Which, on the positive side, that's kind of what an Undying does, right? Like, it is that type of hero that's just going to babysit because there's not much else for him to do on the map. So at least you don't feel like you've got someone, say, like the Jakiro that could be off pushing out waves. This hero bodyguarding is doing exactly what he was designed to do.
Yeah, he just needs to have some sentries on him and he should be good. But one thing, though, that I think this Cyber Legacy team, they're pretty good at is, like, they're really good at sending their supports to some random lane and just dealing with the push. Like, we've seen it, I saw it in the last game, I think, to some extent. But also here, like, they just send this tree and he's sitting in the bottom lane and he just uses Nature's Grasp, and it's kind of annoying because it frees up their other heroes to be able to play the map. And it's just, like, it's your carry sitting down there and there's a position 5 sitting down there, and you can't push him out.
I guess the backfiring element is what we just saw top, right? Is like, because it's very clear Treant is there and they've stuck Riki in the more risky lane, we just saw how easily he got picked off by the combo of the Darks and the Tiny. So that's something that they want to kind of be conscious of, is don't maybe have your most vulnerable hero at the cause in that area. Or at least don't have him there alone.
Yeah, Riki's gonna pick up his Diffusal after this wave, and then he should start looking for some action.
Actually, I wonder, like, I felt like maybe this top lane, which in some ways can feel unsafe, possibly you give Riki the mid lane, which is the safest place for him to be. But if he only dies once, it isn't the biggest backfiring. And now Magical, with that Invis rune moving forward, Yours gonna come out. Nice block. Gilgo, he says, "I'll save you, Mr. President." And thus the gank will end. Oh.
Okay.
I guess, like, while we're paused here, this gives us a bit of time to kind of focus on, because we've been talking about, I feel like we've talked a lot about Cyber Legacy. Like, they've got this Diffusal, they've got this Yules, they're doing this and that. Like, what's Khan's game strategy for, like, the next 5 minutes? Because Obviously, we want Morph to farm more. But, like, what are the other heroes doing in the time being?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like they fell a little bit further behind in the early game than you'd expect them to potentially. I feel like what they need is I feel like they need BKBs on both Bad Rider and Morph to be able to fight properly. I mean, the Morph is going Manta first, which is fine. Like, he wants it against the Nature's Prophet Orchid that's also flying out right now, I think. But
I mean, he's
I think,
against a lot of things, right? Because like, there's also the Overgrowth.
I feel like what they want to do is, I don't know, they want to smoke up at some point with the Bad Rider and Darkseer and kind of just either toss him in or surge in and, you know, like grab one of these targets. Maybe the Prophet, maybe the Riki or something. And just kind of go from there, you know, let the Morph farm and pour it in.
Arrow on the Gilga. Overgrowth coming out, traps him in. A lot of damage coming out from Magical. We'll get one kill in the back right, and Gilga will fall as well, just trying to run away. And Black's Archangel just screaming, hit me, but nobody's listening right now. The stolen Remnant used on the Blizzy to drag him in, but it's not good enough. With the smoke screen here and Riki as well, this is going to be an 0-1 victory in the mid lane fight for Cyber Legacy. Is Naive, he's trying to fight up, but silenced up, beaten down, is going to fall. Cheshire Cat surges himself away, but Kuman is in hot pursuit. Does have the defusal coming off cooldown. He'll chase, but the tier 2 tower hurts too much. They'll turn around, they'll move back, they'll bring down that tier 1 tower, and they'll build that lead up from what was just 5k net worth lead a few moments ago to now 9,000 net worth lead.
Yeah, Morphling tanked an arrow to the knee, and that ended his life. They do get a counter kill on Magical.
That's happening maybe more than it should. I mean, I'm not taking anything away from Gilga, but there's a lot of people walking around on concerningly low HP. And Bignum's going to be low HP soon. As Bat Rider last season back, Mirana has no leaps, and thus no escape. And Kuman's just one weird, creepy person watching from the side as his support dies.
Yeah, some really, I think, important kills at this point for Khan to be able to get these. I'm not entirely sure about this BO3 purchase on the Bat Rider. Like, maybe the last few fights didn't really go the way planned, but I feel like potentially you'd want something to be able to fight earlier, because it feels like they're kind of getting run over, and so you'd think that they want to be able to fight a bit.
Like what is the item in that situation, right? Because I know you mentioned you want to eventually see BKB, but then there's still, for example, the overgrowth in these fights that completely stops you.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know, maybe potentially you get just some casual drums, or you get Yules, or, you know, just something that kind of lets you fight a little bit more right now.
Magical moving in. Silence comes down. The Bat Rider's gone. The Overgrowth we mentioned out to Tiny as well. Black's Archangel will be the third to fall on the side of Khan. And I think maybe there we just saw the kind of risk as well as to why he doesn't want to go for the Yules and Bat Rider, right? Is it's just free setup for Void Spirit or Mirana every fight? No, definitely. It can. I mean, like, Bignum, he's hitting all of his arrows, it seems, so when that happens, this Mirana hero is pretty scary. Yeah, that's always the big if. Like, yeah, Mirana, she looks great if you're somehow hitting every arrow everywhere across the map. And, I mean, credit to them. They've layered so many elements that make that easy, right? Like, we're just in the Yules. You've got the Remnants anyway. You've got the Overgrowth. You've got the Diffusal Slow. You've got the Sprout. Like, I mean, I'm not taking anything away from Bignum, but if we were to say easy to do your job Mirana game, like, in a lot of ways, this does tick that box. Yeah, I mean, it's definitely easier to play when you're kind of that far ahead from the laning stage. There's not so much pressure on him to, you know, to do all these things, and they also have, like, most of the lanes are pushing in because of the Prophet and the Void Spirit. They're pretty good at clearing waves fast. And at this point, the Morph kind of has to be worried because, you know, he doesn't have the Manta yet. There is an Orchids, there's a Riki with the Diffusal. Speaking of Riki, they tried to move in onto him. The toss fall, but he's still stunned up. Pikachu, he has to run away. He's almost dead himself. Magical's going to chase in right away. Vacuum 1 or 2. Stance is going to be thrown out to Darkseer, though. And Magical does retreat a little bit with the Dissimulate, which means that Blizzy is going to be hung high and dry as Blizzy gets dragged onto the other side. Pikachu trying to 1v1 him is not going to be able to actually do it this rate. In the meantime, Void Spirit does go down. Buyback's going to come out. He's TPing him right now. They will lose the Nature's Prophet after he gets rid of the Bat Rider. And on the side, Bignum is trying to do what he can, but it's not enough. Slayer's Meteor Hammer's going to be off the mark as everyone just dodges it out. There's going to be Yules used onto Cheshire Cat along with the Remnant. In the meantime, they do clean up Black's Archangel, but Cheshire Cat looking to escape. You need to get this kill, really, because Magical did buy back for this. The Astral Step mistimed, so the Surge will not actually be hindered. He's able to escape, and as a result, it's still a good trade for Cyber Legacy, but that's a costly buyback. There it is. That's the one they needed.
Yeah, I feel like he kind of overstayed his welcome there. He
he was
did
out.
not have to die. He was out, yeah.
Oh.
If it wasn't for that last kill, I feel like then I think Connor very happy with that. But now it's gonna turn into probably a tower, most likely.
Do you think it's like one of those moments where you've probably been there in the past, right? Where you feel like your buyback is needed because you don't actually necessarily have like a true gauge of just how far ahead you are at this point.
Yeah, I feel like.
And then afterwards, you like pull back and you look like, oh, my calls have got this.
Yeah, I mean the thing is, it's like, you know, it wasn't really a good buyback, but because this Darkseer ends up feeding away his life, then it kind of turns into something decent now.
Mm-hmm. Especially when that's a situation where maybe it wouldn't have been like the easiest push, because when we look at Cyber Legacy's lineup, really their push is Blizzy. He's the one who's going to like beat into towers hard. The other two heroes don't really want to be doing that.
Yeah, they don't really want to be showing too much. They just want to be, you know, out there kind of fishing for new heroes.
Dire are scanning.
I don't know.
I like what Magical's going for next. He's actually going the Axe build on the Void Spirit.
Yeah, so he is queuing up like the BKB now on the bat, but you know, it's like you kind of want him to have the BKB right now on the bat.
Mm-hmm.
He needs to be able to fight now, not in, you know, not 3 minutes or 4 minutes from now.
Yeah, as the kind of case, like in this window, now that window's going to pass, where once you have the Ags on Void Spirit for comparison, your Morphling will not be comfortable fighting ever. Yes, he has Manta, but he's still going to get Sars, he's still going to get Yules, he's still going to get screwed over in these fights a lot of the time. And in that regard, it's not like he's going to go BKB next.
Yeah, and he feels like, you know, like he feels he needs the Ethereal Blade to be able to actually deal damage and kill heroes, but at the same time, he also needs the BKB to be able to fight and survive. But they need to, you know, they need to rely on some really good execution and on potentially some mistakes from Cyber Legacy at this point.
And it's looking less likely, you know, this net worth lead, they're giving themselves a good padding to kind of cover the small slip-ups in the fights, right? Especially when you consider that they've got these glass cannon heroes that are doing their job, because like you mentioned, the BKBs not being there, them not really having heroes that are able to frontline as easily against this damage. Like at the start of the fights, I mean, we saw it, right? In the last one where Blizzy gets dragged across the cliff and ends up just standing there and fighting Batrider. And the Bat is just absolutely helpless. His team is now split away from him. They don't have the damage to even close that kill easily.
Yeah, no, I mean, the problem this game, it really feels like just, you know, like how kind of this mid matchup ended up going. Like the first blood for the Void Spirit, and then, you know, like the solo kill probably shouldn't have happened. And now he's far behind, you know, like you trade net worth on these two heroes, and I think you actually have a pretty good chance. Like you're in a good position if you're Khan at that point. But now this Batrider he's still far away from his BKB. But once he gets there, I think they have some fighting chances.
Yeah, and Gilgar in the meantime is like still kind of deterring Cyber Legacy to just being completely confident with the map, I want to say. Like usually they aren't going past the river point with these split pushes, because we just saw in the mid a moment ago where like Ricky almost solo dies to Gilgar still. So that is at least buying them some time, and that's important, because if they lost these tier 2 towers too quickly, that's the situation where Cyber Legacy start to think about Roche, and they start to think about like just stripping all control away from Khan.
Yeah, speaking of Roche,
they are in there. I mean,
this might give them a fight though, if they realize that this is happening.
Let's see them move across. There's smoke now. Pikachu going for the high ground. And this is not a quick Roche, by the way. This isn't like full glass cannon Nature's Prophet, because he did go for the pipe build. Magical gets pushed out of the pit. Will dash across, and the Remnant straight into an arrow. Batrider's going to go down. The Overgrowth controls up the rest of the side of Khan, so they can't fight. They're trying to TP him with the boost. Travis going to fail, though. They're not able to do it. He actually TP'd to one of the zombies. Oh, no. Now they're going to chase down Naive. He's caught alone. He's trying to retreat. It's going to be Yules coming out. The smoke screen is down as well. With the Remnant to drag him in, he is inevitably going to go down and be killed off. The vacuum, it does look cool. They're going to do some damage, but it's nowhere near enough. Not with the pipe there. Not without the damage from the Morphling to follow up. Instead, Black's Archangel is going to hit the deck as well. And Gilgar, that's the one that's just leave me alone as he tosses his trees across and says, bugger off. And Cheshire Cat will go for a TP away, which will be successful. But inevitably, the big deal there is they lose the Morphling. And now, if you want his Legacy, you could just go back into the pit.
Yeah, and also Bad Rider did end up buying back, and the port got cancelled, like you mentioned, and now he's... I mean, he's so far from his BKB now. They're gonna have... There's gonna be an Aegis on the Riki.
It's one of those painful moments we've always had, like plenty of us have had at some point when we're playing Dota, right? Where you're looking at the fight and you just press the TP at the fight because you're like, oh, I'll go to the outpost.
Yeah.
And then you wouldn't really think about undying zombies screwing you over like that.
Yeah. I really feel like this BO3 purchase on the Bad Rider is hurting him quite a lot at this point.
I mean, that was the clearest example. You know, if he didn't have boots to travel, he could have only TP'd to the outpost.
He's dead again, you know. 70 seconds, no buyback.
Cool. And they made it look so easy. And that's the biggest issue, right? Like you said, because that BKB is not there. Now Blizzy hit him for almost 200 damage. Like, you can just easily solo him every fight. And where's your save? I mean, you got like Surge, but let's say you get silenced and sprouted. That isn't going to help. And the heal's nice from Undying, but it's never going to save you. I don't feel like Soul Rip is ever going to be enough to heal him up to a point where he's not going to die.
Not at this point, no.
And then in terms of control, I mean, Cyber Legacy, they're close to stepping up again, as Kuman almost has the Basher.
I mean, I feel like they need to be able to take some fights where potentially, like, maybe they can bait the Undying, you know. They bait this Undying, you know, put him in a stupid position, he can get to buyback, and they can drop some Tombstone, maybe get some, you know, vacuum wall combo into tiny spells. And then Morph and Bad Rider can kind of do their thing from, you know, from a good angle. I think then they have some chances of, you know, like doing okay in fights, but I feel like they need to be relying on some baits and some buybacks and stuff like this. Because just like straight up fighting them, like they can't look for the fight outside of their own towers. They're gonna need buybacks to be able to fight.
So I feel like what we kind of said there is we want Cyber Legacy to go against years and years of experience that's built up from initiating on Undyings and it backfiring.
Yes.
And just initiate on the Undying.
Yes.
This would be like, it's initiating on Bristleback levels of screw-ups is what I'm hearing. Well, we can hope. Right now, they're trying to initiate on Kuman. That's going to completely fail. They might get caught off on the retreat, actually.
But you know how it goes, right? Like, you know, like you see that Undying, yeah, you're not supposed to kill him, but you know, like he steps a little bit out of it,
right?
You know, like we're far ahead. Yeah, we could probably kill him, you know, like.
I mean, it's an Undying. There we go. Look,
look
it's just an Undying, lol. How hard is it? Not very when he's stunned up for so long. I'll bring him down. And Gilga's already very low. They're going to buy back the Undying. This is the player that you were talking about. The Avalanche looks big. Have they got the follow-up damage? Overgrowth's going to come out. It actually locks the side of Khan into place. Tiny's already going to go down. Morphley's caught out as well. Needs to be careful himself. Kuma's going to just move forward, take out Batrider. It looks like Naive just trying to stay alive the side, but not for much longer. Black Archangel, that's going to be his dieback. Movement away by Naive. That's all the leaps he's really got to play with. Waveform to try and escape, but Blizzy is hot in pursuit. The arrow is a 1 seconder at best, and that's enough for them to just turn around, bring down the Morphling as well, and start setting their eyes on some buildings as targets.
Yeah, they're just too far behind at this point. You know, they get the fight kind of the way they wanted to happen. I think, you know, like to some extent, of course, they didn't, like all the spells didn't really land the way they're supposed to, but I feel like you can't really hope for. I mean, they're fighting into Aegis 2, which is maybe not the best idea, but they need the fight to kind of start, you know, something along those lines. It just might be a little bit, you know, too little too late at this point. There's a pipe on the Prophet, there's a mech on the Mirana, and they don't really have the damage to go through those.
I think that change from Blizzy was so crucial as well, right? Like, it's very tempting when you get to that stage where you get Orchid to go, I'm just going to full right-click build. I'm the carry.
Mm-hmm.
But I love this switch up, right? Whereas usually we might see some hard-hitting right-click items. He's gone for a lot of utility.
Yeah. No, I feel like the combination it's nice for sure. You know, you get the Solar Crest, you get a bit tanky, you get the pipe. You know, that's kind of one of the nice things about this hero is also, like this Prophet hero, when he gets to this point, he's a little bit beefy. You know, he's annoying to kill, and he can always buy back and TP into fights.
Yeah, I mean, it's like, I think it's the highest agi gain on any int hero in the game. Meanwhile, Undying goes down. Gilga's been found as well. A real play that will get him out of this in one piece. It does draw them to the other side of the map, but you can see Legacy, they immediately smoke up, look to move across again.
Yeah, on the bright side, Pikachu, man, he's getting close to his
That's
BKB
true.
right now.
Look at that, he's farming.
Oh no, Pikachu, no.
Looks like the Cyber Lexi farming something else. Not just his creeps, but him as well. All right, Bycat, you read it perfectly last time. You said what they needed to do. They've done it. It didn't work, but they still trust you. You're still their coach.
All right.
Hana listening again. What do they do?
I mean, they gotta get the BKB on the bat. Maybe they can play, like, they can try to do some stuff, you know, like some cute stuff with Tiny. Once the Aegis expires, yeah, it's gone now. They can try to, you know, potentially toss some guy back into base, vacuum him further in, just pull him into tier 4s, whatnot. Like, you
Why
need to
stop
play
there?
around.
Let's just send him to the fountain.
Yeah, but like that's the thing, right? Like now you gotta get cute, you know. You gotta get creative and think of ways to actually, because you know, straight up, you're never gonna be able to fight them. You're 22k, 23k behind at 30 minutes. You need to, you know, bait them into fountain. That's where we're at right now.
Is this how you turn around your pub games?
I mean, you know, it's like, guys, go end, right? You know, like,
oh yeah, they always believe it.
I broke my items, and then you know, like, they come and they start diving fountain, and then, you know, you kill them, and then you're like, guys, come on, stop diving fountain, go end, and then they do it again, and now all of a sudden you're back.
You gotta do it next level though. Like, the thing that no one ever expects is like you stash all your items and then you walk out. It's like, oh yeah, he actually did delete his items.
Yep.
Dire are scanning.
We're giving bad ideas to the chat right now.
I mean, you gotta get creative at this
point,
I think.
Yeah. Maybe this smoke can be creative enough.
Batter has his BKB. Morphling hits the sentry, and the smoke is done.
Blizzy might be gone. Pikachu says, hello, how you doing? Dragged him pretty far. He was going to come out because he didn't want to use that BKB. Instead, now he's stuck in place. They might just turn on Batrider quickly here. Overgrowth is going to be huge here. The wall down as well is doing a lot of work. Needs to profit buyback and get immediately back in the fight. Meteor Hammer was looking good there. Now Bignum is trying to move away from the center of the fight. Black Archangel is going to be brought down. Batrider and Tiny alongside him. It looks like this was the last hurrah really for Khan. This is maybe their best opportunity. And Morphling, he's tried this before. That's your final leap. Blizzy's already hunting right now. Maybe you get out, but for what? What does this achieve?
Get back.
I mean, you live, thumbs up. But what about your team? What about your base? What about the game?
Nah, don't need those.
Don't need those. My stats still look padded.
It's all about the stats.
Oh, you know, what we did learn from this at least is they're definitely not stream sniping, because the giveaway that they were listening to you and stream sniping is if they would all have queued up for stuff and just sat in their fountain.
Right. True.
At this point, maybe they wish they did. 27,000 gold behind, and you're going to see Nature's Prophet ready to open up the last lane.
Oh, and the arrow, man. Again.
Oh.
Like, Naivi's gonna have some serious PTSD from that.
I mean, it's that moment, right? When you're stunned that long, you're like, there's no way they come for me. It's like the most illogical thing for them to die for, and you still go, they're gonna kill me.
Yeah. And you know, it's, you know, at some point, it's like, when those arrows hit you that many times, you start doubting yourself, you know, like, why are the arrows hitting me, you know? And then you start
you
moving.
check if your mouse is upside down, is your keyboard the wrong way? Like, what have I done?
Yeah, and that's when you just keep walking into every single arrow, you know? It's mental warfare at this point.
Right now, if anything, Khan, the ones that need to actually have some effective mental warfare take place on Cyber Legacy's brains, because I think there really is the only way is going to be the fountain.
Yeah.
Or if maybe Cyber Legacy just all stay in different segments of the map, and this turns into like a PvE boss fight for Khan.
Yeah. I mean, you could say the funny thing again about or they could become Cyber Legacy, right? That could be another solution.
That's true, but if I recycled that, you put me down to a 3.5 out of 10.
No, I'd put you back at a 3 or 2.5, I think.
There we go. All right, I thought you could be more generous considering you're the one that mentioned it.
Nah, it was yours.
Recycle and punch,
it was your
mate,
creation.
I know, and you just try to use it. That's a 1.5 out of 10. Well, all right. Actually, Caesar rating. Let's rate the two teams' gameplay up to now. How are we rating Cyber Legacy on a 1 to 10 scale?
I mean, I feel like
Are there
Cyber
some
Legacy are
cheats?
they're like they understand what their heroes need to do. You know, they understand how they need to play. Like they're playing the game kind of fast. I think they're doing well. Like their rotations make sense in the early stage. I think Bignum played a good game. Magical had a good game on his White Spirit too, with the Starry God, and I think they're playing the map well. Like they have some cohesion as a team. It seems like. Khan have maybe some individual performances have not been as strong, and that kind of leads to them.
Overgrowth. Big fight. I mean, this fight should summarize what you were about to say about Khan. So far behind at this point, it's just trivial for the side of Cyber Legacy to whittle them down. Yeah, you can sustain. Where is your damage? The sustain is being matched piece for piece. They move forward to Trent to try and bring him down, but they've lost both their supports. A loser Darkseer. The GG will come out, and Khan, well, you didn't get to give him a rain. Now's your moment. From 0 to 10, where you sticking him?
0 to 10? I don't want to do him dirty like that. I'm not about that.
You give him, well, based on this, all right, quick one. Like, ooh, were there some signs of life? Like I was trying to highlight it with Cyber Legacy. Do we feel like they played a clean game? Was there some?
I feel like they had some. I mean, I feel like their top lane went kind of well, and they're making some attempts at doing stuff at least. You know, like they're at least, even though they're so far behind, they're still trying to win. So I feel like that's commendable.
All right, guys, it was commendable. Is there any got anything, or you just don't want to go Pycat's analysis on that one?
It was an attempt. They had a timing. We've seen
That's it.
tier 1 teams be able to hit it, but Khan couldn't get it done. Maybe it's just a little bit less of practice, Tigo.
Yeah, I think kind of along those lines. Like their lineup, it showed confidence. I was like, oh, cool. They got their finger on the pulse on maybe how they want to approach the game. But when I see them lack conviction in their early pushes, and the fact that as a team, they are pretty much a 4 protect 1 strategy, which is a very old school way of playing Dota. In the last year, we've seen how you need to be able to bring numbers, and you have to sacrifice just pure farm to play these fights. And 2 games in a row now, they've kind of, in the first game, they had that kind of style with the Anti-Mage, but in this game, it was very hardcore 4 protect 1. And the way that Magical rotated just completely picked apart their early attempt of aggression, and then you outpush them, and the game's pretty much stale at that point.
So is there one thing we're looking at here, and Lizard, I'll direct this question for you, is we talk about not being able to copy and paste what the best teams do, right, and trying to apply it to your own game. Is that what we're looking at, what Khan was trying to do at this point?
I'm going to say that the 2 supports on the side of Cyber Legacy are just on a
I need this
different
kind of attention, mate. This is brilliant. He's just getting making sure his breast's not falling out. We don't see like a nipple slip. We don't want us getting Twitch banned because
shoulder.
Everyone
wants to see it, Lizard.
This chat has been a little bit innuendish, let's put it that way. So you know, Mrs. is a bit angry. That's what's happening here, dude. 2 supports on the side of Cyber Legacy at 15-16 minutes mark, like position 5 and position 4 have around the same net worth, and both of them double the net worth of the supports of Khan. Like you can't have 2 supports with Tranquils running about when Mirana on the enemy team has a Vessel completed and your Treant has a Meteor Hammer completed by that point. So it was extremely difficult for anyone on the side of Khan to actually execute the mid game properly. But it also comes down to the mid lane, where this Void Spirit, not only did he not have problems versus the Batrider, he crushed him.
Yeah. His reactions were super strong.
Yeah.
He was getting solo kills.
I think here, though, this highlight, when I saw this fight, it kind of showed how Khan really wasn't at the same level as Cyber Legacy yet, because you're seeing a tower defense in which your Morphling's showing in bot lane, not really TPing straight away, and then once the fight's pretty much already lost, he then TPs in, tries to commit to the fight, and it kind of really stagnated their way to make any moves. I said during the draft, Khan have to make the moves first and try and just force moves around the map to get to a timing, and they didn't. And same again here, they're taking a very big fight, but next to an outpost, which means you have that buyback value of Magical. Imagine if they were able to direct this smoke elsewhere, then maybe it could have gone better. But if you have a quick glance at the minimap, what towers have they taken? There's no place on the map that they can actually abuse buybacks to its full potential.
And you were saying there, right, about what we were trying to see Khan do. They were supposed to be aggressive, and every time that was happening, CL just mirrored the aggression, and it felt like Khan was almost too scared at times.
Yeah, they're always pretty much on the back foot. But go on, Lizard, buddy.
It really comes down to this.
Oh,
We lost him.
to what, Lizard? We'll never know.
It came
Khan
down
will
to-
never be able to win a game again.
To be fair, you guys jinxed him, right? You also got me really excited that we're going to have a third game. You're like, oh yeah, this is the chance for Khan. And what happened again, T-Gov? We're back with another 2-0.
Yeah, it's because I see the draw. I'm guessing Liz is just gone, by the way, so I'm just going to keep talking.
Yeah, he's gone. He's relevant.
I see like this back rider. I see like the way in which they can play really good skirmish Dota, but like it's really hinged on the idea of I want to see the carry be able to like move into the fight as well. Like we saw how when they took bot tower, they brought the Morphling into the push, but then the mirror was Ricky and Furin was pushing in top lane. But I want to see that from the get-go, right? Like as soon as they leave laning phase, I need to see them make these moves, and unfortunately just Magical was very strong on his rotations, picking apart this early aggression, and then suddenly now you've got Ricky, who as a hero does completely dumpster Darkseer and Morphling because both of them are built around that early mobility spell they have, and when you're silenced, surprise, surprise, you can't really use spells. So yeah, Ricky overall a very strong last pick, and the play from Magical and the Purin, even actually, you know what, the whole team enabled this Ricky to get to that earlier timing.
Yeah, we've lost Lizard. We have to wait to try and bring him back, Tigo. I'm sorry, he's gone. Just me and you for the moment, mate. That's probably the way you like it, right?
Yeah, sure. You know what? I'd rather have two hunky men, but no, I'm just...
Oh, Lizard's back. Lizard.
Oh, look. See, I summoned him because I said the word hunky.
I just heard that he would like to have 2 hunky men.
What, Lizard, man? What
We're
can I
really
say?
trying to upset Lizard's girlfriend at this point.
Yeah,
aren't
no,
we?
exactly. That's exactly the thing. I don't know if she's actually watching the stream with audio, but now she knows. She's under threat. No, I'm joking.
What, you're going to try stealing
Not
away?
at all. No, I'm sorry, Lizard. Don't swing that way, brother.
It's even worse, bro. She's not listening to the audio. She's just reading the chat.
Oh,
do you
no.
Do you not tell her
It's-
that's like the
it's
worst
kinda
thing to
horrible.
do?
Oh, poor her.
It's horrible.
Does she start hitting you with like Twitch emotes when she talks to you now?
No. She didn't reach that level. She's still at the level of questioning everything that they write.
Oh,
and
okay, yeah.
arguing with me like, why would they write that? Right? So
Yeah.
Well,
it's rough. It's tough.
Yeah.
you can't really explain the logic that is Twitch chat. Some people, right, big fans of the games, just overall nice people. Some people, you have to question their stability in life and their well-being.
It's my favorite ones are like the betters that get angry. It's like,
Oh, yeah.
F10K, and like they get it wrong, like, nah, analysts are wrong. I've lost everything. So I'm sorry, buddy.
So we should come with like always a caveat that says like, whatever we say, if you choose to make a dumb decision based on it, sometimes we're going to be wrong. It's not our fault.
Yeah, we're sitting here in our cloth and our notepads, you know.
It's because I keep
Trust me,
saying you're the advisor.
it's all good for us when you think about all the players and
Oh,
how
God,
much
yeah.
flack they're getting.
Yeah,
It is horrible.
Yeah.
Back in the day, but no, for real. Like every time they lose a game, if they had a bad performance, it's just swears and flames and curses.
I was saying this to T-Gov, right? When I came into this, you guys were telling me at the beginning, like, oh, CS is a much more toxic community. No, the Dota community, even just trying to play the game, is a lot more toxic.
Yeah, it has its ups and downs, you know. You have to love it for its uniqueness. And also, everyone hates the game as well, equally. Like, if you ever ask someone, do you like Dota? It's like, realistically, once you break down fully, do you actually like it? Probably not. But you're kind of stuck to it. You're kind of...
You're invested.
Yeah,
You're
invested.
too deep.
Yeah. Exactly that.
Now, let's look at this, right, to close out this series, because you guys thought kind of a chance. They weren't able to get it done. It was mistakes more so on their end. They didn't hit their timing. We weren't happy with what we saw there. But from Cyber Legacy, the positives here is that they have managed to dominate in a game where you said this is quite a close matchup, realistically.
Yeah, I think if they were up against maybe a stronger opponent, there could have been a hard way for them to get into the game, because the aggression could have been like, they should be on the back foot from like minute 10 that they're going, okay, where are we finding farm? But the farm kind of came to them. So overall, I think Cyber Legacy, they had the windows to punish and they exploited it. And that's what you see in these teams, in this qualifier. The good teams will be able to exploit the small mistakes and actually just control the game from there. Like we saw it with... forgot the name, doesn't really matter at this point, honestly. But yeah, Cyber Legacy did well. 5 men. That's the team. There you
How
go.
did you forget that team?
I don't know, man. Like, my mind went to mush. I was looking at you and I got
Misery, if you
distracted.
need a new coach, we need a new
not even
someone
their
helping.
coach, man. What
What
are you
are
on
you doing
about?
for him again?
Just helping and being
Okay,
a friend.
if you need
a
a new
good
helper,
friend.
go for Twitch chat, because T-Gov can't even remember your name.
I forgot the good teams that played so far. That just sounds like shade at this point.
Yeah, really bad, really bad. You're supposed to be an advisor.
looking
Listen,
for-
dig him out of this. Help him out.
I'm looking forward to Viking. That's what I'm waiting for. There we go. Saved. Lizard, save me, brother.
We lost Lizard again.
Dude, how are we losing Lizard? Oh, bye, Lizard.
Did you lose me?
No, we hear you now.
There we go.
Did you hear us?
Yeah, I'm hearing you all's well, man. In this last game, at least, you just have to think about these two big names, right? On Cyber Legacy, you had Bignum and you have Sioma the Slayer. And when you're thinking of Tier 2 captains in the CIS, these two have probably been around there the longest. Maybe they haven't had the most success, but if they're in a team, it's going to make a difference. And I really think that in the last game, at least, was the major issue for our Khan boys to have an idea of what they're supposed to be doing. Not as big of an idea as Bignum and Sioma, at least.
Well, Liz, I think on this note, right, we're going to take a break and kick you to the curb because Carl's coming back to take your place. And I think one thing we should definitely do is make sure your missus doesn't look at Twitch chat anymore or even watch the Twitch stream because your internet can't handle this at all by the looks of it. He's in Ukraine, like, we're going to have an amazing internet, and Liz is just there, like, bugging out the whole time.
Oh, poor guy.
Do we hear anything else?
Yeah, I'm just gonna run away.
There we go.
Just gonna run away and steal her tablet or phone or whatever she's reading the chat on.
Disconnect everything, right? Make you use mobile data. Yeah. We'll play it smart. Don't worry. You had a pretty good day one. You gave us some skin. You gave us some good advice. But me and T-Gov will take it from here. We're going to be going to a break real quick. The third match is coming right up after the break. You won't want to miss it. Carl's going to coming into the fold. And we'll have to see what goodness he's going to have for us. But he is the evil man of this panel.
Omegalil.
Welcome back, guys. We're moving on to our third best of three of the day, and I truly hope, I pray to the gods that we do not get just 2 games. I want 3. I want to see some more Dota. Why are you holding your head already?
Because it's this time of day where this voice inside my head creeps in, and I'm just not. I don't think I'm ready for it.
Well,
my conscience.
He needs a proper introduction, as I've given everyone else, right? And everyone else had a pretty nice one, but we are bringing in a third member to this panel. It is the Keeper of Evil. It is Hades' right-hand man. It is Keeping It Kyle. What's going on, brother?
How you guys doing?
Hi,
And
man.
Tika, I don't know where all this hate is coming from. I'm just a nice lad. I'm just here to watch some Dota.
No hate at all,
No
brother.
hostility here.
No, I didn't say if I liked or was afraid of my conscience, but it's there. I can't change it.
You got to deal with Kyle, right? You can't remove him. He's just that guy that's always going to start
Yeah,
there. He's a lot nicer online, though. Kyle, you're like a different man compared to when we got you in the studio.
I don't know what you're talking about. I'm the same guy through and through. I'm actually a little excited because in my research for this qualifiers, I was like, damn, who the hell are these teams, right? But believe it or not, we actually got a lot of familiar faces. I didn't realize G had actually fully switched to the 5 position role.
Yeah,
He's
it's
actually
crazy.
going to be hard support for Extremium. And then Sunlight, I'm really happy to see playing for Omegalil because he was instrumental in the Russian talent squad's dismantling of the English talent squad in our
Ooh.
show match. So really hoping they qualify so we don't have to ever see Cinderin go 0-5 mid again. At least not off his personal stream. But yeah, anyway.
Shame. Now, I'm going to start with one thing, right? Lil was not actually playing for Omegalil. The name for the team came because he wasn't in the team anymore. But now he is playing for the team.
Yeah,
What's going on?
He's got to
Tigo?
make up his mind. What is he? What is
Yeah.
he? He's like in the team, out the team, in the team. He's like, I actually have no idea. Like, if they lose a game today, what's going to happen tomorrow? I just don't know.
He's going to axe himself.
Just little things.
Just little things.
Yeah.
But it's good thing is to know that he's not such a narcissist that he named the team after himself. They just made it afterwards.
Do we even know that? We're clutching. He could have actually named it Omegalil
God.
and then left the team.
Lil has different names for himself than Omegalil. He prefers to go by Sir, the Prince of Darkness, and please follow me on VK. He's also very popular on Instagram. He's a good guy. Is he even playing for anybody right now? I gotta check that out.
Omegalil?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, just Lil.
No, but that's what we're saying. Lil's playing for the team today.
Oh.
Kyle, he's
Sorry, I wasn't
standing
paying
in.
attention.
Do you not listen to what I'm saying?
Keeping up with Kyle.
This is what happens when you get Kyle back, right? We get 2 normal games. Kyle comes in, give him this nice intro, the evil one, and this is why he's proving he's the evil one. This is just Kyle things.
Oh, shit.
Great
sorry,
start,
guys.
mate. Great start.
I'm here. So he's playing 4 then, right? So Velhir subbed out. It's weird. A lot of the old novice
No, that's
squad
still
is
the wrong
just kind of
team,
found
Kyle. It's the other team. So it's Vampire
Yeah.
subbed out.
Oh, okay. So Vampire was on loan from Gambit. I wonder if he just like wasn't able to stand in or what the deal was, because Gambit also doesn't really have a full team. FNG is still playing for Alliance, but he's still on Gambit. I don't really know. Maybe it's one of those scenarios like with home ownership, right? It's much more efficient to rent versus buy.
Yep.
So Alliance is just. I don't know how that works, but yeah, it'll be interesting to see Lil and G, 2 stalwarts of that old school TI5 VP squad that actually knocked my ass out of the tournament and then went on to defeat tournament favorites Team Secret in the lower bracket with 2 draws back-to-back in games 2 and 3. I remember that still only because of the pain deep inside my heart. But they'll be going up against each other today. That's cool.
Kyle, you know what? We always go around this that like, oh yeah, my Dota knowledge isn't quite there, and I normally trust in Kyle, but at the moment I've got no trust in you. I'm relying on Tiga for the accurate information.
No, Kyle just hit you with a massive logic bomb. All right, that was some beautiful history.
He only
there.
remembers because he was involved in it. He's only caring about himself.
Gotta respect him, man. He had a career. You know, he actually played Dota, so you know, gotta respect him on that.
You have a career as well. Don't worry.
Not playing.
We're gonna get you coaching 5 men on top of just making their logo.
Right, I see. Thank you. You got to stop pushing this, Banks. All right.
Am I not allowed to push you to good places, mate?
Oh, we'll see.
Oh, don't you think T-Gov could coach 5 men?
Why did you tee Carl up like this? This is like make or break right now.
I mean, they do have a 6th Man of the Year award in basketball. Perhaps we could come up with best looking bench warmer, and T-Gov's got a shot to win something.
Slap what's looking at TI, all right? I can maybe do the same.
Semantics. To be fair, I don't blame T-Gov for not knowing his history, because even while he's dressed this way, I don't believe you were even out of high school back at TI5.
That's true. I was... How old am I? 23? TI5, 4 years. Yeah, like probably uni time, so yeah. Barely uni.
Babyface.
Yeah.
There you go. God, I'm old.
Yeah.
What are you on about? I'm older
Why'd
than
I say that?
you.
I just have the beard that makes it look bad.
Carl's going to make you feel
Yeah, but
worse.
you go to the gym.
You could go to the gym, Carl.
Just
We've
in
had
case
this
anyone was
discussion.
wondering, that was Banks directed. Obviously, you know, I don't actually go to the gym, guys. I know I got big guns, but this is a bank. Yeah. A bit of confusion there, maybe. I don't know.
So now we've actually finally updated Carl onto where these teams are, who's playing for who, right? Where are we going with this one? Because is this our finally most evenly potential match here? Are we looking at two teams on the same level?
I think they both have, like Kyle did touch on it, they have players in the support role that have had very strong past and history, and they are moving towards, like, they're both basically new CIS stacks again, right? And we say it every tournament, there's always a CIS stack, and it's like, wow, these players on paper should be good, but then they just lack all the fundamentals, and they kind of collapse. So I think on paper they're equal, but I'm waiting for game one to really see which way they go. I think Ark, for me, he's a player, he's playing mid, supposedly, in this stack.
Okay.
He's been a high MMR player for like the last year or two, and he's
Yeah.
always been in teams, and you've expected them to do well, because like you think, okay, Ark's going to be pretty good, right?
Yeah.
And they've always fell flat. And I don't know if it's like, does Ark have the flair you need? Is it Ark? Like, this guy should be doing well with like where he's at in like the pub scene. So
pub scene is fine. He's got good MMR, but it's when he gets into the team environment, we're not seeing enough from him just yet.
It's because of the expectation, Banks. Because you look at the MMR leaderboards from, I want to say, Europe, like 2-3 years ago even. Number 1 was like Miracle. Number 2, Ramses. Number 3, Ark. Right?
Yeah.
And this is the conversation that he's been a part of for some time. But if you aren't following the leaderboards, you don't know who the hell this guy is. And it's because he's played for these different stacks and he's flamed out of them. The team hasn't worked out. And who knows whether that's something to do with his attitude. There is a ton of instability in the tier 2, tier 3 scene. It's something we talked about a lot, even off camera, Banks. You know, we just don't have much financial support. These top teams, they rake in their millions. The little guy, they're left out in the cold without a social safety net.
Yep.
We've got to get Valve. Never mind. I'm just trying to make some.
Can we put our players on furlough or something?
There you go. That's a way to do it. Spread the love. Let it trickle down ever so quietly. But that's the beauty of this league, right? We're getting some money thrown around for these guys.
Yeah, it's a start. If it continues, then it'll be good.
We just want to keep upping the levels, right? We want to keep giving them more opportunity to shine, and maybe that's when we will get to see some more of that success come through for these guys. So it's battle of the little guys, right? Battle of the guys that have got chances. Now it's time to prove themselves. Who's going to be the best one when it comes to this two? How much, though, does it come to... Do you have a favorite before the draft kicks in?
I probably would drift more towards EXTREMUM, because I think there's just stability. You know, like we've already kind of like lightly memed on, like, is Lil in the team, is he not? You know, who's actually playing? And then like the inconsistency potentially of Arc. So I think just for consistency coming in, I think EXTREMUM should have the pip there.
We lose Kyle? Like, we lost Liz?
I think Kyle's just deep in thought.
No, I just didn't have anything to add.
Yeah,
I wanted to keep listening to T-Gov.
Oh, thank you, Kyle.
You're really doing well for the love today, right? First Lizard, then me, now even Kyle's giving it to you.
I think it's just because they're online, you know, it's just it's easier to say.
Easier to be nice to you. Well, at least they can be nice to you in some way, T-Gov.
I really need to change our narrative of today. It's
Why?
too many.
We like a lot of love on you. You even got new followers, right? At T-Gov. At T-Governor on Twitch. Keep plugging this while we can.
Right, Carl, can we just quickly put it into production that we should completely veto any plugs? Because like all day today, they've just been trying to plug stuff, and it's really annoying, and I don't like it. Okay, thank you, Carl. Much love.
Yeah. I agree. I think plugging stuff is terrible. Like whenever Rich is on camera, I make sure he doesn't mention his Instagram handle at Rich W Campbell.
Yeah, I'd hate
Would never
at
want
Rich
anybody
W.
to find
Campbell,
that out.
Yeah.
He's a beautiful man. Of course you want people to find that. You want to look at his good Instagram
Where was that though,
pages.
sorry, Banks?
Go on, Carl knows it.
He was beautiful before he went bald. Speaking of balding, Clinks, not a hair on his head. Not surprised. Well, I am a bit surprised actually to see this hero picked up so early, because Clinks and Ench kind of fulfill the same role, and I know that they've both been picked often. Like, I remember talking with Crit the day after the patch came out, and he was real salty because he had 273 games of high MMR pubs on Clinks as a 4 position, and then Ice Frog was like, you know what? You know that change, that rework? Yeah.
Boom.
I didn't like it. We'll go back to the way it was.
Yeah.
And I honestly haven't seen the hero play too much since that, but I know the Death Pact is getting a little absurd with the HP and damage gain. When you get the Ench creep plus HP, blah, 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 you understand. T-Gov can explain, please.
So Enchantress takes a big creep, and then Clinks eats the big creep, and then because it's got some HP, like lots of HP, Clinks then gets more damage and more HP. So it just makes him stronger. And also, it's a very light way to deal with the egg, because you can strafe, attack speed, hit the egg, and I'm trying to work out like what. So obviously they've picked a cute combo, right? It's Ench Clinks, and they're kind of.
Again.
Oh, again, it's a cute combo, right? And they're going to be able to run across the map and wreak havoc. So Extremum instantly going for like the big bubble. We saw this with 5 men's draft. They had Phoenix Void in opening phase. It pretty much puts Omegalil in a position of. Sure, you could be aggressive, but if you're not really decisive with your moves and you actually kind of put us in the back foot straight away, we will just eventually out-team fight you, and we don't care if you're like taking these small fights because we're going to win the big fight, the Roshan, and then win the game.
Yeah, and speaking of plugs, I love that Omegalil is using the Omega League logo. I don't think that's going to earn them points, but it's still appreciated. And yeah, to your point, I think Phoenix Void's another combo I've seen a lot. This is just a huge throwback. We saw this pretty much since Phoenix was out of the game. Phoenix Void first 2. That's how another team TGW used to play for. DC eliminated us from the TI6 qualifiers. That was painful. But it's just kind of insane team fight. It means this game goes 30, 40 minutes or more. You're pretty much always going to have some kind of win condition, and it's both BKB piercing.
Yeah, it's just literally that. What Kyle just said, the double BKB piercing is like the main point there. It's actually insane. You don't even need to like think about winning the team fight because like Phoenix Eggs, you either run away and get chrono, or you run in and get chrono. Like it's just too easy to execute. But it is very punishable because you don't have good wave clear and you can't really react early on. So you have to flesh out your draft with ways to do this. So 5 men, for example, they had like the Beastmaster, the Quap. They had ways to pressure towers, force aggressive moves so that teams had to react. So they never had the resources to punish like no chrono or no egg. So I'd like to see Extremum kind of pivot into that part of their draft. If they go all in on team fight, there'll be very easy timings in which this very fluid motion of Clinks and Ench will be able to like move around the map and punish it.
Yeah, sounds about right. And I'd like to see Omegalil get something to kind of push the tempo a bit. You'd like to have some sort of reach as well. I think Clink specifically as a carry concept really prefers to have a 4 position that can just go full in. I always loved it with Earth Spirit as an example because you're going to find vision. You're going to be able to like get behind the Phoenix as an example, but you need something that actually provides the lockdown so that you have enough damage in the strafe to take it out 100-0.
Yeah, you can see they're pretty much banning out for Omegalil. They're going for the one hero that can sit in front of the tower, so Timbersaw, and potentially it might be an indicator of the type of hero they're looking to pick. And also Pangolier is just a very default. If you want to end the game early, Pangolier is very annoying to like push into, if, again, comforted by the correct picks. But now Jakiro pickup does highlight the idea of it can sit behind the tower, it can defend it with his spells, even with Macropie, it can just be annoying enough to and classic Chrono pairing, you Macropie inside of Chrono. There's so much fire, it's impossible, you die.
Yeah, and it's also a really nice hero for a new 5 position player. I don't care how long G's been playing the role, he'll always be a mid in his heart. And it is so much easier. I've said this to many people once they've swapped, both Adam, I think I talked to Misery about this for a little bit as well. But when you're a new 5, if you can pick a hero and play a hero that has natural wave clear, it's just so much easier because you're just always going to have. I mean, wards used to cost money, so it was more important. But it's nice to have the ability, if you're doing nothing, just to hit some creeps real quick. And in addition, you can check high grounds, which makes dewarding much more efficient. You can min-max a lot easier. They go with Alina. This draft on Omegalil is super squishy. You can see that immediate starter pick from Extremum. Makes a ton of sense. Look how much the EHP is currently favoring this Radiant lineup.
Yeah, it's actually kind of disgusting what Extremum have. Sorry, it's too easy to take a fight right now. I think Omegalil, they put themselves in a position where they have to play so well in laning phase and like at such a high, like not even tempo, because it's not about tempo. It's just about playing positionally. And I think they're going to run to a point that no team with these heroes right now unless they pick up some tankier heroes, will actually be able to ever approach an objective because they'll just fall flat to one Blink Dagger Slardar or anything. Like they need like an Underlord or anything. Like it sounds terrible. Like, but they need a tanky boy that can buy some aura to be strong, right? To play behind.
The trouble is you're already kind of out team fought, so a hero like Tide doesn't really make sense. And if you go for something like an Underlord against not just heavy magic damage, but max HP based damage thanks to both the Phoenix, and then you also have Slardar ulti, which is just going to take somebody like Underlord. You know, you kind of feel like you might want to buy a pipe, but then you also need armor. You'd love to have some kind of cleanse. So Brewmaster makes a lot of sense, but I'm not the biggest fan because I feel like you just kind of counter the split with Egg.
Yeah, we saw a Brew today where it was like there was so much reliance on the Brew being the one that could start the team fight, be the guy that could defend the tower in the fighting capacity, and it didn't really play out that well because you do one bad split or you get one pick off, and suddenly your entire draft is now waiting for him to come back into the map. So, yeah, I think they might have put themselves into a corner of they have to play so well. Like, take that safe lane tower, take that mid tower, try and get an early Roshan. Someone probably needs to buy Medallion so they can actually get an early Roshan. And then, sure, they could maybe play at such a high pace. Slardar never gets Blink. Void never gets to anything. But Dota is a very slow game nowadays. It's not like the zoo time of previous patches. So you expect them to get that farm eventually.
So it's a lot of what-ifs here for Omegalil, and they don't have all the pieces they want right now. Is there a saving grace? Is there one that might be able to bring them back into this slightly for the last pick?
Depends on what their carry here is going to be. Like, what's their big win condition right now? Because they've got...
Carl's just shaking his head like, nope.
Yeah.
Nope.
I'm saying the words, but they're not sounding good.
It's just that you're already looking at it. Your draft, it's just so squishy. And I just don't see the damage. You like to see combinations, like damage amplification is a concept that you'll see all the top teams abuse in different ways. OG probably most notably, because 2 TIs in a row, it wasn't just damage amp. They were utilizing like damage reduction with like the Wisp and the Spectre and a Centaur with Ags, and you just stack all of this up to the point where enemy side effectively just has to create more damage than is possible. Thus, they cannot kill your hero before they cast their spells. Omegalil, Ench and Lina have to be protected at all times. Clinkz is wants to function as this more assassin-style carry, whereas Extremium, it's just, okay, Slardar Void, go. Phoenix, go. Everybody use your spells. And if these 4 heroes, 4-on-4 in the middle of the river, Extremium is going to win like 95% of the time if everybody just gets their spells off. And that's a problem. And Omegalil, I'm really just not sure what direction they're going to go here. I'm stuck.
There's actually also not even a lot of lockdown on their lineup. So even when you have this sweeping aggressive motion and they do find like this pick off, or at least they find a hero, what's their setup? They've got an LSA. Like, what else? What are you packing in the don't run away from me department from Omegalil? So this Void, as long as he doesn't do atrocious in lane, he's just gonna be unkillable. So yeah, I'm very scared.
This sounds like one of the most one-sided drafts we've had in a while.
Yeah, kinda. I'm down for that.
I don't believe in Brewmaster when anybody other than S4 is playing it.
Super biased, Kyle, of course.
It's kind of in line, I think. Yeah, I think Brew is a hero that kind of baits you in a draft where you pick it and go, damn, I got this Brew. I'm going to be able to like single core lineup. It isn't going to work. You know, there's voids now in the air. How are they going to fight? But in reality, it's like, well, what else are you really doing? You're not really doing anything. Like you're cool in lane, kinda sometimes, but other than that, you're just a big cooldown split man, and you need a lineup to pair behind it. And this is where me and Kyle have our kind of doubts of this lineup is they don't have the rest of the draft to enable this Brew.
I love the Drow ban from Extremum because we're talking about like what's the answer, and that would have been great because all of a sudden that damage amp is there, and yeah, sure, your draft is still squishy, but you've got Brewmaster teamfight, and suddenly you've got a bunch of heroes that can suddenly just become DPS cannons. Instead, they're going back for a Void Spirit, and we just don't see the win condition. Omegalil, there's no natural timing where you're like, okay, it's go time, we're gonna go mess some people up. The BKBs aren't a window either because you're playing against Void, and ultimately Extremum, as long as you keep a firm hold on the mid game, you don't fall too far behind. One Roche fight, one clash around a tier 2, that's going to be decisive. You take the game if you just trade even.
Yeah. Oh, that's a nice pick as well.
Oh, hell yeah.
That's really good. So the way that Omegalil draft, they kind of open up Clinks and Void Spirit to flex between mid and carry because they don't have this last pick, right? Their first pick, meta dictates second pick is just better nowadays. So they're kind of trying to be very cute with this double flex, but Extremum, they've now picked up, like, I needed to see them have a hero that can play around and be disruptive without the need of, okay, we have to bring the Chrono, we have to bring this, and this Quaswex Invoker potentially will have all the delay needed to keep the game going long enough that they come online, and eventually, if you go for the Ags build and have Cataclysm, you hit a Chrono, you press one button, 2 Sunstrike's going to kill pretty much anyone. Like, it's too easy for these guys to delay, prolong, and then destroy at like 30 minutes.
So it's looking real good
Extremum.
for Extremum.
Oh, for sure. They got the knockout punch whenever they really want it. I love the Invoker pick. It's more damage amp for your Void. You've got Slaughter ulti. You've got Alacrity now as a threat as well. Tons of lockdown, tons of team fight. And most notably, you've got combo break. Like Omegalil, you're counting. It's all Brewmaster and Void Spear. Just please, God, make something happen for us. And I think Extremum just they've got something real solid. Cats off to them.
Yeah, I will say the one thing we do have to look out for, and we have to show respect to, is the early tower push from Omegalil. If they do bring in like those numbers, it is hard for like Void, Slardar to really like actually defend the tower unless they have ults. So if you can somehow like bait out an ult in one position, instantly relocate around the map to another position and pressure, you might be able to get like a couple bit of like maybe map advantage. But fundamentally, you are on such a large timer that one mistake just kind of throws away your game. So you will be seeing Omegalil with an early advantage most likely in this game. But that advantage won't really kind of translate into anything, I don't think.
So it's not going to matter this way. It seems like you both are against the Omegalil team. So let's get into this game. Could Omegalil become Omegalol after this one? We'll have to wait and see, as we got Zyori and Trent to take us through the game. And are our panel right, guys? Are you agreeing with them? I know you like to throw a curveball out there.
Feels bad,
Can't
man.
hear him.
Really? You're that out on this? You think they got no hope? I think they have hope. I think they were a little harsh. All right. There's a reason people hate Clink's Ench, okay? And I'm waiting to see how brutal it can be.
It's just hearing.
There we go.
Oh, there
Sorry.
we go. Oh.
I think they can hear me now. There we go.
Yeah, there we are.
Sorry, folks.
Oh.
I'm inclined to agree with this panel. That's what I said earlier. The mega team fight, the Invoker, I think it was a great last pick.
30 seconds to battle.
Well, thank you, Zari, for making it so I'm not just babbling into nothingness. I think they got the gist of it, thanks to me. You're welcome. I can handle it for the both of us. But, yeah, so they're pretty harsh on poor Omegalil.
Sorry about that. Thank you for the carry there, Trent. I appreciate it.
Yeah, I know. I got
That's
you.
what
Don't
you're
worry.
here for, doing the heavy lifting. They were a little bit harsh indeed, and maybe there's a world where they can play fast enough on the Lil squad here, the memers, that there's a chance. But you don't think this team fight is just nasty? Egg on top of Chrono with all that damage from the Jakiro, the follow-up from the Invoker. Like, this is some serious wombo combo, man.
Yeah, I'm definitely not feeling it. I'll give them that. It's gonna be a hard game for Omegalil. I definitely see how they can do it. It's the classic of, well, if they just run down the lanes, you know.
Right.
But I do think the Invoker was like the perfect last pick. The second they went Void Spirit, I was like, oh man, the Invoker, I guarantee, is coming out next, because like look at this slide. The Invoker he loves having all these people on his team. And they love having Invoker. Like, Tornado setup is good for pretty much everyone on Extremum.
Yeah, absolutely. Great control. A lot of not just team fight, but you got stuns from Slardar. You've got Ice Pass from Jakiro. You've got Phoenix with constant slow, big damage over time. It's not just the team fight. They've also got pretty good lanes. Like, I don't really see how the meme squad here on the Dire are going to be able to just run down these lanes. The lanes, I think, should be relatively even. It's not like Extremum have bad laners. You got Jakiro down here in the safe lane, trading with Alina.
Yeah, I think if I'm looking for the Dire team taking advantage, it's going to be at our level 6 markers, where we're going to be looking to see just how they can use that death pack, and then as well the first split versus the first Chrono, right?
Mm-hmm.
Chrono also a lot longer than the older days, so it's actually like closer.
160.
Yeah, closer to the Panda. Like it never gets better, you know, for Chrono. Whereas the Panda, at least it can get down to like 120 and stuff later on. Maybe that's something they can abuse, but man, we're getting real low up top here on both heroes.
Belhor almost dead. Needed one more. 25 HP. He'll live through that one.
He came with no bonus armor versus a Clink's Ench. I guess just figuring that the ring wouldn't do enough anyway, so try and get to my tranquils.
Yep. I mean, there's a good amount of pure damage coming out of the inch too, so I kind of get it. Velhor now has to use another Fairy Fire, feeds over the Courier. That'll distract the Enchantress for just a moment, and it does keep Velhor alive. Tough offlane, though, for Extremum.
Yeah, and a very important hero for trying to take an early advantage will be that Void Spirit in the mid. Now, currently, Sunlight getting beat up a little bit, as we just get a little suicide in that top tower. But he's doing pretty well here on Sunlight, right? 12-2 to the 8-3. I mean, it's Quaspex Invoker, so we know he's just trying to chill in the lane for the most part.
He starts a little slow.
Yeah,
Got
but he also rotates out slower, too.
Certainly a lot of pressure on the Void Spirit this game to kind of set the tempo. And he does play around a similar timing as the Clinks. But I guess there is some synergy across the Styre lineup in terms of all of their cores do work around like a similar timing, a somewhat comparable power spike, I suppose. It's more how do we transition that into controlling the map and ultimately controlling the game that I'm worried about.
And if we're ever not dictating the pace, we kind of just lose. So it's yeah, it's a bit of a knife edge sort of style there.
Oh.
No, there's the Revenge Courier kill.
Velhor finds it, but now he's in pretty deep here. No Icarus dive, getting body blocked by the Ench. Clinks throwing in the right clicks. One more, that'll find it. First blood for Kellen.
That looks like an attempted salve, too. I think I heard trying to fog. Extra pain for the poor Phoenix.
Slardar doing everything he can, but Enchant, quite effective against the Slardar. This poor melee fish.
Yeah, Afterlife will just have to waddle his way back to lane.
Mid lane is leveling out a little bit. Melajewel putting some counter pressure on and closing that CS gap. And it looks like this bottom lane has gone very even. Nefrit and Malik within 1 or 2 last hits of each other.
And Malik, Brewmaster, one of his bigger heroes, has a really good win rate on it too. Actually, it's like high 60s or something. He's definitely
oh wow,
he's into the Brewmaster in the pro matches. So it's not the best of the spam combos that we've seen with the Ignite this game via the Cinder Brew. 100 mana on both of the spells early on, but it's also Lina. So if you can like keep comboing with stuns and Dragon Slave, it is going to be a lot of damage you can stack up. Yep. I'm guessing G is a very low level because he's playing super far back a lot of the time, just like trying to give some space to Nefrit, but also he just like can't really contest the pulls that well versus Lil because he's not sure if he's just going to get tagged.
Big pressure onto the Clinks. He's burning down. Need a few more right clicks though, and the Slardar can't find it in the trees. He's fogged up, and now Kellen gets the counter kill.
There's another stomp here in 1 second. It might expire though. No, it's still good. You got 1 more second.
Not
going to even need it.
Impetus into right click. 4-0. Big start for the Dire.
Oh, Happy and Arc are absolutely slaying it up here.
I mean, right now, most of the lead is coming in the offlaners. Brew at 2.2k net worth, and I guess this Slardar is the offlaner. We'll see down bottom G get initiated on. Malik laying in the right clicks, and they'll make it 5. Lil getting credit for that one. But yeah, hard to tell who's the core up in the top lane for the Radiant.
Yeah, they're getting crushed. I mean, it is the Slardar, but yes, it's not really showing, obviously.
Being facetious here is he is not really hitting creeps.
Yeah, I gotcha.
They are going to rotate now. Jakiro, G coming up to save the day. And he save it.
The real problem is if they don't get this kill, Nefrit is just like losing it on fire for nothing, but Arc went really deep here, and frankly, he was dead even without the Jakiro. I'm not sure about that one, but...
Yeah, old A. Charges up the bash.
I guess he saw there was like no detection maybe in their inventories and thought he could get away with a quick skeleton walk or something.
Yeah. I think, generally speaking, Slardar is
down bottom, though.
Dead, almost. A few more Dragon Slave. Will finds it, 7-1.
Now, was that punish worth it? Like, sure, you slowed down their big farmer, but your Void, who's already struggling, is now been left alone, and then he dies too.
The Clinks is going to be just fine taking a tumble there if it sets up a kill on the Void. I do think Slardar is actually pretty strong right now on the 3, but you see that he needs a little bit to get going. Like, he doesn't do that much at level 1, even level 2. It's like he wants to get to level 6 without taking too much damage, without taking too many deaths. And Bench is just the perfect hero to slow him down before he gets anything.
Yeah, he's almost like Batrider in terms of matchups, where it's like, there's matchups that are just so good for Slardar, where the enemy carry just hates their life, and then there's matchups like this, where you're just like, oh my god, there's a Slardar in my lane, guys.
I mean, seriously, do you see that? He didn't do anything. They showed up at lane, and they just ran him down. Mid lane now, we'll see another fight break out. They get Sunlight, maybe a counter kill. Velhor getting pretty low. Lil finishes it off, at least gets a trade. They'll end up a 2-for-2 around the map. Still a 4K net worth lead, though. The Omegalils.
And Malik, unfortunately, Void, not a hero you can easily kill with a split. Unless he's like kind of low and uses Time Walk. Then maybe you have a chance at it. If he's at like 60% or something HP.
Yeah. Definitely not an easy target, though.
That could wind up being a bit of a problem for them too. It's just like the easy gank targets, because Invoker, Slardar is probably the easiest one, but he's so broke already. Like again, he's just dead. Like he's not even really worth ganking right now. Trying to get Lil to level 6 here so they can Laguna and get a kill on Nefer. Those are actually going to be 6 long before the Tome. Happy's in behind here as Velor comes back towards the room, maybe trying to make some stacks. He's going to run into Melajul and Velor.
Not going to be able to survive this one.
No.
Nature's attendance not going to be enough.
0 down bottom, though.
They get G.
And that was with nothing. No split, no Laguna. So,
he's got him in the trees.
Yeah, still just scared. TP's home? Why did he just TP home? That's not great. I feel like could have at least went to a lane.
The ultra safe, I guess. I don't have a good explanation for you. Okay, he wants to smoke up with Belhor, so it looks like they want to use the Chrono. It was part of a broader plan here, the rendezvous at the tier 2.
Oh, he gets smoked. They know he's there. It's like, hey, look, Afterlife's actually playing on the wave, guys. I wonder what they're up to. And Happy gonna get the D ward off and not even get punished here. That scan was glorious. They've even brought Invoker up here. They are desperate for a kill onto Arc, and he's just gonna skeleton walk himself away.
Double damage rune down bottom. It'll sit there for now. They find Sunlight with the Chrono. All right, nice easy setup. Clean kill.
Like they knew they were there, but they just maybe thought they could use the Void Spirit for it and get away with it. Bit greedy though. No. On the other hand, Kellen now mid is spotted by a sentry. He's gonna know that now that the creeps turn on him.
And 5K net worth lead.
6K even. And they can't really push him off this tower down bottom. With no Chrono. They would need the Void. Okay, he's got a DD. This might be something.
No macro pyre. Let's see if they can do this. Ice Path into Tornado. EMP. Right clicks. All right, they'll be there. Malik low. Got a little close for a second there. Now back up top. Looks like they're in on the old A again. Sunlight initiates it. Easy kill.
Trying to get one more, or at least pop the egg, but no mana left there as well, so it could have been a real problem there with one more attack. They save the bottom tower. Still haven't used that split. I want to try and get that done before the Chrono returns. He's going to come to the mid lane. They're going to try and set up on the Nephrit here. Perhaps. I don't think it was just the two of them. Oh, that was a really short time walk. We're closing in on the mid lane. For that big damage. He doesn't have the munch right now.
This is a big rotation. Both teams committing a lot. Lena, the only one not nearby.
I know they have to bring full numbers because if they go for the Bruce split, then you have to like overwhelmingly outnumber your opponent, right? You have to have like everyone there if you want to fight the split.
Okay, now we're going to smoke up, though. Only as 3, it looks like, for Extremum. This is an interesting rotation.
I think they're just going to punish him again. He's got no charges on the wand. So, again, if he gets hit by the EMP, he does just die because he can't split. He's only got 435 mana pool.
All right, looks like that'll happen again. Okay, another clean kill on the Brewmaster. Phoenix Egg goes off. Now back up to the top lane. Mifrit going to be in some trouble, but does have a time walk. Yeah, not enough lockdown.
Doesn't feel like great when you're like super farmed off lane. It started out so hot, still doesn't cast his ultimate or really like he's forcing big rotations down the bottom lane, which is good because it's like furthering clinks, but it sucks when he's still just dying every time and not even like getting a trade kill or something.
I don't know. Is it really worth it though? I guess if you look at the goal graph, it has kind of stalled the growing lead that they were.
We should
picking
use
up.
his Midas. That would be great.
Oh,
there we go. Now he's playing safe. Now he can walk in the river to Midas a creep.
I don't know. The Bruce still pretty farmed. He still has Midas. It's like I don't know how much those kills really punish him. Like it's an investment. It takes 3 heroes to rotate across the map. It hasn't really netted them much. The side of Extremum, I mean.
Well, he's just dying so fast that they're not even getting from the other side. Like, yeah, it's a little bit of farm for Kellen/Arc, but they didn't get the top tower. They haven't managed to get the mid tower. They made a big rotation mid themselves that got defended. Again, we know they're on a bit of a timer here, right? This looks like a good start, though. Everyone's waiting here.
Old A. Yeah, he walks right into it.
Oh, that's only one person split.
Pops the chrono. And they still turn this, though. It's Void Spirit down, still a 4v4. The Lil Stack still grouped up. Bruce split. They finish off Jakiro with a Laguna. Now hungry for more. Icarus dive in. Void trying to make it out. They might just focus the Phoenix. There's the egg, and I think it's done for. Yeah, it's dead already. An awkward fight for Extremum, and they are out of gas. Now this Void, time walk up in 1. He does get it, and that'll keep him alive.
Happy's back there. Got Wand still. Not enough, though.
Okay, that was ambitious.
That was Clinks with essentially a DD that whole fight with a plus 92 from Deathback.
So it's a 2 for 3. Does favor the Lil squad. Not by much. Couple hundred gold.
Now they're going to keep that pressure on the tower.
Yeah, a little scary when you can't win a fight even with Chrono.
Yeah, plus they fully killed him in the Chrono too. Like the split wasn't even able to save.
Right.
That does mean that Sunlight's like full power here now in the mid lane, which is why they're able to just force down that tower.
Open up that map a little bit. 2 towers now down for Extremum. Nifrit looking for Yasha first item on Void.
He's far behind. He wasn't able to get a single like real farming item. Couldn't get the Midas, couldn't get the Mask of Madness. Knew that the battle was coming because that's the only way that Omegalil can play.
Yeah. Yeah, this is tough. I guess Yasha is as good a value item as any at this stage of the game. At least gives you a little movement speed to try to help your farm. Not great, though.
Here's what the play is as a Clinks player here. Do you just wait until the Ench gives you a creep? Like, you had Catapult. It's like, no. You just, like...
Good question, actually.
There's only 15 seconds downtime. Like, you could be hitting creeps this whole time with Death Pact. You know?
Yeah.
So it's like, Happy's supposed to just be finding a creep right now to send. There's one job.
High risk play now from Extremum. They'll walk into the Roche pit, smoked up.
There's a TP on Kellen.
Uncontested right now. Omegalil. They might be suspicious. They haven't scouted it out quite yet. Roche at 50% HP.
Golem's in. He knows.
We've seen it officially. And they'll
we got
back
the
out.
strats. So we eat him, and now you got 2 golems. Oh, he didn't get him out of the way, and Roche just killed him. Now he gets plus 80 off that. Not bad.
All right, well, now we'll walk into the pit. The Omegalil's happy to finish off this Roshan. The question is, will they try to contest on Extremum?
Yes, the Invoker persona, aka the fake courier on the Forward Spirit. I swear, I always think that thing's a courier.
Sunray scouting things. Now Primal Split and a smoke from the Omegalils. They'll try a wraparound on the backside. They'll catch Jakiro. Looks like the first kill of the fight. Took him a second. Malik scouting things out with the Storm Panda, being as annoying as possible. Now back into the Roche pit. Phoenix Egg goes down. It's in a pretty good spot. Looks like it'll be uncontested. Chrono as well sets up the Phoenix Egg stun. Brewmaster in some trouble. Ench as well, but Roche dies to the Dire. Kellen gets the Aegis. Extremum now trying to punish. They'll press forward in onto the Clinks. He'll stand his ground, throw the Aegis, and now the buyback onto Malik. No Brew split, but they want to defend this Clinks. Kellen should be able to make it away. And Old A will also live.
That was really well delayed from Extremum, and then Velar with kind of a perfect egg because it was too far away for them to really do anything, and it was also close enough to his void that it's like, all right, if they suddenly were on that egg, he could just straight up chrono the egg, but realistically, he knew the egg was going to be fine, so then he just chronoed within its humongous radius.
Yep. Ooh, for Sunlight up top. Missed the
that
setup.
Was unfortunate. I was just completely luck that he lived there.
We'll take the moment to revel with a pause.
So it's a 10k lead, but you just saw that the power of the team fight cannot be ignored here because that looked pretty bad for Omegalil despite having such a humongous advantage at the moment.
Yes, though I think one of the ongoing problems is going to be Lil on the Lina. He is starting to feel a little bit more like a core. He's got 6k net worth, higher than the Faceless Void right now.
The best thing that he has for them right now is the Aether Lens LSA because they just need the Chain Stun onto whoever. Like, be it the Slider, any three of these cores have that like slippery essence about them, and they just need like a little bit of help to try and chain them down. And then yeah, now that he has the Yules and the LSA, that is indeed going to be a problem territory here.
Yeah. Even just having a Lina that's scaling a little bit against the Phoenix is a nice asset to hit the egg. Perfectly placed in the last fight, but.
Yeah, you highlight over this LSA and you just kind of realize how broken it is. Because he has the 75 cast talent and the Aether Lens. So
yeah.
It's pretty ridiculous.
Dragon Slave is also insanely large. Pink Dagger on Slardar. Okay, this is a big one for Extremum. Old A, he's finally got his first item.
That's like actually his first item in this game. He bought those phase boots so long ago. He must be so happy he got Essence Ring. That's basically double Braceler to save your game.
Yeah, but Clink's also getting his first real item. He went straight MKB.
Yeah.
So
and
the
now he's
Fletcher,
got plus 233 damage, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, the inverted 3/2/2.
Watch out.
And his max health only increased by 1,400 with the Death Pact.
Yeah, I mean, that's cool.
Pretty good. This is a pretty sweet combo. Clink's Ench. Let's see how fast the Void dies in the duration of an LSA. Good night, sweet Nefrit. Old A now. He'll get chased down. Blink Dagger, not so useful once you get initiated on. And now Phoenix. Icarus dives. Stopped.
He's dead.
Yeah. Bye-bye.
Got the taunt chain after. Oh,
well,
what a combo.
That, for 20 minutes, that was a stupid amount of damage that Clink's put out.
Yeah, and a Sentry can't save you if you don't have the vision on top of it, right? It was nighttime, so I don't think the tower quite had the range to see the Clinks.
I mean, no, but with that Death Pact, it doesn't even matter. Like, can you react to that damage? He has the Strafe.
Well, you cannot get LSA'd. I mean, you cannot stand close enough to the Clinks where you're like, oh, I'm going to die with any stun.
Fair enough, I guess. It's just such a crazy amount of burst. It's not just that Clinks hits that hard. It's that how many arrows he can get out. You know, level 3 Strafe, that's 5 seconds of 150 extra attack speed.
Yeah, I love how he's not even at max yet.
Yeah.
Like, it actually gets better still.
Yeah, same with Searing Arrows. It's level 3. He's maxed out the Skeleton Walk. Like, his damage hasn't even hit peak yet. That's one item. Man, I thought the Death Pact with Enchantress was a little bit of a meme. I think we joked about this when we first read the patch notes during that podcast, and I am a believer now, buddy.
Well, it got tuned down, remember, in the patch right after, right? They tweaked more Clink stuff.
Yeah, I see in 7.27c on the tooltip, it was 60, 80, 100% health gained, and that was reduced to 60, 70, 100.
Well, and also the damage went down by 2%, 1%, and then the same at level 18. So
I see. So they nerfed the early level.
Nerfed at level 6. And then you notice the second you hit level 12, it's like, oh, wow, this is kind of terrifying still.
Yes. Pretty impressive stuff. A crazy amount of damage. I'm excited to hear our analyst panel backtrack their way through this one.
Well, that's the life of the panel. You never quite know what's going to happen.
It is hard to call.
Fun when Kyle's so confident. But that's what makes him Kyle.
I mean, I think there was a direct quote. This is the most imbalanced draft of the tournament, most one-sided draft in favor of
It might have been
EXTREMUM.
said. It sounds like something that might have been said. There's rumors that it was said. I don't believe there's actually any recorded footage.
Oh,
Ice Path into macro. There's the return kill, though.
All right.
The hit squad is out. They're getting themselves back in this game.
Hey, that counts for something. All right, 19-12. Still a pretty solid lead for the Omegalils.
All right, how many halberds do we need? That's the question. So far, they only have the Phoenix working on one. Pretty good hero, though. Valor obviously going to have a wide range of mobility to try and tag that onto the Clinks.
I would think Halberd on Slardar might be a pretty good item. A lot of utility, some great value stats.
We're at 256 damage currently as Melojule comes into the mid lane.
Well, Invoker, it was nice knowing you, bud. 1, 2, 3, 4. It's like a 4 or 5 shot.
That was a kill streak, too. 5xer. Oh, they have Ob Sentry combo here, too. They know there's no detection down.
Ellen is rolling.
Dive.
No work.
That Yules must have been close. Lil was almost there.
And now they'll find G. And Clinks is having a field day right now. I think all of us watching this game have been in a match where you're against the Clinks where he gets out of control like this, and he just starts owning the map. It is so hard to play against.
It is comically stupid, I have to say.
It feels like Kellen can be pretty much anywhere. Crazy damage, crazy good movement speed.
So, we don't take the Centaur. Okay. All right, we got a Centaur. So he's got 2,300 HP. And that gives him plus 256. Once it's all together, obviously.
Yeah, plus 207 if you mouse over the tooltip.
Yeah, without the MKB.
Yep.
Etc.
So that creeps 1,600 HP, 207 max damage.
It's nice. It's pretty good, I think.
And I think we had also joked about this with just buying a Helm of the Dominator and then using it with a Clinks on your team to get this. But
well, I was waiting for the Darkseer before they picked the Brewmaster with the 400 health. I want to keep this going.
Oh, right. Oh, they find Clinky.
Oh, buddy.
I mean, Void up top. Clinks is there, and they've got some damage. Time walks back. Kellen a little afraid to get caught in the chrono there. They'll have another duel, though. All up stun, Lagooner. That is a dead, faceless Void. 2 Yules, one on Lina and one on Void.
Yep.
Yep.
And he's still working on just going Manta right now on the Void.
All right, G up top. 1, 2. Oh, he's lost the Dark Pact. Okay, he doesn't have the crazy damage. He's going to have to kill the Jakiro like he's a hero instead of a creep. Really made Kellen work for it there.
So Invoker's gone for the Agnums. Slider is so poor that he's going for the blink right into the Solar Crest. And then Phoenix was forced to go Halberd. So what do they have against the Void Spirit Ags, which is now done?
I'm thinking nothing there, big dog.
They actually just die to Clinks if you get hit by it. Until Void Spirit's going to have Manta. That'll be his item. But
wow, they don't have a single item that deals with the silence.
That's some feels bad.
No Yules, no Lotus, no Guardians.
I mean, does the Yules even save you, though? It doesn't versus Void Spirit, right? That's the whole benefit of the hero. That's why
It
But
doesn't
he's actually
really.
the counter to Yules.
Doesn't really, but at least in this game you have like a Void Phoenix. So if you get caught, having that reset, a Chrono could come down and change it. So it's
That's
like
true.
it's better than nothing in this scenario. But I agree. In general, it's not a great option versus Void Spirit.
So Nefrit, big pressure on these Chronos, my dude. Get you back in the game.
Vardar with the setup. Okay, Chrono onto Kellen. Some follow-up damage, but now Sunlight, he's in the back line. He's bringing the pain. Kellen survives. This is not going to go well for Extremum. Oh my gosh.
I'm not even sure if it would be balanced if he didn't get the health. And yet he still gets the health.
Right, if it was just the damage buff. And
yeah.
I mean, 2,800 HP is a lot. Brewmaster with a Midas at level 16 only has 2,100. That's GG.
Well, they were right. It was the most imbalanced draft of the tournament. Our panel does it again.
Oh, man.
We have a walkover here for Omegalil, pretty much from start to finish. We had one good rush fight for them, and it did show the power of like why team fight is really good, and we're probably going to continue to see these double bubble strategies of big team fight ultis stacked together. But you still have to respect the basics of Dota. Dota is it's like a pyramid, and the very most important base is the lanes.
Yes,
those got to go at least okay. Or the rest of your game plan doesn't matter. You can't draft for the level 25 talents. You know, it's that kind of a deal.
This is the second game now where we have seen Slardar fall completely flat. This time, at least he was a 3. The last match, he was that hard 5, and it was just a disaster. But it looked pretty similar. As you said, Slardar is one of these heroes. When he gets a good lane matchup, he looks unstoppable. When it goes the other way, double range, the Clinks and Enchantress, he was a non-factor during this laning phase. And that was pretty brutal to watch. But I want to hear from our panelists. Banks, what happened? I thought we had a one-sided draft for Extremum.
Yeah, see, that's what I was told, right? And, well, it didn't work out that way. I think you said, like, you will expect to see Omegalil for the first part of the game look really good, and then we'll see Extreme come online. That come online didn't happen, and Omegalil, well, they had it played well.
Yeah, it was pretty solid. Like, initially, I was kind of worried because they only had, like, a 6k lead, and they weren't really, like, taking the towers, and it felt like, okay, cool, so they're going to align themselves for some team fight and they might buckle. But then it just kind of, that team fight never really happened. It was just like movement after movement. It's like, okay, so when's Extreme actually going to take that big fight and then do Roshan? And then Roshan happened. I was like, ooh, maybe this is it. But then the net worth just kept building up for them. So yeah, respect to them. They have really abused what their draft was meant to do. And maybe you have to question Extreme a little bit here. And yeah, Kyle?
Man, T-Gov just said a whole lot of words. I can summarize that with, if you win all 3 lanes, it's much easier to win the game. And that's what we saw there. And yeah, I was just shocked the side lanes went so poorly. You'd think the Invoker, if anyone would have a tough game, it would have been our man. But I mean, Slaughter, I don't understand how these side lanes got bodied so hard.
So in terms of the Slaughter lane, it's something that we didn't really mention was you're a Slaughter playing into a position 5 Enchantress. So you can never really sprint away because that'll get purged. And you can never really pressure the Clinks because of course he's a ranged hero. So in retrospect, that lane isn't actually meant to be Slaughter favored. If anything, he should be surviving the lane and be looking like that's a pick where it's not for the lane, it's for the game. And we saw that at Roshan where the Slaughter was able to like get onto the Clinks. Now he can't like go invisible. It's a game style pick. But it's the fact that because you do lose that lane so hard, you're losing mid, and also bot lane is bodied because you have this Lina Brew. It's so hard to kind of amount any type of big team fight that, because like we bashed on about the idea of team fight. We bashed on about, okay, after 30 minutes, how do you ever win? Yeah. The fact is, that timing of 30 minutes, it's offset by 10, 15, 20 minutes because of how bad the lanes went. We had to wait for like 50 minutes for their draft to come online, and that's never going to happen in a professional game of Dota unless they really make some egregious mistakes.
And we were talking about how they were squishy, but we even saw in that last clip, like Clinks actually with this Ench creep eat is just unbelievably tanking. The man's a behemoth. He just straight up tanked a full like Cataclysm Meteor, getting hit by Void, has amp on him, and it just doesn't matter. I mean, Ark's just, I look at the damage output. Same last hits, but more than 5 times the damage output. That's so typically a good sign in the carry versus carry matchup.
And this is the arc you wanted to see, T-Gov.
Oh yeah, it's one game. So let's see if he can spin it up into multiple games in a row, and then win a qualifier, and then we can talk about it. But yeah, for now, I'm very happy because like at the end of that draft, my closing statement was like, look forward towards Omegalil owning the start of the game. But then like I factored in like misplays, like all this type of stuff, and I expected them just to throw it away. And the fact that they like Roshan maybe was like the question mark, but they've already set themselves up that they could fail a couple of times and not be too punished. So the way that they set up that game for themselves, it does give them a lot of for me, a lot of confidence for them now, and maybe I won't doubt them as much.
Well, we're seeing that they've done this with a draft that you guys are very much in favor of being Extremum's way. So for now, could we possibly be looking at Omegalil just showing their stuff back to back?
I think it's... You know what? I'll let Carl answer that one.
You're passing on.
Yeah,
okay.
Carl, what are you thinking, Carl?
Well, I really haven't been thinking very much, to be honest. It's not one of my strong suits. But if I'm G and company, I think that it's not necessarily the draft, because I still would say like Extremum's draft. Like if you make this match, let's say I don't know, like Nigma versus Alliance, and I think you have Nigma playing the Radiance draft. I think that they're going to still take the game because they'll be able to find more creative ways to establish themselves in lanes. I agree that Slardar versus Clinkz matchup's not as I envisioned it, but they're also not pulling creep waves, right? There shouldn't ever be a scenario where Clinkz has 30 CS and your Quelling Blade Slardar has 8. Like that's not real. And I think that if I'm them, I'm just gonna try and maybe remix my draft a little bit and make sure that I can stand at these early engagements around the tier 1s, like 8-12 minutes in.
Just holding off a sneeze right now.
Oh, okay, there you go. We'll just ignore you for now, Tigov. That's fine.
Thank you.
But I think there, right, when we're looking at what Omegalil's managed to do, we see him take a win there. It's very good. But this is what we wanted, right? We wanted to get a series that can actually deliver and be a bit more competitive. Do we expect Extremum to just actually rebuild themselves from here and give us this fight? Because you spoke about them being so even, right? That in the CIS region at the moment, these are the teams that would be most evenly matched against it. So are we on for the banger that I finally want and we deserve?
I think you have to look at Extremum and their approach to like the aggression. So if I look at Void as the focus point here, his item build was like treads, wraith bands, and then I think he went Yasha. So like he was itemizing for the fact that there will be so much aggression coming out, he has to try and take that early fight. And then you could argue, let's say if Nico Baby was playing the Void, would he have maybe gone for a greedier build, maybe a Midas or something, just to, he still has the attack speed, and then he'll get to that suddenly of 1 or 2 bigger items defending the high ground. Like, I think if they can understand where they need to take fights, like, are they actually in Dota, you can give up a tier 1 or tier 2 tower if you're aligning yourself for a timing that you can play for. I think the way in which they approached most of these fights was they didn't really know why they were fighting. They were just going, well, we have the team fight, we should do it. They don't have team fight. But in retrospect, if they just relaxed for an extra 5-10 minutes, that high ground push is completely different. That Cataclysm is going to blow up 2-3 heroes. Like that Chrono on 1 Clinkz, it should be on the Brew, it should be on the Enchantress. We saw that at Roshan. The Chrono post split, they win the fight easy. They got a little bit too rushed. They didn't really respect the opponent in terms of like how they had to approach a fight, just because they had all the team fight.
Yeah, what he said. But also, I think what he said was wrong.
Oh.
Go on, Carl.
Imagine if that was all I had to add.
Yeah, wrong, nothing else.
Oh yeah, it's Carl. Gotta believe him. No worries, brother. No. Go on, Carl. What are we thinking?
I think that Void Midas, I think Void's in a really good place right now, just because the itemization for carries just matches what he likes to do. You consider Void, no natural farming mechanics. He just hits things. So Midas is just naturally fantastic. Plus, attack speed is your most value, or IAS rather, is your most value DPS edition because it means more bash procs, and bashes do just the brunt of your damage, right? So theoretically, I think that especially when you consider he's going up against a Bruin lane that's allowed to get Midas, and you're still like losing the lane. It's one thing if a Brew's getting like early bottle, he rushes a phase boots, he all ins for this laning phase, but I don't know. I was just shocked that this went so poorly. Is Jakiro not as powerful as a 5 as we surmised? I'm honestly not sure. Maybe Lil is just a beast, but you wouldn't expect Lena Brew to body so hard. I don't know. I really don't understand about that game. I want to focus on the next game because I don't know what happened.
Well, we're a little bit away from that draft, so I'm going to come on that Omegalil conversation because we now sit in a situation where Lil wasn't on the team, comes back for this game. It's like the stand-in to a point for his own team, but Do they do well, win this game, and he just comes back and he's like, yeah, here we go.
I don't know, man. Like, does he? Like, if they qualified, does he play? I don't know. Like, they played one game, they won it. It's good. Like, little bounces around.
They're just Lil's superpowers are only activated when he comes in as a mercenary. If he's on the team, you run into problems because he's not got the greatest reputation as a team player.
Yep.
But if he's just coming in as a hired hand, different story. So I would actually keep him in limbo and just sort of never have him on the team. He's just there, you know. In fact, maybe have your team meetings without him, and see how that affects the camaraderie and how it develops. And I just think, just give the man a 4 position that can be a little greedy as well. That's how Lil's always played best. Love watching him play Lena. Thought he was really excellent on the Night Stalker way back in the day. It's another hero I wouldn't be surprised to see them pick up. I don't know why TF's looking at me like that. He just doesn't remember.
On the 4 position?
But it happened. Yeah.
I'd eat this sandal if they picked Night Stalker position 4.
Kyle, message someone, make it happen,
You heard
please. There we go. Let's force Lil
Damn.
into Night Stalker position 4 just so we can see you eat a sandal. Why would you say something like this on stream?
Because it's not going to happen. Like,
we need to work some magic. We need to work some magic on that. I really like the idea of him being like some super sub.
We sent a telegram.
There you go. The message has gone out.
All right, okay, I'll start working out how to eat this, I guess. Like, maybe I'll just start from the straps or something. I don't know. But
yeah, we'll start the straps. I'll help you. Just, like,
and they have
force
to
it
win
down.
the game. I'm going to make that clear.
Oh, you can't.
Whoa,
you're not allowed to change it.
Whoa, crazy.
You're not allowed to say
They
that.
actually have to be good? What?
No, you just said you have to play the hero. That is where you are now locked in at.
I will also.
It's on Twitch. It's been clipped. Twitch chat, you guys know what to do. Tweet it at Lil. Make sure that he plays this so that T-Dub has to eat the
Could you
sandal.
please throw a game so that this random British guy can eat his sandal?
Kyle doesn't think it's throwing the game.
Go on, Kyle. What was that, sorry?
He doesn't even play 4. T-Gov's like, I don't even think the guy's played Dota in like 3 months. He doesn't know what he's talking about. We just got him on here because he was attractive.
Oh, that was kind of weird. Like, you lied about the amount of playing, but then called me attractive. So if it's opposites, then I've played Dota and I'm ugly. Oh no, Kyle's in my head.
Kyle, I know you've been very busy recently, but how much Dota have you managed to get in?
Yeah, Kyle.
Define Dota.
Playing the game of Dota.
Aghanim's Labyrinth does not count. How many ranked games?
Does not count.
Okay, unranked games, I think you maybe have a couple. With OD.
I think Aghanim's Labyrinth should count at least for like quarter credit or like half credit.
So he's obviously played a lot of that to give him enough credits to look plausible.
Just clutching to get that dissertation, the degree, you know, like a Dota degree.
I also watched Purge's entire patch breakdown, so that took me a solid 3 weeks. But
That's true.
I think I've got a pretty good understanding of the game now.
Happy to hear that, Kyle. Very happy to hear that.
We should compare you to accounts, right? See who's played more games.
I just play a lot of
we shouldn't do that.
We shouldn't do that. That's just, How about we focus on what's important here, which are these teams battling it out to try and get to the Immortal Division. Thanks. Why not we do
but
that?
neither of these two teams are going to make it to the Immortal Division.
Damn, that's true too.
There you go. I'm just telling you what you've told me, mate.
They are setting themselves up for potential success, but will it happen? We don't know.
Well, but the team you first went for in just this series failed miserably on the first hurdle, and now we're sat in this position.
Maybe I'm just jinxing them for the fun of it at this point.
It goes again. You said they had towards the end. You said they had a cute combo, and that was it.
Yeah, this is the time that the cute combo actually was cute and effective. So congratulations.
Finally, you've done it.
Finally, it's worked.
I'm not sold on the whole cute combo way of saying it.
Lizard liked it. Carl probably won't. BSJ, I don't think I used it in. Did you? I don't think I did. Yeah.
Yeah, yesterday you did.
All right, okay. Yeah, Carl probably won't agree with it, but it's fine.
It's actually, I will say, and this is something that I wish more people knew about, not just magazines and movie stars, but also for us on the desk. I think T-Gov is a perfect example that with hair, makeup, wardrobe, anybody can be cute. And if that doesn't work out, Photoshop, you got different filters.
Mm-hmm.
We actually have an entire panel in front of the camera.
This is why you're virtual, Carl, because
they
couldn't actually they had to do the online, the actual touching up the Photoshop. So in person, it's makeup. There's a lot more equipment needed for Carl, and that's why he's virtually here rather than in the studio. So yeah, we're both pretty bad. So.
This is all just a deep fake. I'm not even here.
Oh damn! Oh no!
I can't actually see his camera that well from where we're sat. It looks like he's just like behind a black green screen or something. I don't know. Are you just in a dark room?
Yes, I live here.
Ah, it's okay. I just thought, yeah. Let's have a look.
He's a little bit pale though.
Where would I be?
I was just trying to work out where you were. You look. So basically, your lighting, Kyle, is so strong on your face. Your room is dark.
Exactly.
So you look like you have not left your building for a very long time.
Well, that's very good because isolation.
Yeah, about 6
thank you,
months.
Kyle. Yeah, thank you, Kyle.
Yeah.
Doing your bit for the world. Keep it up, Kyle.
Indeed.
Yeah.
There's you know, it's one of the rare times in life when not having a tan is a sign that you know you're doing your part.
Exactly.
You're holding up the umbrella in the rain so that society doesn't get wet. And then there's others that are just poking holes in that umbrella and like taking a butcher knife and just hacking at it. But we don't need to get into that. We should get into this next game because I'm going off on too many tangents, Banks. Help.
We can continue with the tangents because I'm still waiting for this next game, to be honest, mate.
Don't worry, I'll load up the screen which shows who's not in the lobby, so I can confirm all 10 players are in the lobby.
Oh, that's a positive sign.
One team said ready. The other team said, "Are you ready?" They said go.
Oh, we're in a positive position for this one.
Hopefully, unless I can't read.
It's a lot slower this time around in the online world. But I think they've all just got used to online world, and they've all just decided that, do you know what? We'll take a little break in between. We'll give the panel plenty of time to talk and enjoy themselves. Let Kyle go off on tangents. Let T-Gov get flattered some more positive vibes sent his way.
Oh yeah, the lobby has just started. They've loaded on in.
Okay, you do not need to give us a running commentary
I was gonna say
of what all of this is. Like, I'd much rather have his tangents. T-Gov's play-by-play of a lobby opening up in Dota. I could think of nothing worse.
Yeah, just very light commentary for now. Thank you.
That's not true. It'd be very effective as a children's lullaby. I guarantee you listen to T-Gov read a book for 15, 20 minutes, you'll be snoozing.
As long as there's not a lot of the S words in there, because, you know, this slur would just pop off. It'd be a bit too bad.
You're actually pretty good at that. Like, Kyle is always dropping some sort of slur. It's like you're
yeah.
You can't say anything. You S-bombs, F-bombs. Yesterday you had
I
three.
meant just like speech impediments, you know.
Oh, okay.
I didn't mean like, you know, the phrasing of a slur, but look, luckily we got a draft. Omegalil, currently same
I maintain PG-13, I like to say.
Really?
I think that as a rule, esports broadcasts PG-13, and then after midnight, if you've had at least 12 hours of consecutive broadcasting, you can bump that up a little bit because let's be real, anybody still there is insane. So
yeah, but what about they're just tuning in from the other side of the world? They're not 13, you know.
International, yeah.
I mean, you wouldn't do it at TI. Well, you would. I think, if I'm not mistaken, I think even Valve employees have dropped swear words. I'll call it. I don't know. It's esports, man. Little aside before you get into the draft, do you guys somewhat take offense to like this idea of like, oh, esports has to be something, has to be this, has to be that? I kind of like its charm. I don't want it to be just a bunch of dorks in suits talking with graphics and stuff behind them. You know, let's have some caution. Let's have some fun. Talk some smack.
We are currently dressed in Greek outfits, Kyle. I don't know if you're aware of that.
I'm all down for the outfits.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm all down for people having like be able to be kind of, I guess, show their emotions with it, right? I don't need to see the whole like players be super nice to each other. I like that kind of boxing style MMA talk back and forth in there. Call them out when they're bad. Tell them the truth. We don't need to be buttoned up. Definitely don't want to be wearing a suit or shirt.
Yeah, you mean like the Immortal Faith coach trying to call out OG and then they get slapped into lower bracket and knocked out straight away.
So there's a line, right? there's a you can talk smack when you're like this, right? Yeah. You can see there's a way up. If you're all the way down here and you talk that smack and you get slapped, then you just look like a muppet.
Yeah, that's basically what happened.
Yeah. Agreed. It's tough. It's one of the only sports like you're never gonna lose that either because ultimately at the end of the day you're gonna have to go beat each other up, right? So you know there's a little bit of bad blood. Although fighting is one of the more respectful sports. Basketball and football, it's not even real anymore. It's all manufactured. They just go out on banana boats together after the match. Who cares who wins the playoffs? Everybody's getting together for Thanksgiving anyway. It's unbelievable.
So with the draft now, after you've dropped that bomb on us, Kyle, we're looking at some more hope here for Extremum to you guys to say they have a good draft and them actually succeed this time.
Well, it's very early days in the draft, you know. There's nothing too crazy. You know, they just picked a casual disruptor, right?
You guys were reckoning at Omegalil from the very start, from the first two picks.
Yeah, but like it's because you see in that draft it was a new combo of like Ench Clink. So it's like, is it really that good? And then the overall team aspect was what we were kind of like leaning on. We focus less on the laning phase, and we focus more on like what can these teams do in like the bubble of a 5-on-5. So it's probably us kind of focusing too much on the 20-minute mark, not the 15-minute mark. So in this game, it's going to be a little bit slower in the approach of how we break this down, just to give them the true respect that they potentially should.
You've learned your lesson, Tigo.
Exactly, yeah.
This is why you're my advisor.
So yeah, in terms of draft right now, you got casual Rubik pickup, Disruptor, very like standard, and then the opening of a Timbersaw. It's very reminiscent of back in like Pushka League days, where the Timbersaw was such a hot pick in first phase. It's very much fallen off from this kind of position, and seeing it in the first phase is a little bit of a surprise. But justification could be like the Centaur's prominence and stuff like that. But it'll be interesting to see how they actually like work around it.
It's just, I think, it's such a solid hero in the current meta. It's almost always online, can play any lane, and ultimately it's got a lot of gravity. And this is a concept and a word that I've been trying to push for months now. No one likes it, but I'm not giving up.
What's the word?
Gravity.
Gravity.
You draw more heroes to you, right? So one hero doesn't deal with a Timbersaw. He's just gonna hit your tower anyway, ignore you completely. So he's so massive, right? He draws people in. It's Jupiter all of a sudden showing up outside your tower. So it pulls these other planets, aka enemy heroes, into his lane.
I like it.
And speaking of Batrider, I think this pick just makes so much sense now with the updated second pick, and why consistently all these teams want second pick as a priority, because you just ban out counters. Like it's just so good. And now you have to deal with this really annoying hero that's already got good matchups, and there's no Oracle, there won't be a PL, and I imagine they'll ban another cleanse with that third ban.
Yeah, I think so far, in terms of pick and side on the coin flip, it's only been, I believe, Extremum.
We have one.
And then in the previous year as well, only 2 teams have ever picked Radiant over like side when they won the coin flip. So every single team so far is picking second pick because of the fact that you have last pick in first phase and overall last pick in the entire draft. So it's, yeah.
Why do you think the teams that aren't picking it though? What do you think the reasons behind it? They feel like it's better, or?
Well, it all comes down to like the prep that you bring into the draft, right? If you have an understanding of what type of game you want to play already and you're confident in it, you don't always have to rely on like the benefits of pick order, because you're still going to have the same result of the draft and you can set up in the same way. It's just that boils down to preparation and confidence. You don't need to be follow the meta.
Speaking of following the meta, I didn't have a segue. We see an Undying come out. I'm slow, guys. I'm out of practice. It's been like a month or two since I was on a desk. I don't have the references ready. I haven't watched too many movies. But the Undying choice, I've always liked this.
Sorry, Carl.
Yeah, I'm watching other kinds of movies here. I'm not exactly into the Hollywood blockbusters nowadays, but thanks, Tika, for letting everyone at home know. Undying, really solid as a concept when you compare it with plenty of catch, because you have Disruptor, you've got Bat. So if you drop a Tomb, typically people just want to run away. They want to kite the hell out of it, but you just pull them back in. Not the greatest against Timber, but you do have Strength Steal, which is really effective in the laning phase. And you do, isn't it max HP burn now on the ultimate as well? It's magic damage, T-Guff?
Nope, it got changed to damage amplification in the previous patch. So if the man punches
I knew that.
It's like 25, then 30%, then 35%. It used to be percentage burn, but then it got re-changed again. So the Undying, it's as you can see with the Morphling now, it's just the way in which position 5 works now is, can you find a way to enable your character to farm? If you can zone, good. If you can heal, good. So Undying can zone certain heroes, and he can always heal with Soul Rip. So he's gonna 1 point decay to start the lane, 2 points in Soul Rip, and all he has to do now is play off a pull, maybe tank a spell or 2, and keep his Morphling alive. Morphling naturally can shift all the way down to low HP, therefore this heal is amplified even further. So it's just a new age version of, let's say, Abaddon Morphling. That used to be the old one, so this is probably the new version that we might be seeing.
Sorry, I just like the new age version. It's just interesting because you're dressed in, old school clothing, new school insights.
Thanks. I totally thought about that one.
Juxtaposition. Yeah, the Drow. We saw this banned out in the previous game. Omegalil now upgrading it one more phase because otherwise it most likely would have been taken out again. I really like Drow as a counter to Morph because you got the silence for the shift, and in addition, you come online that little bit faster, and you don't really give too much away if he morphs into you. So a big fan in general, and you already have this beefy Timbersaw in front, along with the Venge, so it's double aura, and now you have your pick of the litter in terms of that final hero that's likely going to go mid and just be your true carry, so to speak. But it can be more of a playmaker bend, like say a Storm. You could go for Alina still, maybe even an Invoker, but I'm not really a big fan of that. I think Storm is a must ban from Extremum in this next phase.
Yeah, I think for Omegalil, you're looking at basically like classic lane pairings, and they've also not really shown respect to what they're playing against, for example. So Avenged Drow naturally isn't too great against Batrider because Batrider is one of the known counters to Drow. You're going to be able to napalm them, you get on top, you have a flame break, you're going to bring them towards you. There is the argument that Wave of Terror on Venge and then the multi-shot from Drow would just maybe like kill the Batrider before he gets in range, but it is a hard lane to play. So they're already going, okay, we're going to have a strong lane duo. Is it too great against Bat? Probably not. But in the game, once we get behind our Timbersaw, once we start getting into these pushing positions, play behind Vision, we're not too scared of against the Batrider because we now have this swap mechanism. Lasso, what's it really doing? Are we scared of Glimpse? Well, if we don't run away, we're not really scared because we're not really positioned anywhere. So overall, going for a solid draft, but could have potential of being worked by the Batrider. We'll see.
But you're more positive this time around on Omegalil and what they might be able to do based on not just this draft, but what they did in the first game?
No, I just think the way in which they played together and just had strong laning phase, like just outskilling their opponents and then transitioning that into we're actually a team and we can like own the map. It does give me hope that the same might happen again.
I'm really shocked they banned Lina over Quap. I think that hero is just really solid right now. It's like the only hero I'm comfortable playing and actually trying to win games with. And I think it fits what Omegalil are looking to do here. Curious to see if they go a different route. I'm trying to think. You can't go for something like a Necro here. You kind of want a playmaker, right? You got a Timber, you got a Drow. You want a core that can rotate. Because like I said, Timber, he's got gravity. So you know he's going to be pulling people. Either Extremium are going to ignore him or they're going to try and deal with him, bring a couple heroes. You want something that can quickly rotate around the map. I just think Quap's best suited for that.
Yeah, I was going to say Quap pretty much fits that build pretty well. And the other thing is Extremium, where's the... Okay, they go Void Spirit. Okay, equal level of movement, early damage. My fear for Extreme is they don't really have great lockdown. They have a Glimpse. They have a Lasso that's countered by Swap. And that's about it. So, okay, how's your early team fight going? Okay, you're going to have to play off maybe numbers advantage. Okay, that's going to be pretty hard. And then you look at the early damage that they have. We saw in the game earlier today, Morphling, he needs to hit quite a lot of creeps to feel confident. Batrider, you're going to have, again, already countered. So it's kind of hard for them to really take early fights and feel really confident early on. They're going to like pepper them, but unless they pick a hero that has insane early damage, I think they might just be outmoved. And I am shifting into Omegalil right now. This is me going for them for game 2, unless I see some insane pick that I'm currently not seeing.
What would be the insane pick that'll change your mind?
Kyle's going to call me out for it, but like a Kunkka-esque hero that coincidentally is banned.
Kunkka's banned.
Kunkka's banned.
Okay.
Yeah, like a hero that can, stand up front, maybe be a bit tankier, allow the team fight to exist, prolong the team fight, amplify Tombstone, and ensure that you can start playing off of Glimpse. Ooh.
Your face
might be a morph mid.
Yeah.
Morph or bat mid now. Probably bat mid.
Yeah.
I actually dig that a lot because Bat, you have a Venge swap, but look at the laning matchups. You're dominant, and a Bat with items is so scary. I once again really like this Extreme draft. I think T-Gub's just backpedaling because he was wrong the last time, so now he thinks Omegalil's the better team, which I do agree with, and they do have their Drow. It's comfort, but I just feel like Extremum, the draft's just harder to execute, though. That's the problem. Always easier if you can just keep those hands off the keyboard.
He's doing this thing again where he's like, I can give a half an answer, so I'm going to be right either way, and then kind of going with the team. Carl, you're so good at this.
Exactly. So the thing with what Carl's highlighting is he put a lot of focus on this one hero for Extreme, a Batrider. So if this single Batrider mid lane does have a good time and pops off, then the game can be good. But if he ever stagnates, has one bad play, it does open up all the other heroes. Like Kyle mentioned, this gravity of the Timbersaw. It means that this Batrider is going to have to go towards this Timbersaw. What does that naturally mean? Void gets to have a lane open up, Drow gets to have a lane open up, and then they meet their timing, because the gravity of Timbersaw should suck away this Batrider from being truly active on the map.
I like how much you got gravity in there. Carl must be smiling from side to side.
Yeah, shock's still wearing off, but I guess you know what? Sure, I wasn't really listening honestly, but I agree with T-Gov.
Oh my, all right, thank you, Carl.
I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
I know.
I agree with the point. I think it's less relevant for the laning matchup against Timbersaw is less relevant than you're saying though. Just because I think LC would do just fine. I think even Morphling would be just fine for a couple initial levels, especially if you have an Undying there to bully the Timber. I think you just put the bat mid and hope for the best.
Yeah. My fear is who's killing the Timbersaw. That's simply it. At what point do you ever go, haha, guys, we killed the Timbersaw. Now we need to deal with anything else. It's just it's a scary game, but that could pop off. Maybe.
But you're thinking Omegalil still?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, I'm down.
Yeah, sure. It's not an answer.
Okay, yes. Omegalil will win this game. It'll be a 2-0.
Confident.
Thank you.
He's learning confidence ever so slowly. Carl, which way are you going?
With whatever you didn't say. I'm just kidding. Omegalil's gonna win. We got 2-0s back to back. It makes sense we'd have that one more. And I think they're just playing better. Sunlight stand here.
Well, is the gravity going to ruin Extremum and Omegalil take this 2-0? We're about to find out. Sayori and Trent, they're back with us to bring us this game. And, well, they were wrong last time, guys. So let's see if they can curse it once again.
Yes, indeed. Maybe a little risky to have faith in the Drow Ranger lineup, but boy, do they have a good front line and a lot of heroes to peel. So I could totally see it. What do you think, Trent?
You have the faith this time. I don't know.
I believe
a little more confidence. Felt pretty good. Thank you, guys. I'm looking forward to watching this. I agree with the execution aspect. That's what stands out to me the most about Extremum. That looks like a pretty hard game. Things got to go pretty good, pretty flawless here for life to be nice for them. And I'm looking forward to Sunlight on the Void Spirit again. I feel like he had a good game.
Absolutely. But they've got the Undying here. G going to be playing this hero. We have seen him dominate lanes from the very first creep wave, and sometimes you can ride that momentum to get a little edge for yourself going into the mid game. And we'll see if they can do it again here. Thoughts about the Timbersaw? Do you share the T-Gov concerns that they might not be able to control this hero?
It's all just a trading game, right? No matter, like, if you commit the heroes, then you're giving space to other heroes. So it's a very delicate balance of, like, maybe we can control the Timbersaw, but at the same time, we can't just commit everything to him, right?
Yeah. Can't control everyone. I think that's a fair takeaway.
But yeah, I definitely like the bat mid. I think that was 100% the right way to go by the way that that draft wound up, because they were running low on answers. But then I think Omegalil kind of threw him a bit of a bone by, like, putting a melee mid especially. I mean, we've seen from Weehaw especially that the Batrider has lots of matchups that he can do well in and be okay, but whenever it's a melee hero, you at least know that you're, for the most part, should be safe, right? It's hard to get punished.
Up top, some pressure on the Nefrit. Lil starting out mid on that Rubik to try to get a little bit of extra harass. Now some TPs out. It'll be a 2-1-2 now. So we'll have the Venge Drow in the bottom lane.
What a classic combo. Meanwhile, you just have G walking at Malik the entire time. The life of the Undying player.
Pretty much. Keeping eyes on this mid lane. Not easy for the bat in these first couple levels.
Oh, he's got the orb. Oh, gee, I like it. Orb of Venom Undying.
Oh, that is cool.
It feels hard to make it work in a lot of games, but now he's wound up versus a Timbersaw with no reactive armor. So he's the Timber Chain. So on the one hand, that's like a pretty decent answer right now, but this has ended up being a very effective use of his mana bar, because typically when you're Undying versus Timbersaw, you might spam out your entire first mana pool, and most of it's going to be negated by the reactive armor, but he's trying to punish him as much as he can at level 1 to force out the actual itemized regen.
Right. So far, so good. Now down bottom, LC taking a lot of damage. Disruptor also low.
Well, he's doing the salve dance. Valor tried this last game on the Phoenix, and he got away with it this time. Oh baby.
That was dirty.
The value of this salve cannot Oh, it just can't even be harnessed. It's too
Can't be
much.
stopped. Yeah,
No.
gets the Thunder Strike in return, and now that forces out a salve from the Vengeful Spirit.
He did a figure 8 up there. That was
Yeah.
gorgeous. She cut one tree and he was like, but I'm behind the other.
G and Lil trading at top, but on the Drow Ranger, I'm still curious where this hero is going to land on this patch.
Yeah, me too. We were talking about Drow a little bit before the series started, and then the Drow was looking so good last game. Kind of worked out that they ended up just getting the Void Spirit instead, but it would have been a pretty cool Drow lineup too with the Clinks.
Yeah, multi-shot is this crazy good spell now that actually makes her feel a little bit relevant in the lane and gives you these opportunities if you're having a good game to do significant damage in team fights even without big items.
Yeah, like Drow was an extremely common hero, especially when I first started playing Dota in like 2013. She was in like every game.
Oh, yes, she
You know
was.
what I mean? And she was kind of still like that for several years after, where you would just have Drow games like all the time. But now it's like only every once in a while you get a Drow as Valor tries to get the neutral deny. Will get it.
Very nice.
Yeah, with the multi-shot even being spent there. But
Okay.
I feel like when you don't play against a Drow for a little bit, you kind of underestimate the damage that multi-shot can give you in the laning stage, especially with additional minus armor.
Yes, absolutely.
But also, there's super frost arrows too, which I always have to remind myself when I watch Drow.
It's a crazy good slow. So afterwards, depending on how far away you cast it, it's like really long range, and you can often get a couple of follow-up shots in. How's our mid lane looking? Still an advantage for Sunlight on the Void Spirit. No surprise there, but the Bat's doing fine. As you said, against a melee hero, you know you're safe.
Yeah, you should be okay. It can be difficult, especially when they have like mobility things. Then you know that you can't necessarily commit for a kill.
Mm-hmm.
We might end up seeing suiciding at like level 5. That's a pretty classic Bat tactic where they'll just try and run you down, even though they know they'll die of the tower shots. They just want you to die first. But that's going to require him using the dissimulate at a bad moment.
Not been a great lane for the Morphling, though. The Timber also been kept at bay, but only 12 last hits on Nefrit right now. Not incredible.
Not good. I noticed that Lil was playing really aggressive
Bottom
in
lane.
his face under the tower.
That's the first blood for Drow. Yeah, Velhor goes down first. Will be a counter kill. And looks like just a 1-for-1. I think still an advantage for the Radiant there. Drow falling, but getting the first blood kill kind of makes up for it.
Another problem for the Morphling, I guess, will be the new Rubik, right? With the change to base damage. That really hurts someone like Morphling, who the flat damage didn't care, but 34% base damage is crazy versus heavy stat heroes like Morph.
Yeah, that's a pretty specific like buff counter for Rubik, huh?
Yeah.
Damn effective on Morphling. Now a little battle over the ruins. Sunlight makes the TP.
Tips him, yeah. That would have been very tempting to try something there. He was really low on Melojoule. But there were a lot of rotations coming through, so it's a good thing that he didn't go for it. And you know
Now
what?
up top, G's in
Creeps-
trouble.
I mean, creeps are worth more anyway, so.
No soul rip. Actually, not going for the build that T-Governor was talking about. He went for a point in Tombstone early here at level 3.
Yeah, we weren't watching, but I'm just going to assume that it was for a kill. I mean, has he not dropped it? Because that'd be really weird if he has Tombstone and it wasn't an instant cast.
Their only kill was down bottom, so
Yeah.
confirmed it was not for a kill there. Bud.
Well, an attempt to kill is what I meant. But yeah, I guess no one died up top anyway, so yeah, I'm not sure.
Okay, he's put it down now. Lil starts throwing in the right clicks. Telekinesis, but Morphling's here. Waveform will find that one. Now Malik, pretty low on mana. Stick charges. Stunned up, but does have Timber Chain. He should be fine. Maybe a Spirit Vessel, a needed tool this game. For both teams, I suppose. Great against Morphling and Undying.
Yeah, a little bit worse this game just because of the press the attack, and you assume like an early Manta, but obviously it's still a necessity. Like you want to grab it every time, and pretty good Void Spirit item too. So
2-2.
I wonder if part of G's logic is that the Soul Rip is more effective on Morphling than it is on other heroes, because he can just morph all the way down, right?
So you don't need the extra points. You get so
Yeah,
much
so
value
you can
out of level
actually
1.
get away with the earlier Tombstone because he
That's
can
an
just-
interesting thought.
Yeah.
We often remark it, how much value the Morphling gets out of regen. Down bottom now, the LC taking some damage. Drow, not yet level 6. So still doesn't hit that hard. See that multi-shock, though. Gets old A pretty low. Now the disruptor. Ooh, silenced up. Potential kill here. One more. They've got it. Happy.
Hit some of the tip too. All right. All right.
All right. I see you. I see you.
Yeah. He's like, yeah, I got you twice. Yeah.
So far, so good, though. I think for Drow, hardest part of the game are these first couple levels where it's pretty easy to pressure her. Now clearing out some neutrals. Faded Brooch gonna come down. Oh, mama.
You need the tree. That's the money one.
Ooh, Happy. Now stuck inside of a kinetic field, but Lil's made the sneaky rotation. There's that multi-shot. Brings him down low. The Tombstone might be able to get this kill on Venge, and it will, but the Tombstone falls 150 over to the Radiant, and they still don't save Old A. See, that's what I'm talking about with the Tombstone, Trent. It's even level 2, but it's like...
That was a hero.
Yeah, it did set up the kill on Venge.
No, I mean, like, that's a hero you're killing. When you,
right.
you kill Tombstone.
Yeah. That's why, is it even worth it? Like, yeah, you killed Venge, you got 184 gold, but you gave up 150. It's a pretty marginal gain.
Yeah, Tombstone's pretty crazy. 125, 150, 175, 200. It is dumb how much gold that thing gives away.
I really wish that would be buffed a little bit. And,
I feel like it can come back down a little bit. I agree there was a time where it was necessary.
Yeah.
But
I think, like, if it's 120 at level 4, I'd be okay with that. That's still a lot of gold, but that doesn't hurt nearly as much as 200. Kind of makes you feel like you can't go max Tombstone, though it also makes you feel like you have to because that's the only way it survives. Down bottom. Initiation. Kinetic field. They jump into the tower. Belor gets dove and brought down. Void Spirit sets the whole thing up. Now Bat Rider coming in. Lasso is available, saving it for someone other than the Venge.
They want that juicy Drow.
Not going to find it. Magic Missile comes out. They get the duel on Venge instead. She'll fall. But I think a worthy death, making sure that the Drow stays alive there.
And meanwhile, at the same time, on top, it looks like Nefert's getting bullied back a little bit here by Malik.
That rare moment where Venge is not yet level 6, so there was no swap save either.
Yeah. Kellen just got the Tombstone again, by the way.
Oh!
Okay.
Well, you can see it on the net worth.
Yeah, seriously.
Hey, look, they're farming even, except for Tombstones. They're actually
we don't talk about how that Observer Ward was just 137 gold. You know, Undying's getting some stuff back. It's not all doom and gloom for the hero, mid lane.
True.
It's doom and gloom for Velor, man. That's 6 deaths. He's 6 of the 7 kills.
That's kind of insane. I mean, we do know that Disruptor's not the greatest laner. This is absolutely when he suffers the most.
Oh, and one of them was a deny. So sorry, he's actually only 5, right? Because he had the neutral deny.
Yeah, all right, we'll give him
only
a credit.
5
Give him credit there.
He's only averaging, 1 per every 2 minutes.
Malik, a lot of sticky stacks. Jewel lets it go, though. Meanwhile, in the bottom lane, picture in picture, swap, Old A.
Their life.
Down he goes.
Oh, hey, don't worry, I got Tombstone.
Well, that'll distract him. Drow wishing she could dive this, but taking tower shots. Limps back, not going to be enough. Belhor, oh, he needs to be a little careful. Kinetic field will keep him safe. So close to level 6 on the Disruptor.
Yeah, they still have swap, though. So it's like, the stack swap's really bad this game. I mean, it got picked super early, so you kind of expect it, but it is not going to have a great time.
You're definitely right.
With both Venge on the team, as well as just like, you assume that the Void Spear could go Yules. He's actually gone for an Orchid Rush first.
Well, given that they've got this momentum, I don't know if that's really crazy. It sounds pretty good. He's going to be able to pick up some kills with it and further break this game open. Up top, maybe a duel from Afterlife. Does connect onto Malik. Not going to find the damage to secure this, but does lock him down. Now Flaming Lasso. Can they actually kill this Timber? CT out.
Read. That's a
Malik.
nice read, dude.
Very nice.
No additional TPs were coming through. And he's like, oh, I think I'm good here, guys.
Down bottom. Velhor, one more hit.
He's just going to go home and tell your people what happened here. Tell them what you saw, and don't come back to my lane.
Just as good as a kill. He's got to walk back.
What if she dies to a smoke from a Morphling, though?
Well,
unfortunately, G's way ahead.
Tombstone?
Aha!
Not going to be very effective. 2 zombies come out, and Kellen is safe. Now back to the mid. Melajewel be fine as well. Well, all right then.
Very scary here. Pressuring the tower with a hasted Void Spirit.
Fine G. Undying down. Oh, Void Spirit. Flashiest of the spirits. Ember's pretty flashy.
They're all pretty flashy, frankly.
Void Spirit has that like gotcha dance though that he can do with Astral Step, where he just jumps in, insta gives you, then jumps out.
He's got the like anime, like he's not even looking at you while he slices and dices.
Right. He's got that. Yeah.
He's got that.
Right there,
exactly
right there.
what that was,
Dude, it's so swagger. Like, yeah, Ember can do that too, but it just doesn't look as like, you didn't even touch me, man. I just full to zeroed your dumb ass and you didn't do anything. Like, I hate that feeling when I'm against the Void Spirit. It's so, and especially once he gets Orchid and has that extra bit of lockdown and you're so far behind where you can't punish him going for this glass cannon build. Like, I think that's what we're going to see right here.
Yeah.
Most of these heroes are going to be food.
I'll
And if
tell you
he
what,
uses it on LC, that's the press the attacks like they're one safe.
I saw Nephrit had the E-Blade queued up, and I was like, oh, please don't. So thankfully, he has gone back for the Yasha into the Manta, because he's going to need it.
Yes.
Must have seen the Oblivion staff, or he just saw how the game was going and was like, yeah, that's a pipe dream.
100% this is not an E-Blade Rush Morphling game. That's a first-class ticket to a 2-0, I think. But Extremum, 3K behind, 14 minutes.
Yeah, they're already on that
play.
train. They're looking to change the tracks here, you know?
Yep. All right, well, they've got the conductor on speed dial. They go in onto Malik. Tower falls, gets denied. Flaming Lasso broken immediately, but now they've got another duel. Swap from Benj into the Static Storm. They're very low. A glimpse back. They need more damage, though. Malik's sustaining, and now Drow's here.
Oh,
Malik's good, and Kellen is coming in for the cleanup. They've only gotten one. It's Undying, but wait, the Tombstone, Trent. There's more.
That's
Drow's
two heroes.
killed 2 heroes. It's just like those old infomercials. But wait, there's more. Now Velhor in trouble. For only 2 payments of $19.99, they only get 2 supports. So at the end of the day, it's not a huge win for Omegalil. However, the tower does fall.
And they burnt all their ulti.
Yeah, they were the ones on the defensive there. So all that considered, does feel like a nice win.
Oh, the swaps, man. That was nice. Happy to die in that case.
Yes. I mean, those were perfect. He broke that lasso pretty much immediately. I don't know if you can do it much faster than that.
The glimpse kind of screwed them because it brought Malik right back into the mall, and they're like, oh, nice, we have a chance of killing them, but that's perfectly when Kellen came through, and then he's just like, yeah, I'm going to start chugging on my multi-shot here while the 4 of you are trying to kill my Timbersaw.
Oh, more
the Orchid reveal.
It's going to catch him. Hand in the cookie jar. They've got the taunt. They can't finish him, though. There's enough support inbound. Extremum now looking to turn. Drow in the river. Multi-shot will slow things down. An okay silence. Connects on 1. Swap, not enough to save Lil, and now Happy's going to be in trouble. Timbersaw comes in. The duel comes out. Venge. Almost, but not going to live.
And they're getting Morphling to bid here. Thought it was free, and now they're going to lose their Drow, too. The Tombstone paid off on this one. Ark
Sure
just got
did.
stuck in the river.
Ellen still able to finish off Belfor, but not a good fight for the Omegalils. The 1K net worth swing.
That's so huge for them. Like, if you lose your Morphling there, you're really feeling like this game's.
I mean, it really looked like a free kill too. It was great for Meaford to get into the tree line.
Yeah, his strength was just too high when they first initiated too. He wasn't like, max agi farming sort of deal.
Yeah.
He's keeping a respectable HP for these scenarios.
Well, again, at this point, we assume that he knows an Orchid is inbound because he's had this Oblivion staff showing for 5 minutes now on Sunlight. So good on you, Nephrit. Playing it
and
safe.
now they also, since that was like an attempt of aggression when they knew that the cooldowns were not available for Extremum and they still lost it, then that means now Extremum could be like, hey, we can actually go for a lasso and stuff here, guys.
Okay. Sunlight gets a freebie. Absolute free kill. Now up top. Malik's fine.
It looks like Melojo was trying to finish the Blink Dagger before anything. They probably know that Omegalil want to Roche soon. And so they're thinking like, okay, if we can get the Blink Dagger, we can actually contest Roche. And then we can really get ourselves back in this game. Because they can Roche whenever on Omegalil, right? They have... Actually, they only have level 1 Wave of Terror, but it still doesn't even matter. It doesn't have to be like maxed out or whatever. They have a Drow. Timber can just stand there.
Yeah. He's got max Aura too. That helps a little. Oko, Extremum, ready to contest here. What are they going to find? It's a glimpse. Static Storm, Kinetic Field. Malik swapped out. This is what you were talking about. Venge, happy to throw her body to save a core and maintain that Timber's momentum. 1-0-1 on Malik.
That is one frustrating counter.
And hello mid. Orchid displayed. Afterlife again. That's a freebie. Velhor almost dies to the multi-shot. Sunlight will Astral Step to finish him off. Wow.
And yeah, I just hear Melojewel like, wait, stop. Please don't. Just hold on. I almost have Blink. I do not want to fight right now. Friends,
hard to dodge this team though. Their front line is very mobile and can very quickly get deep. Timber and Void Spirit so good at getting in, popping somebody, and then just getting out.
Yeah, and he was afraid that they were ganking him up top, but instead they went into the pit. So now he's coming. The courier's on its way. It's got to hurry though. It's too late. They have a ward though.
Fine G, Silence, not even going to drop the tombstone. Does get pressed the attack. Still dead. Malik jumps in. Now Nefrit uses the Manta. It's just a quick one for Nil, but Extremum still pressuring. Glimpse back onto Malik. They do have a Static Storm, but not going to drop it here.
Man, I didn't even see that lasso. It must have been gone like instantly.
The Aegis was denied.
Whoopsie. Nice catch, my dude. I was not looking at any of the things, because why would I look at the things when the pit is empty?
Why would you think that that would get denied there? I don't know what the hell happened, but the Drow must have clicked it by accident.
I was just watching Batrider.
Yeah, I mean, that wasn't even really contested. The fight kind of broke out afterwards.
Oh, good on you for making sure we're keeping track of things.
Yeah.
I mean, it's an interesting power play. OD Pixel has been known to use that as a motivator for the team, you see. So that's his go-to strat. It's also the, you guys are so bad that we don't actually need Aegis, which in the sense of Omegalil's a team that does seem to fit their MO.
Right. Okay.
I think it was intentional.
So it's like buying 5 Datalises on Kunkka. You know it's a dumb build, but if you win with it, you know the other team feels bad.
Yeah, it's one of those. Yeah.
I like that.
Completely intentional, guys. Don't think anything else.
Hey, they're up 1 game, best of 3. It's game 2. This is the game to do it.
These are superior Dota 2 players. They operate on a much higher level than any of us.
Why do you think they named the team Omegalil? It's a pun, guys.
It got puns.
I'll smoke up now. Omega, namesake of the tournament, looking for something, and they'll find it.
Beautiful. Wow. That's the execution that we're looking for here.
They put G to rest.
God is my witness, he died. Those are the puns that we're looking for here, guys. That's what we're operating with here. They're going to continue to stay on their high ground on the Dire side there. Still nervous about a team with only 1 life on their heroes. 2.5 minutes remain on our fictional Aegis. And they will still just take your towers.
It's just like a figment of your imagination, man.
Like it's not even there, you know? I haven't seen such bravado in quite a while.
Yeah.
A 20-minute Aegis deny.
They're doubling them up in kills.
I mean, it's so rude. God,
they did
I
do
love
it from a place of confidence. Although Nefrit is going E-Blade.
Do you think they'll challenge him to a match in the Hell in the Cell after this? Do you think they're going to be like, and I want to see you, Extremum, in the barbed wire ring?
A ladder match? Let's do it. Dude, that was... Whatever tournament brand it was, they were trying to do that. They wanted the teams to challenge each other, and it just didn't work. It just doesn't exist in Dota culture.
Called Omegalil, apparently.
Who are you to call out, OG? We challenge you, TI winners. What? Okay, I guess.
I see the plan. They're going left.
Oh, they're going to smoke now. Extremum are in trouble. I mean, maybe you can hold out for this E-Blade. It's a couple hundred gold now. Try to smoke up yourselves. Take a fight. It does give Defrit the ability to finally do something aggressive. He had to go Manta first. He's had to play relatively defensive this game. He's still #1 on net worth. Despite the gap being big, I think Extremum still have a chance here, Trent. About a 16% chance, in fact, according to Dota+.
You had to put a number on it?
If I had to. I talked to my robotic friends, and they confirmed 16% is the number. Now Sunlight looking for the setup. This could be it. Nefrit, he walks out. He doesn't have the E-Blade yet. Static Storm, Kinetic Field. He's silenced. On the run. He's okay, but now the Flaming Lasso. They get Rubik. They want Lil, and they might just find him. They knock him further in. No duel for Afterlife, but still, it's a pick. Now they'll put this Disruptor to good use. The Glimpse, but Old A, he walks in and gets popped. A swap now aggressively. Melajewel, he's in trouble as well. E-Blade, can we find the cleanup? This is your time? No.
Nice
Silenced and dead. Operation E-Blade, disaster.
He went for it all. I can respect it. They needed big plays. Came back in at low HP. Thought maybe there was something there.
That was rocky, though. A couple of misfires. Like the LC didn't get off the duel. Just kind of tried to walk into the drow.
They did find the fight exactly when the Fictional Aegis was expiring. So it was perfect timing from Extremum. Just not able to finish things off.
I don't know. Like the LC's Blink Dagger got broken, I guess, and just showing how important it is to actually catch the drow as opposed to trying to walk into her. Up top, we are going to see a little skirmish here.
The hunt for a Batrider that's already gone. And meanwhile, we've had plenty of games of the Venge plus ranged carry hitting towers.
Oh, Kellen, you don't have Aegis, buddy. That's an E-Blade. He's done.
It's
Sorry, what was that, Trent?
Well, I don't really know, to be honest with you.
Oh, Glimpse, happy, duel, dead. Now, more. Dual Scepter slows him down. Astral Step, Void Spirit will be okay.
We have the backup swap instantly there.
Yeah. Now, that'll make a dent, though.
Pretty huge dent.
That's more than a 1,500 swing.
Now, don't feed after here. Oh, Lil.
Oh, no. Lil. He's trying to use this Shadow Amulet, but no, that's an E-Blade, boys.
A classic. Pings the high ground. They got a ward here. Yeah, only way I died. There's no ward. But he's sure of it.
Okay, well, that last fight wasn't looking so good, but now that they're playing some pick-off Dota, it's starting to feel like this E-Blade is giving them a little bit of a foothold back into this game. BKB queued up by Morphling, now the smoke up from Extremum.
Alec, he only has Yules here.
Okay, Static Storm, Kinetic Field, and they just back out. They say, Drow on the high ground. We want no part of that. Drow Ranger is... Oh, no, it's the Void Spirit. I'm sorry. He is 8-0-3. So sort of as we talked about, they can't shut them all down. You can kind of kill the Drow. You can kind of kill the Timber, but that means that this Void is left unchecked.
Yeah, but you also have Melajewel with the BKB, and he has Blink Lasso, and there's no answer currently from Sunlight. He's looking for the BKB, which at least if he gets that off, he probably won't die during the Lasso, but that's a pretty good option. Oh, and the Blade Mail versus Drow. That's also nice.
Yeah, it really is.
Especially with the passive element now. Pretty good versus Drow Ranger.
It actually gives LC an ability to kill something here. These last couple of fights, even if he catches a duel, he's very reliant on his friends. Now if he gets the Void Spirit, same deal with the Blade Mail. There might be enough damage there to do something. Bottom tier 2 will fall in favor of Extremum.
It's a pretty late rush, 2 minutes and 30 seconds. So I think that favors Extremum with the way this game's moving.
Definitely. especially since the Lil squad controlling this aspect of the map right now. You can see they're definitely waiting for it. And they know it could be up at any second.
Oh, they got the telescope, though. Huge. Huge item. Because the Venge, he's still not level 12. Like that's so busted on Vengeful Spirit.
I mean, he will be soon anyway, but yeah, this item, it just synergizes so well with the aura. It gives Venge everything that she needs. This item's busted anyway, but with this lineup, it's...
That's actually
like
stupid. It doubled her bonus attack range that she gives. So now she's giving all the ratios plus 250.
Yeah.
Look at, if you highlight Drow's little attack icon right now, you can see how far it is. Her current attack range is 625 plus 390. Oh,
That's
yeah.
pretty goofy.
Yeah, so she's
you're
at
basically
1,000 range right now.
at this point. Well, you're outranging towers. What is the range on towers? Is it 1,000?
Well, she was already past towers. I think it's less than that. Maybe it is 1,000.
800.
Either way.
There we go. BKB. Bat Rider jumps in, does get a catch. Static Storm. Looks like Happy might go down first. That's their save, but the Drow's in the back, and she's throwing icy arrows in. They kill the Tombstone. Venge the only victim so far, but they might get more. Yules comes out to save Legion. Now she falls. Multi-shot flips the Disruptor, and now he's going to go down also. Was an okay setup for Extremum, but if they don't catch the Drow, I don't think they can take a 5v5. She does too much damage to be unchecked in the back line.
Yeah, they got the right target, right? Despite having all that cast range, they still managed to find the Venge. I'm not sure where Happy was positioned, but he got caught either way, and he's the one who obviously can't afford to let that happen. He needs to get the swap on somebody because they're looking for the counterplay. They can't fight them straight up.
Correct. Here we go. Ancient time, though. Silence on 2. Multi-shot. Look at the damage. Nefrit barely survives. G not so lucky. But now he's going to be hard-pressed to live through this one. E-Blade on himself. Now turns into the Void Spirit. This might help out a little bit, but no. Silence is there again, and Kellen secures the kill.
I like that Sunlight kept the clumsy net, because you could see him being like, oh no, I just want stats and stuff, right? Because he already has the Yules, he's got his own 8th Remnant and everything, but when you're dealing with someone like a Morphling, you just, every last bit of help needs to be there.
Well, now Roshan finally up, and the Omegalils will move into the pit and look to secure themselves the large prize of the Aegis and the cheese.
Yeah, that might have been their last moment here for Extremum, because now the BKB is coming up for the Drow Ranger as well, which just makes their lives so much harder.
And the Void Spirit still has his 9-second charge.
Also still has a 10x kill streak, though. So, well, you know, we'll have to keep an eye on that.
True.
Maybe when Morphling gets the BKB, they could find something. Actually carrying the Aegis this time.
Yep.
Did they think to deny the cheese?
Picks it up. Cheese in the hands of the Void Spirit. Negative there, Ghost Rider. They have both spoils.
Fortunate.
Only so much swagger for one game, Trent. Now 14k, the favor.
Well, at some point, it's just disrespectful, so...
Sure, yeah.
Yeah, you know.
It's like, you know, when you're playing Pee-wee soccer, you're up 5-0.
A mercy rule on them?
Scoring goals. Yeah, exactly. Mercy rule, that's what it's called. You don't need to make it 10-0. Uh-oh, dual mid. Swap. Nicely done. Happy throws the body. And it still pulls Ole deep into the fight, but now Morphling jumps in onto the Drow. BKBs are popped. The Drow Ranger will live. Nefrit has to head back up to high ground. G comes down. A 1-for-1 so far, but now the reinitiation and the little squad should have a big advantage. G also down, 2 in the grave. No buybacks as the multi-shot flies up high ground. Tombstone goes down, and now Nefrit going to be the target. Trying to morph, but it's not enough. Oh, just maybe. Waveform's out. He does manage to live, but there's no real counter pressure. Malik, deep in enemy territory, tanking tier 4s, forces the Glyph, forces the Bat Rider BKB. Everyone else still alive on the Omegalils.
Yeah, and now Malik can just tank for the creep too. Oh, Kellen just hangs on the low ground. Venge is on her way. Slowly making her way back into this one. She died right when it started. But round 2 of Extreme was also coming back up. Legion alive. Undying about to be back.
No lasso, though. It's down for 10. Static Storm up in 20. These are big cooldowns. They catch Nefrit. He's dead. No buyback now. 70 seconds on the sideline. Swap from the Venge, saves her teammate, is now Old A. Caught again. Blade Mail keeps him alive. Kellen very low. Has to focus the Tombstone. Soul Rip buys it a few seconds, but it's dead, as is the Aegis. This is the real reset now. Drow back with full HP, full mana. They'll catch G. Not enough with the Glimmer Cape. Static Storm comes down, and Velhor dies. I think we're close to GG. Kellen is just unmatched in this fight. Now a duel in the well. That'll finally grab Malik. A little overcommitment there. Kellen says, boys, let's focus on the structures. He's hitting tier 3s.
Dire's middle barracks has
Basically from the mid lane, thanks to all this extra range. Multi-shot repels the entire team. That was just multi-shot, and Velhor is almost dead.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
It's a slow siege, though, isn't it? It's not exactly a game-ending. Morphling's about to be back here, and they've gotten one lane.
You're right. It's not actually going to end with this push, but that was pretty devastating.
I mean, it probably could have, but they're going to go once more. And, of course, it's the series on the line.
Why not
you have
play it
Bat Rider. You have Duel. You have perhaps an eventual Aghanim's on a Disruptor if we go really, really long. That cancels out all the enemy's gold gain, so there you go.
Rubik's going for a Lincoln's.
Nice handy item to help your allies with.
Void Spirit is also going for a Lincoln's. I see the plan now.
Stack
Duel,
one Drow.
Lasso, E-Blade, Glimpse. It's pretty much just big spells. Soul Rip, Thunder Strike. There's a couple of little ones, but pretty good game to stack up some Lincolns.
Yep.
Void Spirit with an Aghanim's.
Currently, they're just playing the little farming blob on Extremum. Hoping that maybe they come across someone, but knowing that none of them are safe alone. There is a smoke on G, and they're going to pop it.
Okay. This is Hail Mary territory. Let's see. Can they get the catch? They see Malik. Smoke gets broken. It's not the target they wanted.
Yeah, that's the last one. 2735 HP. Not sure exactly how close his allies are. You can't jump that.
Counterplay. Almost get the Bat Rider. Presses there.
They're going to try and play around this ward. Oh, the Venge? That's who he wants.
Oh, now they jump in. They get the Void Spirit. He does BKB.
I got the silence on the Venge.
On the Drow Ranger. This could be a good fight. It's about as good of a setup as they can hope for, but still, Old A dies. The first casualty in this fight is they also trade Venge. Now Extremum a little bit low on gas. Malik deep on the back line. That'll get G. Lil comes in, stops the TP out from Velhor. Looking to punish even more. TP up top from the Bat Rider. The two big cores do survive. But even with that amazing setup, Extremum not able to get much. And looks like they might just go for the game ender. Nope, they're going to hit the barracks. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, I like that they jumped an actual core with the lasso because they were able to get the Static Storm onto the Venge, right?
Yeah.
It's unfortunate that still not able to finish him off. I think, as you said, he got the BKB off first, so they couldn't really pump him full the magic damage when they dragged him up. And then once he was free, he just kind of started slaying into everyone on Extremum anyway.
Yep, and now the Morphling. Plenty of initiation, taunt, stun, silence, everything under the sun. He will manage to get away with the Manta, but Melajewel not going to be so lucky. LC respawning in a couple seconds. Pressure onto that top tier 3 repair kit going to work. Multi-shot again, repelling the likes of the Dire.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
And this is looking like Mega Creeps. Disruptor up in 5, but they've got no glyph. Still down for another 5 seconds.
And 2 Lincolns.
BKBs get popped as they go in onto Sunlight, and they still can't even get him. Flaming Lasso available, Pits of Lincolns.
I think that was Lil putting it on the Venge. That was pretty sick.
Static Storm, Kinetic Field, Morphling gets dropped. GG gets called as Callan absolutely destroys this last fight. And the barracks fall. One final glyph, but a nice 2-0 for Lil and the boys. Convincing stuff.
Man, Sunlight just dominated. Oh, what a Void Spirit game.
Yeah.
Whew. That was
complete
dirty. Freedom. Like they were so concerned with the Drow, which rightfully so. That's the whole point of Drow. But they only had like one like tanky frontliner, right, in the Timbersaw. But it felt like they had numerous between the multiple swaps because you have to like recommit so many times, as well as the fact that you have this Void Spirit who's just in your face the whole time. Sure, he's not necessarily like tanking spells, but he's disrupting so much throughout all the team fights.
Yeah. And that Orchid first, maybe a little risky, but it certainly worked out. Let's hear from our panel. Thoughts about game 2.
Zyori and Trent, thank you so much for that. Another 2-0, and it seems like Omegalil with Lil is the key to success. And, well, they came, they saw, they conquered this time around. And you were right, at least, Tiga. So was Carl. But you both managed to get it nail on the head this time. We didn't get a third game, though.
Yeah,
Stop lying to me.
We had to just, like, tweak a couple things, align our thoughts, make sure we're on the right page. And now we're good. We're on a steady course. But, yeah, honestly, just... where was the damage? I think that is like kind of the phrasing I can use for most fights for Extremum. It's the only times I think they done well was when Omegalil were like kind of playing their hand and being a bit too overconfident, trying to start the fight when they didn't really have numbers, or at least being a little bit kind of cocky in sometimes. Like even I think the main thing is like they denied their first Aegis, right? And that could have just been a high ground push and the game's kind of over. But because they denied it, they didn't really have a timing. They had to wait all the way for next stages. So it kind of like baited in the viewer to think, oh, wait, maybe they're in it. But realistically, this game probably could have ended sooner if they didn't make that kind of clowny play.
And these kind of mistakes are stuff you definitely can't make against the top teams, right? Like, you're lucky you're playing against this level of team. If this was someone else, you would have been completely rinsed, surely, Kyle.
Oh, for sure. But you got a man like Sunlight shining so bright. I don't think you have any issues. I also feel much better losing that show match, considering I was playing with Syndron and BSJ, and the Russians had Sunlight playing like it. This guy, I actually couldn't believe how well he did in lane, and ends the game without a death. Played Void Spirit both games and utterly dominated. So, to me, yeah, the team might have made some mistakes, but if they can just start playing at their mid-players level, this squad's got a pretty good shot at moving on.
Yeah, it looked like a really good, like a very solid performance. I think naturally when you see a Void Spirit pick, you'll see ban, like let's say a Batrider ban, for example. It's like a natural thing teams do. So the fact they're picking the Void Spirit into the Batrider, it's just, he just knows what the matchup is and he's not really scared to play into it. And we saw how, like CS-wise, he is a melee hero. He's going to be in the creep wave. He will be able to get the early CS. And as long as he doesn't overstep his mark and get punished by the Batrider, you can then very confidently play that lane and out-rotate. Like this guy, his rotations, it unlocked the start of that game. You saw how the Timbersaw in top lane, they couldn't really do anything to him. So Lil then just moves bottom, starts applying pressure, and then on top of that you have this Void Spirit coming in. Like every time Void Spirit made a move, he was killing Legion, Disruptor. Disruptor was like 0 and 6 at this end of laning phase.
Oh yeah, he was being bullied.
And like the map movement from Extremum, they were forced into bot lane so many times. Like this Timbersaw he chilled. Drow always picking up kills. Like it was so just fluid from the way in which they had to play the map that they never had like a wasted TP on the side of Omegalil. It didn't feel like they were just playing a bear in the map for no reason. There was sure a couple times where they were being a bit too confident, trying to go for a kill with only 3, or like the Drow inside the river getting caught off by Tombstone in like minute 15. But overall, just the way in which they knew how to enable all of their draft. I've now seen 2 games in a row that their drafts, like the first game especially, is like, oh, okay, that's how you're going to play it. But the second game is, we knew what they should do, they knew what they should do by like a factor of 10, and they just easily just took it home.
And we've got to remember here, right, for Omegalil, they're in a group with Hellraisers, Extremum, who they've just taken down, and Voldemort, so they're very likely to go through on this group now.
Yeah, for sure.
I don't know about that. I think you guys are severely underestimating the power of Voldemort. It took 7 to get him down. And you guys are making it sound like they're pushovers. Unbelievable. I'm just going to say
Voldemort going to get rolled 2-0.
Yeah, as much as I like Radix, I think he's a great guy. I think they need to, unless they've had a very big, turn of events, yes, I would put Voldemort in a strong 3rd.
I'm waiting for Carl to disagree again, at his other point, but he's got nothing when it comes to this one.
No, nothing left.
That's it.
But I've been fully Expelliarmus, if you know what I mean.
Oh my god.
And thank God, you guys are lucky I'm only doing like 1 of these a day. I can't imagine.
No, I just want you back in the studio, Carl. I want real Carl back, because this Carl, this is a whole different world of you.
Look, it's like back-to-back days where we've rounded out with just Kyle just throwing out random like
Yeah, he's just lost
one-liners.
towards the end of the day.
Like we'll finish a series and it's like 2-0. It's like okay, so this is the end, and he's just like Expelliarmus, Khan, haha. It's like thanks, Kyle.
Hey, I will say though, once again, the carry battle I think firmly won by Arc, and this also was a bit of a matchup edge. You consider Drow, you get this natural BKB online, and then Morph just straight up doesn't touch you, and it forces Nefrit to go for this man to BKB build because you need to have those two methods of cleansing the silence. Otherwise, you're going to be in some big trouble, even just trying to go toe to toe with the enemy carry. But again, to me, story, Sunlight, really impressive to see them play. I want Merlil to stay on this team without joining the team, if you know what I mean. They've got a good shot to go far.
He's a super carry, right? So I just want to see him put on like some... I don't even want to be loan. I don't want to be that, right? I want it to be just like a contract where you hire him per day or per week for any team.
No, it's what Gambit does, right? They don't have a team. They just lease out their players. So we need Lil to get on the Gambit contract situation and then leased back out. Very lucrative. Might enable Lil.
Yeah, but he could do it himself. Yeah, what I'm saying is that he makes all the money. Has his own contract, leases himself out to whoever he wants, comes in to be the super hard substitute that's there to win games and shock the system.
I don't know about that, Banks. A lot of people in Twitch chat have got to do it themselves. And I don't know if that really works out for you so well in the long term, but I think in the, for the quick spurts, like we've seen thus far, it could be effective. And I look to see what Lil and company do moving on.
Now, quickly just touching on Omegalil to finish off this series, right? As what you've seen from him today, does this give you hope for them to have more potential than what you were originally saying? Because you were saying like they're on this like tiered 2.5 level, Tigo, is how you worded it.
It's like every time, with every qualifier, there's always a CIS stack, right? There's always like these mixed stacks. And we're at the stage of the tournament that you have to expect some teams to look, good, and other teams will start looking great. And Omegalil, they're looking good.
Okay.
So you would expect them obviously to get through this group stage and maybe put up a fight, but it's, like how far can they really go? It's like early days, right? So it's promising, but don't get carried away.
They're going to have to play HR next as well.
Yeah, that's the proving ground, right? That's like the real game. If they win that, then sure, I can sit there and sing their praises, but with
new logo HR as well. So you don't have that edge of like new team because you got a new logo, very intimidating logo as well. I think they definitely hired a real graphic designer for that.
Carl,
one.
I really hope we can push that content piece that I suggested to you for the main event. Nice. All right, cool.
Only if we limit the talent to the same tools that the Hellraiser's graphics guy.
Yeah, of course.
Paint
It'll be
he can do PowerPoint.
It'll be any percent, like.
Twitch chat and everyone watching, you will have an amazing time.
Yeah,
if this goes
no
through.
flame, but it's like you set them up, we'll knock them down type of thing.
Yeah, and no flame. It's still miles better than the original EG rebrand.
Oh,
at least they made a logo, not just a special font. I mean, EG didn't go for the Comic Sans, but they were close.
2 rectangles be EG.
Now let's have a look back through the day, right? Let's see all the results of the day before this madness continues any further. I want to see how today looked overall. Come on, production, give it to me. There we go. So again, a day of 2-0s in the studio once again. Unique, they certainly look strong. They came with exactly what we expected. Khan, they came close to taking a game, but it just wasn't quite there. And Omegalil, well, they just made it look like a big Omegalol, a big slap in the face to Extremum's face.
Yeah, I'd have to say, starting out, that Unique, they're favorites, of course. They on paper, they're meant to be good. And I think Cyber Legacy, they're a new stack. A lot of expectation, equal to the 5-men stack, the CIS version. Their players are very strong, had DPC runs. So we wanted to see them do well, and they dominated. And then Omegalil, I said this would be the closest series, but after watching this, it's like, all right, okay, fair play. There's now like an extra tier added, right? So it's going to be your Hellraisers and stuff up and Unique here. And then, Omegalil, they're kind of slotting, trying to work their way into that group. So hopefully later on, we're going to, especially when they play Hellraisers, right? That's going to be the deciding point. Like, can they actually, stomach the tournament and make a run?
And our games coming in for tomorrow. We get to see Bait in action. Hopefully they can grab a win, because I have not seen them take a win This is the problem here.
It's been like 4 months of Banks and Dota. He hasn't seen Beta get a win.
Like Carl, right? This man.
Please, Dandy.
Like, yo, Carl, right? So we join the studio, and Banks just comes up to me and goes, "Yo, how much can we like rip into bait? You know, like this team. You know, I just keep watching them, they're losing, and like, can we like rip into Dendy yet, or like rip into bait?"
I said, what level is it acceptable? I like Dendy as a person, but this is not acceptable. It's like noodle thing again.
Yeah, he's like, at what point can we just like put bait in the bin? I'm like, come on, man, give them some time. You know, they just changed their roster. Like,
yeah, but you told me time back at Pushka League.
Yeah, but they need more time, man. Just chill.
Here's the litmus test, Banks. If you wouldn't say it about Jesus, if you'd feel uncomfortable, you shouldn't say it about Dendy either.
Exactly.
I'm not a religious man, Carl.
Become one for Dendy, thank you.
It doesn't matter. You still wouldn't go into a church and start peeing on the drapes.
Exactly.
All right? That's
Definitely
disrespectful.
not. Definitely not.
Thank you. So please do not disrespect our baby, our Lord and Savior of our
Your
scene.
baby. How old are you?
Yeah.
Whatever, man. Don't touch on that.
You're also in Ukraine. You are in Ukraine, Banks.
I know.
This is a living legend. Put some respect on that man's name. I will say, I don't think that Dendy has been the problem on his teams for the last 4 years. I think
he just doesn't have the right people.
Typically, always he's just not got the leader. That's the trouble. And I think Dendy is still an incredible Dota player, but when he was matched up with Puppy, it was perfect because you had brains and brawn.
Yep.
But now you just don't have that same leadership, and it's very tough when you're a superstar to find a leader you can trust because realistically, there just aren't that many out there.
He has looked for it in LeBron, but obviously that didn't really work well for him. And then he's also looked for it in Fishman, who was in that Vega Squadron team that had that deep run in that TI qualifier. So out of the potential options he had, he's probably, you know, reaching for the ones he can reach, but it's hard to really find like that kind of guy straight away.
I want him to see success as much as you guys. I'm just looking at the whole overall problem and how we fix it, right?
Thank you, Banks.
Trying here.
Who knows? LeBron didn't work out so well for Kyrie. Kanye or Fishman hasn't worked out so well for anybody recently. And I think that you just got to give it some time. Maybe they just need you, Banks. You should be a coach.
I could be a motivational coach, you know, get him in the gym,
let Banks do it, Carl,
get him mentally prepared as
jumping up.
well. My missus can shout him in Ukrainian.
Done.
Fine.
Thank you.
That's all you need, right? All right, well, we're done for another day, boys. Another quick day. Maybe tomorrow we're going to get that epic series. Maybe we're going to see how it all goes down. We are in for more action-packed Dota, though, throughout the series. Carl is going to go back down into hell. He's going to deal with all the monsters that are down there. We're going to sit up here on top and enjoy the rest of our day. You guys at home, go and enjoy whatever else you're going to be doing. And we'll see you tomorrow at the same time as always, 1 p.m. CST. We'll see you then.
Omegalil.